Zelly winning game 1. Is that lethal?
Is that lethal? Yarla is your first Parallel Prime champion, ladies and gentlemen.
The stage is set for Parallel Prime League Major 2, the first major tournament featuring the Deception expansion, new strategies, fresh mechanics, and unpredictable plays await as competitors adapt to the ever-evolving meta. 3 players have already secured their seats through the minor victories, but the rest of the field is hungry to prove they belong among the best. This is the second major of the season, and every match could define who rises and who gets deceived. Welcome to the Parallel Prime League Major 2. The Deception era begins. We have here the Factor and, of course, Kinto as our host, or for the pre-show and for the first match. Guys, man, are you excited for this next major being the first Deception stream that we're going to be having for this tournament? Let's start with the Factor.
Yeah, big time. Deception's been a lot of fun since its release, and I think it's been a big hit as well amongst the players who've been waiting a long time for it. So we're already seeing a lot of like creative decks, innovation, people trying to find and discover new combos, and we're seeing some crazy plays as well. So I'm expecting me and Quinto to probably lose our voice a little bit on today's on today's games.
Yeah, man. Like I've heard what Kinto said a while back, right? He was very excited. How excited are you, Kinto, about this about casting these matches?
Yeah, I'm super excited actually. Watching the new complexity between many decks, even if they are combo decks and all of this, it brings the fun back to the game. The meta seems to be in a place where it's still developing. Some players are still tweaking their deck, changing lists. Some of the paragons are the same in the meta, but the lists are different, which brings new life to the game. Definitely, the new expansion has been enriching in that sense. So yeah, super excited to watch the major today and cast these matches, learn the meta, watch what what players are developing in the meta right now. So yeah.
Yes, we can see your excitement definitely, and we're gonna see it later when you cast the first match. But before we do that, again, guys, this is gonna be a top 16 majors tournament. We've already had a lot of players try to qualify. We have 3 secured seats from our minors winners, and with that, of course, let's look at what they're fighting for this tournament first. And as we're looking at the Parallel Prime League Major 2 prize pool, let's listen to the Factor to break it down.
Yeah, well, this is a really juicy one, isn't it? Because when you come to the majors, this is the opportunity to go and earn a huge chunk of points that can really propel you into Worlds. So first place gets a staggering $22,500. That's a really good payday. But they also get, quite important, the 17 points as well to help them on their journey to get into Worlds. Then second gets $12,000 and 11 points. Third and fourth gets $6,750 each and 9 points. And we can see here as well that the breakdown for 5th to 8th is $3,750. So even if you kind of don't break into the top 4, I think still getting $3,750 for a weekend's worth of playing parallel is pretty good. And then 7 points is a healthy chunk as well to help you on your path to to get those points to secure enough to get into Worlds. 9th to 16th, get $1,500 each, 5 points, and then the 14th to 32nd, rather than 42nd, get 3 points. Yeah, so from the qualifiers, which is pretty healthy as well.
Still some points, right? Like at least you get some points if you get to that 14 to 32nd spot. Yeah, and of course, a lot of these players are still vying for the points, even though they're going to be getting the what do you call this, the money, the assured spot. I for one think Viper is already waiting for the next winner of the major, and of course he's looking also for the next winner of the like a whole lot of points from this tournament. So yeah, thank you for that breakdown, the factor, and from what we have already seen prior to this, there has been already a total of 16 players, right? And we've had qualifiers on the previous days. A lot of people have been saying that they have had 5-2s. But there's a lot. Like I think, if I remember correctly, there was one who got 7. But yeah, a bunch of
Hmm.
6-1s, 5-2s, right? And
It was
these
Bullbence. Bullbence got 7
Bullbence,
0
right?
Bullbence went 7 0
Bullbence,
yeah.
man.
Yeah.
7-0, man. Let's get that's a great record. Like I've been facing Bullbence over at ranked. Really, really great player right there. Uh, I'm losing like 80%, which is a good. I,
Wow.
I'm proud. I'm proud of winning 20%, right? It's like, but
Yeah.
still,
Yeah.
Bullbence 7-0, man.
Yeah.
And let's look at our players first. But we have a lot of players, top 16, and let's look at the player cards that are going to be joining for rather the bracket of our players in this tournament. Let's listen to Kinto to give us a short breakdown of these players.
Yeah, so in the first one, we have imcute versus Dmoney, XC Win versus Perp, HyllusDiardi versus Mid Value. We have seen in these brackets a lot of the usual suspect in these tournaments, great players. Bullbence versus Agroboy. First time seeing myself personally, Agroboy 22. In this one, Zaratustraa versus Sora. Top players we're talking about, it's like they're rooting for Zaratustraa because he's in the top 16 in the leaderboard. So if he wins this major, he would essentially give a free spot to one of those who is there. So that's like top players don't mind if Zaratustraa wins this one. LazyGuru versus Decker. Ohil versus Pandapple. Ohil has been slaying it in the ladder. I've seen him. He came back to the game. He played with us Paragons a while ago. He came back and now he's dominating. Really good to see. And then this absolute match here in the end, which is Manos versus Egorik. Two of my favorite players in the whole parallel community. So really excited about this major. Some new names, some old ones. And yeah, it seems like the competition is getting more competitive, so to say.
Yeah, yeah, getting more competitive indeed. The Kinto, like we have seen here, Agroboy. I've seen new names here that I haven't seen before, like Agroboy. Yeah, I think yeah, Agroboy, Egorik has been here before. Decker not so much in the previous ones, but yeah, I've already seen him in the previous tournaments. But yeah, lots of familiar names and some names as well. So with that, of course, I would like to see like give us a short preview of our players that are going to be joining it in this tournament. Let's start with the top seeds as we go down to the lowest seeds. Right, we have some player cards ready for you, and the first one is going to be imcute. Let's listen to the factor to give us a short review of imcute.
Yeah, so imcute is the Major 4 winner, and he is the top seed
Minor.
in this tournament. The minor 4 winner, and he is the top seed here in the tournament. He's got an incredible win ratio here of 60%, and his most played is Cathari. Not really surprised by that because Cathari, especially Sippy, actually is quite strong. So that's his most played Paragon. So he's just very, very good. I've been facing quite a bit, and it's been tricky to get one over on him. He's very locked in at the moment. So yeah, that record, he plays a lot of games as well. Look at that, over 5,000 games played is really going some. So yeah, good player, and expecting him to start strong in this tournament.
Yeah, we'll see. imcute already secured this punt with us from winning the minor four. Really good player. And let's look at the next player that we're going to be seeing in this tournament. And the next one is going to be Manos, the Mustachio Warrior. And let's listen to his #1 fan, Kinto.
Yeah, so we have Manos here, the minor 5 winner. He has been winning a lot of tournaments. Also, last season won the major. This season, he has 3,000, basically 3,000 total games played, a win ratio of 60%. All of these players are around these win ratios. And most played Paragon, I assume this is because of pre-deception, is Catherine for Manos. So yeah, we'd like to see what's his most played Paragon for deception. So yeah, really nice
Yeah.
stats here for Manos.
Yeah, nice stats indeed. And yeah, that's a good point right there, Kinto. Pre-deception, right? That's the key word. Because Kathy is very rarely seen nowadays. Let's look at the next player. For the top 16, we're going to be having Zaratustraa, the recent Minor 6 winner. Let's listen to the factors to break us down.
Yeah, so if you've been watching any of these broadcasts over the last year or so, Zaratustraa has been a regular really on the circuit. Very very strong player. He was actually the first major winner, wasn't he, from season 1 as well? So really kind of put his name out there from that win. But yeah, so far this season, -6 winner. Again, most played is Kathy. I think that's the same as what Quinta just mentioned. This is going to be most likely due to like pre-deception kind of stats. But I think since deception has landed, he's actually been. I've seen him. He's been kind of experimenting a lot around. He has been playing quite a bit of Shoshana actually as well. He one turn killed me with Shoshana, which wasn't very nice. It was cool to see though. But yeah, he's got again, look, that 60% win ratio, which is kind of the benchmark, I think, in this game. If you're a top player, you should be aiming for around that. And again, huge amount of games played. So just a big player to look out for in this tournament.
Yeah, Zaratustraa, Minor 6 winner, recent one that joined the top 3. Let's look at the next player that we're going to be seeing. That's not one of the minor winners. And it is top seed 7-0 Bullbence, August top 100. Let's listen to the to Kinto to break this down.
Yeah, so we have Bullbence here. He qualified as the top seed for this major. He absolutely cooked in the deception meta. Has 2.5k total games played with a win rate of 57%. Most played Paragon once again. I believe this is from last expansion, not deception. But yeah, really happy to see Bullbence once again. Long time. Well, it's been a while. We haven't seen him in the competitive scene, so really excited to see him again here.
Yeah, really excited to see Bullbence. We saw him last time at the YG Play Summit, so we'll seeing him right now ramp up into the scene. And the next one is going to be an amazing player for the top 16, which is HyllusDiardi, again with that mask. He doesn't change his PFP here in the tournament, but let's listen to the factor to give us a short breakdown of stats.
I always love seeing Hyllus with his mask here. His pitch is brilliant. It's so good. Yeah, -5 runner-up. He's a very, very strong player. I actually feel like we probably don't talk enough about Hyllus, actually, because we see him in a lot of these tournaments. He does get quite far. He actually takes out a lot of big players as well. He's a big player himself. Again, 61% win ratio, over 3,000 games played. He's quite versatile as well. Like, he's one of those players where he can literally play any parallel to the same strength as another one. You know, some players are a lot stronger in, say, one particular paragon or one particular parallel. Hyllus actually is just very strong all across the board. So that makes him quite a dangerous player to go up against, because you never really know where is the chinks in his armor. So yeah, just a really solid player. I can't wait to see him actually this tournament. And the mask.
Man, he should bring the mask for if he goes into the IRL tournament. Man, that's gonna be amazing, right? Yeah, and yeah, of course, that's one of our top 16 players. Let's look at the next one, which is LazyGuru. Not too lazy because he is in the top 16. Let's listen to Kinto to break down his character card.
Yeah, so we have LazyGuru here, Open 6, top 4. He has been in the competitive scene quite a lot. Has played an insane amount of games this season with 4.8k, a win rate of 57%. LazyGuru is great player in the community, also part of Paragons. He's always supporting everyone, participating in streaming. I love Lazy. So yeah, most played Paragon is Cepius, which it's understandable. This is a great Paragon to be played before and now. So yeah.
Yeah, so that's LazyGuru, and our next player is gonna be, and of course, one of the top 16 again. It's Ahil, new one coming in, and that's from Tilt. Let's listen to the Factor do give us a short breakdown on this card.
Yeah, cool. So Orhill's very, very strong, super, super strong on the ladder, actually. He is very locked in at the moment in Deception. So 59% win ratio, nearly 4,500 games played. He knows the meta very well. I'm interested to see what he's going to bring to today's tournament.
Thank you for that, the Factor. The next player for the top 16 is going to be XC Win. Let's listen to Kinto to give us a short breakdown.
Yeah, we have XC Win here, Open 1 runner-up, total games played nearly 2K, a win rate of 61%. Most played Paragon has been Kathy this season. Yeah, really good player. XC always participating in tournaments too.
Yeah, we're seeing XC going up again. And for the next player in the top 16, let's look at Perp. And yeah, let's listen to the Factor to give us a short intro to Perp.
Yeah, so Perp's name is synonymous with innovation. So I'm expecting Perp to turn up again today and show us what he's been cooking in Deception. He's known for very funky, creative decks. Let's see what he's got up his sleeve today, the Magician.
Yeah, the Magician with the standing desk as well. Let's look at the next player in the top 16. And as we are looking, again, thank you to the Echelon Prime Foundation for making this happen. Pandapple is right back up here. And let's listen to Kinto to break this down.
Yeah, Pandapple, one of those players who is always at the top seats. Major 1, top 8, total games played 2.4K here with a win rate of 58%. Most played Paragon, different from the rest, has been Neve. So yeah, really excited to see Pandapple in this major, how he performs.
Yeah, second chance here at Major 2. Let's see the next player for our top 16. And it's going to be Decker, the Factor. Can you tell us more about him?
Yeah, so Decker with like significantly lower amount of games played at 950, but a very respectable win ratio of 62%. Most games played with Kathy as well. Again, that's going to be pre-Deception, but I think he does have an affinity to Marco, so I'd be surprised if he doesn't do well with the Marco deck if he brings it today, but we're going to find out soon.
Yeah, so the next player is going to be the Meat, of course. And this is going to be broken down by Kinto.
Yeah, Meat Value, remember when he joined Paragons, he was new and has been dominated ever since. Minor 4, top 8, total games played 2.8K with a nice win rate of 64%. Most played Paragon has been Kathy this season. Really nice.
Yep, let's see the Meat in play. And the top 13 seat is going to be Agroboy 22. Let's listen to... Oh, wait, he changed his name. It was Sora. Wait. Oh, no, we don't have Agroboy 22 here on the card. Let's look at Sora right now first.
Yeah, we'll talk about...
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, there you go, there you go.
Agroboy. Yeah.
Agroboy, there you go.
Nice. Hello, Agroboy. Nice. So yeah, Agroboy, relatively new name in the scene. So I think we're all quite keen to kind of see what he's got cooking at this tournament. He has been having a big push on the ladder. So he's quite far off on the ladder. And look at that as well. Most played has been New Dawn. So fair play to him. I think that's been quite brave. Probably not got quite the same win ratio as the others, but that doesn't necessarily always count against you in a tournament. So yeah, fair play to him. I wish him the best of luck in today's tournament.
Yeah, I want to see Agroboy play here, man. Like, it's the first time I'm seeing him here. Let's look at the next seed, which is Sora. Let's listen to Kinto to give us a short rundown.
Yeah, Sora, minor 6, top 8, total games played 4.6K, really high, and with a really nice win rate of 62%. Most played Paragon has been Kathy. Sora has been in every competition I remember, I think, so really nice for him. in this one. All the luck.
Yep. And let's look at the next player. Top 15 seed. It is Egorik. The factor. Can you give us a short breakdown?
Yeah, I mean, Egorik is a regular in these tournaments, incredibly strong player. Probably one of those players that you really don't want to face too early on because he's just so difficult and he's very, very calculated in how he plays. So, yeah, 64% win ratio is right up there amongst the top amongst these players here today. Just a great player all round. I'd be surprised if he doesn't do well today.
Yep, and of course, the last seed is going to be Dmoney. Let's listen to Kinto to give us a short breakdown.
Well, Dmoney, great guy from the community. September top 50. Total games played 1.5k basically, with a win rate of 65% in the higher end of those win rates from these pro players. And then most played Paragon has been Cipius. Really nice for Dmoney.
Yeah, that's it. That is our players. Then let's go for the next, or rather, the breakdown of our players in terms of their decks. And the first match, it is going to be imcute versus Dmoney. The first match is going to be streamed live here with our casters, the Factor and Kinto. Let's look at their decks right now, and let's start with imcute. And imcute is going to be bringing Lemieux. No surprise here. Let's listen to the Factor to break this down.
Yeah, so Lemieux has become overnight with the launch of Deception one of the, if not the strongest decks in the game. A very quick deck, but a deck that doesn't just rely on early board tempo. It's got a lot of good burn in the deck as well. So it's very reminiscent of what we saw with Cathy, because we see the likes of the fleet support in this deck, as we saw with Cathy burn before. We see again also Scimitar Captain, so you can kind of really utilize that with fleet support, where you're able to then basically make your opponent discard 2 cards in a turn. That can be quite brutal actually, but it's also using some new cards from Deception, so things like Rite of Redemption, which is basically the universal Dark Propose card. It allows you to banish to a non-existent singularity. It allows you to banish basically a damage card, very strong. But the big, probably MVP card, I think, in this deck is Lemieux's Reign, a 2-cost card that allows you to basically choose 3 from 3 options, and all 3 of those options are fantastic, and we're going to see it in the game. So I like this deck a lot. It's a tricky one to deal with, because, as I say, they're quite good early game, and then they've got that late game burst burn to finish you off. So yeah, this should do well.
Yeah, I like this deck and also hate it, but of course we're going to be seeing it in this tournament. Let's look at the next deck that imcute brought to the table. And it's going to be Gafar. Okay, Kinto, this is going to be a challenge. Let's listen to how he breaks this down.
Okay, Gafar, which many tour players have been calling a meme. So really nice to see it here. We have the Stewie of the Garden, Tanak for early tempo, Tradecraft Instructor, the Alvaro, Lord Harp, Maya Mancer, really important card in every deck right now. The Ruined Tinker, once again, this was an initial card that was playing in Gafar right in the beginning, and now it's having the spotlight again. Unassuming Agent, another card from Deception that has been dominating in the ladder. Play it early and you get a really good advantage. We have the Terra Glider, a classic earthen card. Only one Gafar Peacekeeper, not relying too much on the monsters, it seems, and the pacifist. Gafar the Vigilant, really nice card to prevent those combos, especially from Cipius, and make your opponent discard. We have Wong, a classic, no snitching, relic repurposing for all the CP relics and any relic. Change of Heart, another key card in Gafar. Mycotoxic Vapor, first time seeing it here, but really nice one. Formidable Presence, and then Triumph of Earth for that combo kill with a nice board. Really, really nice list here from imcute. Excited to see it.
Real nice list indeed, especially with the Granny, and that's an amazing card to see Deception. Let's look at the next deck of imcute, and it this is an amazing uni workshop, if I see it correctly. Let's just do the factor to break this down.
Yeah, you do see it correct. It is Uni Workshop, but it's Uni Workshop as not as we've seen it before at these tournaments. We don't see Hacker in this deck, and that was a kind of like a core piece to Uni Workshop. We still see, of course, the ladies, but we don't see Desmond. So Desmond's been cut as well now. So we're not seeing Desmond, not seeing Hacker. We are seeing things, some space here to make room for things like Bombardment, Right of Redemption. So those are two good removal cards that have been brought in from the Deception set. And I'm also seeing some interesting like tech cards in here, like Horizon Acolyte is in there, which is kind of cool, just to give you a little bit of draw, I believe. And then you've got the usual relics, usual suspects of Cyberdeck Drone Printer. I haven't really come across this deck too much actually, so I am very keen to see how it does in the tournament today.
Yeah, I want to see this. I want to see this get played as well. This is like a different deck list that I'm running in uni, and if it's here in this tournament, it must be really great. So let's look at the next deck of imcute. And this is the dreaded Scipius deck, of course. Let's listen to our Katari master, Kinto.
Okay, so we have here the Scipius deck with the classic Hydrolysis chamber, a key card here, a stabilized shard, Cyberdeck console, another card that many are using in tournaments to prevent combos, especially from Lemieux, for example, or Retard Strike, and all of that. The wannabe Warlord, I've seen him in some lists. Really excited to see it in a tournament. Cunning Diplomat, Raven, which has been a dreaded card here, paired up with a Hydrolysis Chamber, ATN Speculator for those that relic removal and buffing, Magna Tempest Wheel, Maritus, which is the centerpiece of this deck for the insane combo with the Eden Hammer and the Leviathan. Maya Mancer, another card that's been in every deck. Gaius and Julius, the Levia King, as some call it.
Yeah.
Wong, Purveyor of Curiosities, the Rubicon, Eden Hammer, Otius, and then all these effects: Swelling Tide, Cerulean Surge. Another one of the combos: Cytokinesis, Bombardment. This is a big deck. But yeah, a combo deck that revolves around Maritus having an insane lethal.
Look at that, just
yeah.
one time for Europa, bro. Like it's not really come back from its glory days. But let's look at how Dmoney is going to be fighting the decks of imcute. And the first one from Dmoney is going to be ADHQ. The factor, this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, ADHQ, I think, is going to be, well, I thought it was actually going to be one of the paragons that got a nice boost in Deception. I'm really happy that Dmoney has brought it because I find ADHQ to be very strong, actually. Once they get going and they start to snowball, it's really difficult to get on the board, because they have all of their units, their vehicles that are getting buffed. So, yeah, he's loaded up with things like Armored Support, Armored Systems Analyst, Armored Systems Engineer. These are the two kind of one drops that come from Deception that can give you buffs to your vehicles, and it's got Right Redemption in there. Not a lot of effects, actually, not a lot of removal. You don't tend to need it in ADHQ. It's just about flooding the board with as many vehicles as you can, and then just trying to then get that collective buff. So I am very interested to see this because I think ADHQ's got a nice bit of power from Deception.
Yeah, this is surprising indeed. We are going to see the next deck of Dmoney for this tournament. And it's going to be Scipius. Oh, man. How does this compare to the other Scipius deck, Kinto?
Yeah, same setup here with the relics. We see also the wannabe Warlord seems to be a centerpiece of a combo. We see the Scanner Probe here. 3 Ancient Speculators. Dmoney seems to be expecting to play a lot of Scipius, I guess. Then the combo cards: Maritus, Leviathan, Eden Hammer. Some effects, which are the Cerulean Surge key card, also Bombardment. We see Paid Off here. Really nice card to probably steal Maritus in a mirror, something like that. And then Synchronicity here also to exacerbate the combo. Really nice list here for Dmoney. Excited to see it in play. Bit different. This is what I'm saying about different lists from top players.
Wannabe Warlord is something interesting. Once it gets to hit a certain stat line, oh, you have to see it. Okay, so let's look at the next deck of Dmoney. Okay, so here we have it, Neve. I think this is the first shroud that we've seen today. Let's listen to the factor.
Yeah, this is interesting because what we're seeing in Deception so far is there's a little bit of an evolution with the Neve decks where before I think they were having around sort of like 14, 15 units, but that's been cut down a little bit now. And we're seeing players push for more effects to take the effect total to closer to 30. So we can see here in Dmoney's Neve deck that he's included Bombardment and there's 2 Dark Dealings in here, not 1. So Dmoney's really trying to use the Dark Dealings to be able to either take more damage or try and bring back some key cards. And there's also Paid Off, which is starting to make its way into more Neve decks now, and it's a really cool card. Of course, we've seen that at a lot of tournaments. And then a couple of key units in here. Certainly Solace is a really big one. That's one of the best unit cards, I think, if not the best one since Deception launch for Shroud. And then we've got 2 Miasmancers. So seeing Miasmancers in a Neve deck is something we've not really seen too often, but because of the meta, especially because of Sippy, I think Miasmancers are in there just to try and help against that, and also maybe against things like Kafar as well. So yeah, really cool to see the evolution of Neve.
Yeah, let's see if Dmoney took those Dark Dealings seriously, because like, man, that's a crazy card. I usually have just one off, but it's very, very dangerous, but very, very useful as well. And that's gonna be the last deck for Dmoney. Let's look at the bans from both our players. And we have it right here. Dmoney's Ogencore has been banned, and imcute Lemieux has been banned. Let's listen to your thoughts. Let's listen first to Kinto to give us a thought about these bans.
Yeah, so Dmoney here, banning Marco as his deck. He's expecting a bunch. Like, wait, didn't we see a CPU's list from Dmoney? We don't see it here. Anyways, if he's playing CPUs, I guess he is expecting a mirror because he's going with the triple agent speculator for those relics. Either way, it's a nice ban here. And for imcute banning Augencore, I think he is in a good spot since he's going with CPUs and a uni deck against Dmoney's decks, which means his decks are very versatile in this aspect. Overall, I'm excited to see. Like, I want to see everything in play and start having some more ideas about why these bans were like they were.
Yeah, how about you, the Factor? Any thoughts regarding those bans?
Yeah, I mean, I think Lemmy is, because it's so strong against so many different paragons and parallels right now, I'm almost not surprised to see that, because Lemmy's become the new Kathy Burton, basically. And we knew from like previous tournaments that Kathy was just very, very powerful, and a lot of players didn't want to go up against that. So not surprised there. I think with Dmoney, as you pointed out, Quinto, I think we did see a Sippy deck rather than Algoncore. So I'm wondering if that was the deck that was banned, the Sippy deck, because then I wouldn't be surprised from imcute, because the Sippy deck that Dmoney had was quite interesting and quite hard.
Yeah, bro, we're gonna be seeing it quite soon because it was not banned. But
Oh
yeah, this
wow,
is our first match: Dmoney versus imcute. Guys, first match of the majors. The Factor and Kinto, take it away.
cool. Welcome back, Quinto. How you doing?
Thank you, sir. All good, all good. Really excited to be once again casting a major alongside your side.
Same here. And we can see from the mulligans that imcute's really done his mulligan fairly quickly. Dmoney was opting to keep the bombardment there. Probably just thinking, do I need to contain an early quick board from imcute? So yeah, Dmoney just trying to think about whether he needs to play defensive or not. We can see that he's got Solace in his hand as well. He's not got any 1-drops there, but it's okay. He can scheme the next turn, and he can potentially then go into a Requisitioner to give him a bit of a energy ramp. But for imcute, look at imcute. He's got 2 of the unassuming agents, aka the grannies, as they're called collectively around the community. So Granny could really lock Dmoney down here a bit.
Yeah, definitely a granny here definitely can be detrimental to Dmoney in this scenario for sure. Really excited to see what Dmoney does here. He's going for the treasure scheming, but imcute has 2 grannies.
Yeah, he's looking. You see his reaction. He's like, "Oh, great! I
Yeah,
came here
he's
to
like,
take a
I'm so
granny, and there's
cooked.
another one." Yeah. Yeah, so I think he will take one. He does, and he knows now that like he's probably going to get locked down on energy this turn because
Yeah.
unassuming agent is played, and so that now means if anyone that's unfamiliar with the card, that Dmoney can't bank until I'm the end of imcute's next turn. So he's kind of locked there at 2 energy.
Yep.
However, he did just top deck a scheming, so that's actually not a bad thing to play here when you're on 2 energy, and he does opt to play it. So he's got an option here of taking either Change of Heart. He can take the Terror Glider if he wants to, and he does take the Terror Glider. I think that's the right play there. Don't want the board to be spiraling out of control. He could have taken the Tradecraft Instructor, but honestly, I think you take the Terror the Terror Glider there.
So he's banking here the Change of Heart. Interesting. He's setting up the board for big damage. Another unassuming agent.
The interesting thing here is that if Dmoney wasn't behind a little bit on energy, because he's 1 energy behind now, he would be in a perfect spot to just like bombard this.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
the bombardment will wipe it. But yeah,
it would have been a I think career-ending bombardment there.
yeah. I mean, he does have the option though of going into the Zealous Requisitioner, which will give him that energy ramp. I think he's just wondering, do I play it and then potentially buff that board? Because I think he's thinking if I play a unit here, and if he pacifies that, then the board's just going to get even more worse. But I think it's the play here because he has 2 things in his singularity. So here comes the Zealous Requisitioner, which will basically take something from a random card from his singularity and put it in his bank. So that kind of gives him back that energy he was behind on.
imcute with a clutch Wong here to cycle his deck, find some answers in case this board disappears. imcute thinking about Harf.
Oof.
So yeah, it's gonna be
this is
big dam here. Aggro.
Yeah, this is a little bit scary. This actually, because every time that Tradecraft Instructor is attacking as well, it's buffing.
Oof.
It's buffing
Look at
something
that
in the deck, isn't it?
From imcute there, the Far the Vigilant for that extra
huge.
5 damage out of nowhere. And Dmoney already used 2 treasures also.
Yeah. Yeah, Dmoney in a little bit of a spot. I mean, to be honest, what does he do here? He almost needs to look at some kind of a clear. So I think we're going to see bombardment. We do. That's going to wipe everything apart from Wong.
I like the Alvaro here from imcute, like really doing that 3 damage, that extra damage there.
Here we go.
It's
nice.
It's good. It's good. So now we're probably gonna see a Far the Vigilant here from imcute, just to ship in some damage.
Yeah. The tricky thing here, you're absolutely right. I think I'd be really surprised if we don't see Gafar the Vigilant played here. It's the perfect. It's a 7/7 as well. So all those Tradecraft Instructors have buffed it to a 7. Takes Dmoney down to 6 here. And now imcute can kind of look at his waist and discard something which is going to discard all copies. So there's no more Zealous Requisitioner for Dmoney. You can't get that energy ramp now. And the only way, well, he has a couple of ways to remove this. He could use Solace to send it back, but that's not really ideal because it's just going to come back the next turn. He could use the Eclipse Fate. He needs to get it off the board though. Otherwise, he is dead.
So imcute has a combo already in hand. If he draws like more cheap units, he can just play everything, especially with the Harf, reduce the cost of Triumph of Earth, and do the lethal damage that's left here. However, on Dmoney's side, he essentially wants to play Malia to start healing a bit. But the pressure from imcute is just wild. He also has Gafar Steel that can stick to the board and give that extra damage from Triumph of Earth, for example. So imcute is in a good position. He already has Dmoney at a very low health. Dmoney still can't play Neve, even with this stabilized shard, I believe. Oh, actually, he can next turn with Take It or Leave It. So, ooh, Relic Repurposing.
Yeah, that's pretty nice,
Oof,
actually.
this is
The relic
nice.
repurposing coming in. Yeah. And then throwing the half down as well, just to make it even more tricky for him to take it or leave it into a Neve. Really good. He's actually going to
Okay.
use the Triumph there. He's going to take Dmoney down to 2. And he's going to use relic repurposing to get rid of that ramp. So I think for Dmoney, this is looking really difficult now. He's on the ropes
Another
here.
Triumph of Earth. Wow. Wow, what a lockdown.
Yeah.
I mean, this list from imcute is really nice. The way he managed to just be super aggro in the beginning, get like Triumph of Earth falls easily, like synergizes easily with the strategy. It's not like it doesn't feel like a brick in this situation.
No.
He's just shipping away damage here to Neve. That's what he's got to do. Now Dmoney is in a very tricky position, won't be able to deal with this board. Even with Malia in hand, he won't be able to heal. He practically doesn't have an answer. So I'm thinking imcute is gonna take this one home.
Yeah, I love what you just said there. I mean, imcute's list is very front foot facing, isn't it? As in, like, every card that he's getting is putting his opponent on the back foot, and he's just constantly putting the opponent under pressure. So yeah, it's been tricky, but Dmoney done relatively well there, I think. You know, able to get the Malia down for a little heal, use Solace to remove, but
Does he have it with Gafar? Yeah, he does. Exact
he
lethal
does, yeah.
here for imcute.
Yeah.
Let's go. Wow.
Very nice. Yeah,
For a
really
minute
tough.
there, I was like, Dmoney is just gonna use bombardment. Imcute's board is gonna disappear. How he's gonna recover from this one? He played really well, expecting like blocking out any sort of big removal, dropping that Alvaro to do that little extra damage. Every bit of damage in this match, if you're playing Gafar versus a Shroud deck, every bit of damage counts. So really nice, well done by imcute here.
Yeah, I agree. I think imcute played that perfectly. He got some great cards coming in as well. His draw was really nice, but the fact that he was able to kind of like frustrate Dmoney early as well by playing the Granny, unassuming agent, kind of just like stopped him for like one turn.
Yeah.
We saw it as well, didn't we? That like Dmoney used the scheming on curve. He looked at his hand and he thought, "Oh no, you know, like he's already got 2 grannies, which means I'm going to be a little bit behind."
He was like, oh no.
Yeah, it's like, no,
And I mean,
not
and the
that
bad
card.
thing
But
is that he had no snitching, but the thing is that no snitching is like having no snitching against the unassuming agents is bad because like if you no snitch it, then it doesn't go to your bank if it dies. And the muster is what activates the effect that doesn't let you bank. So we have here imcute with a win with Earthen. What do you think he's gonna play now?
what do I think imcute's going to play now? I would like to say Sippy, actually. I'd like to say Sippy, but I mean, he could go the uni workshop that we saw that was kind of interesting, and he does. There you go.
There it is.
So uni workshop into, and Dmoney sticks with Neve here, which is interesting. I've actually not really seen this matchup with these new lists, so I'm kind of curious to see how well Neve does with it, because we know with Neve, if she can get that board going, then it's really difficult, even with say like bombardment. Some of these units are going to be outside of range of a bombardment on their health. So yeah, I'm interested to see whether Dmoney can actually finally get to his Neve in this matchup here now.
Yeah.
imcute with the quick mulligan.
So Dmoney going
Hmm.
On the draw here, has a chance to re-mulligan, find what he needs, going again with Neve.
Yeah.
So now I'm
I
cute
mean,
with the Sanctuary first, which is a great card in Universal, like just cycling cards that you don't need and getting probably something really good, like a lady, for example. So he's gonna go right away and cycle this Slinger. Gets, yep.
yeah, nice. I really a big fan of this card actually, Black Market Sentry. We haven't seen a card like this so far in the game. A nice kind of stat line of 4/4 on a 2-cost unit. Now, it's obviously important to bear in mind that the 4 for attack is only pertinent when it comes to trading. If you go face, it's actually doing 2 damage rather than 4, but it's still a great unit to play on curve, isn't it, Quinzo?
Yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. This is a really sticky unit, difficult to remove right now. Dmoney is in a position where he can actually play a treasure scheming to start getting some stuff here. Goes right at it, probably gets that Maya Mancer, I believe, since it's a key card he wants to play in this matchup to block any of the ladies, for example. Also, the
Mm.
payoff might be a nice option here to just steal.
Yep.
Like, well, actually, Dmoney doesn't have a combo, I guess. So this payoff isn't that much of a problem. For him, would have expected him to go for the Maya Mancer. But
Yeah,
well,
I feel like Demon at the moment isn't too bothered about the units kind of coming on the board. I think he just wants to like scheme. Like I think he's just already planning to go back in the hand again and scheme potentially. But I agree. I think when you looked at D-Money's deck, it doesn't technically have that big combo. And I was wondering, does he just want to prevent I'm cute from maybe denying him Amalia that could, of course, help him late in the late game.
yeah, that's
Um,
true. Also,
yeah.
really nice to consider here this Sanctuary with the Black Market Sentry in play. You can, if you don't find an effect, for example, you can just cycle any of your cards. Like, for example, this Saboteur, Demon is not playing any any relic right now. So cycling the Saboteur, getting an effect so he can bank. He's in a
Ooh,
position. Yeah, this is exactly what's gonna happen. But let's
mm,
see if he gets. Yeah, no, he didn't.
no.
I thought that was an effect for a minute, but no, it was a target painter. So now I'm cute couldn't bank. He does have a lot of tempo, but couldn't bank a card, which sets him back in terms of draw, in terms of energy. So really important to play around, like to be able to play around this black market sentry in that way.
Yeah, it's one of those cards where in some decks, if you build the deck correct with like lots of different card types, you're usually finding a card type that's either like an upgrade or an effect, something other than a unit. So you know that you most of the time you're reliably going to find stuff that you can bank, even with the black market sentry on the board. A little bit unfortunate for IMQ that he wasn't able to find something there, and he, as you say, he's a little bit behind now on energy and draw.
He
Deep
does has
money.
good tempo though, which is
Mm.
really good in this matchup. The money finds his Malia here. I think he's expecting like to be able to play. Well, I wonder using an Eclipse Fate in that Maya Mancer would have been good or not. So yeah, it seems that Dmoney is locked down right now. He needs to find an answer to be able to deal with this board.
Oh,
Goes ahead, drops
okay.
collateral damage on the Sanctuary. Now I'm cute, can't cycle anything in his hand. Yeah, he gets Bombardment finally, something he can
Perfect.
bank
Yeah.
and
The
keep
perfect
attacking
card.
phase.
Yeah, that was the perfect card there for I'm cute, so we could keep banking because with bombardment, of course, he can still get it back out of his bank with the withdraw. That was really nice, and of course, the next turn, he ideally needs to get something else so we can bank that and not another unit, and then he can play Wong, and then he'll be able to refill his hand. Because at the moment, I'll be honest, I think when I look at I'm cute's hand, you know the drone painter isn't so super great. The misbanter is, of course, so we can use that to try and block and disrupt the money's Neve. but he needs to be able to try and get Wong down. And with Dmoney and the scheming in his hand, he wants to try and get that down as soon as he can before it gets schemed. So
Okay, goes
Dmoney
ahead
with the
and
Dira.
gets
Oh,
ladies.
nice. Okay.
It's one of imcute's ladies. Now Dmoney. Imcute is praying for something there.
Did you see him? Yeah, he was
Praying for
praying,
a
wasn't
bank
he? Big
for
time.
being able. Yeah,
Yeah.
he already getting rid of this black market sentry at this point in the game. He doesn't want it there. He wants to bank, cycle his deck, get energy. So goes ahead, plays a Wong, gets a
Nice.
nice 3-card Wong here. Probably buffing
Yeah.
the defense Juggernaut. No, he wanted the buff to go on the defense Juggernaut. It didn't. Now Dmoney is left up with a really nice hand here. He has lots to do, can play a lot of stuff. Already stole one of imcute's ladies. He's at a healthy 20 health, so it's not like too much pressure here for Dmoney. He can definitely deal with this board with some of his answers.
Yeah, he's got a few choices, hasn't he? Like the Wong definitely has to come off the board if possible. So he's gonna, I think, is he gonna play Solace here to just use it on the Wong? He is, yeah. Yeah. So then Wong is going to be a corrupted unit. So if imcute wants to play it, he's gonna have to take 5 damage to play it. And you can see almost like a nod of appreciation from like imcute of, yeah, okay, fine. So I get my Wong back and it's corrupted.
Yep. Okay. So we see there a nice bombardment in imcute's hand, which can help him to clear Solis, which can go out of control. He decides to go with Cyber Deck Console here.
I think that's good. Yeah, this is good as well. I like this. Using Right of Redemption, and Dmoney appreciates it as well. That Right of Redemption, just so you can get Solace off the board, is massive because you don't want that to stick on the board for any length of time because you're running a deck that's full of units and you don't want to be taking corrupted damage on all of your units. So I really like that. And I also like the fact you've got the Cyber Deck down. He has in his hand some good cards as well that he could use to really disrupt and stop some effects here. So he's got 2 costs in his hand. He's got 3 costs in his hand there. He doesn't have he has a 4, which is the bombardment. So he's got a lot of ways here to kind of stop Dmoney from playing some effects. It's going to be interesting. Plus, he has the Alvaro down as well. So he's really in a nice position. imcute. And look, you can see Dmoney's a little bit stressed because he's like, oh man, like if he's got 2 defenders, he's got a Cyber Deck, he's got an Alvaro. I don't have enough here. And look, it's just going to get blocked. That's brilliant. So one of the most powerful cards in Shroud's arsenal, the Eclipse Fate, is blocked because of that Cyber Deck. What a blow
What a
for
play.
Dmoney. Yeah.
What a play by MQ, dropping that Cyber Deck Console, preventing. Was he thinking about that Eclipse Fate probably messing up with his tempo?
Yeah, I think so. Or even a possible scheming or erasure. He just had so many nice options in his hand, didn't he, to basically block any type of play there, really, from Dmoney. And it worked so well.
Wonder
So
if we're
Dmoney
seeing a
now.
Dominion here. Goes ahead
Yeah,
and
we
plays it.
will.
It's going to be around 7 damage here for Dmoney, but he is setting up his Malia.
Yeah.
Which only will have 4 damage in this case. And imcute finds an Ingrid, so goes ahead and plays his corrupted Wong, keeps cycling his deck, gets that drone printer, another Alvaro, which is key in this match.
Yeah. Oh, and it buffs as well. It buffs the defender
This is
Juggernaut to
perfect
6.
here from imcute. imcute setting up the Alvaro for that clutch checkmate here. Anything that Dmoney wants to play now will suffer from 3 damage.
I mean, Dmoney is at the point where he can play Neve, but if he kills, say, the 6/6, he's still going to have to hope that he gets some kind of defender. Maybe he gets like a Malia or something that comes in, gives him a heal. Doesn't have a lot of good plays here. He's at 7. Oh, this is a tricky one. And of course, the Cyber Deck, with that being down, anything he would play in terms of effects get blocked. So here comes Neve.
Ooh, this is good. Gets a defender there. with the assembly foreman.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't get a defender with the foreman.
Oh, he doesn't.
It's
It doesn't
the
trigger
other
it.
one. It's the other one. Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, it's the other one. True.
Yeah.
My bad.
Oh, he gets
Oof,
that
gets
though.
the-
He gets the student of Shoshana. That's
yeah, the student of
nice.
Shoshana, it's Kiyu, but he got it too late. Oh my god.
Yes.
So
And
now he's just
no
gonna
defender.
be no
Oh.
defender. I think this is it for Dmoney. It's already 6 damage. Can he do something with Ingrid here?
He's gonna have to look
Yeah,
and try,
he can-
isn't
he
he?
can
Here comes
steal
Ingrid. Yeah, and she steals it.
Steal a
Yeah.
unit and attack with it.
And Dmoney is
Student
like
Shoshana.
putting his thumb up to say, "Yeah, well done. You got me again. A lot of good pressure. Just
Got him.
you know that. Yeah,
Oh my god.
really got him as well. Oh, brutal for Dmoney, but so fantastic for
I mean,
imcute.
imcute is being playing magnificently in the sense that
Yeah.
he is like, I mean, Dmoney playing Neve, I think it's a weakness in this case because imcute is playing in a way where he's like shipping in damage. Even if he gets a setback, for example, from the black market sentry, he's able to keep his board alive, gets that clutch cyber deck console, blocks out
Yeah.
at Eclipse Fade, which was gonna banish essentially his 2 defense Juggernaut, and manages to keep the tempo, to keep chipping in damage, forces a Neve Dominion, gets the Alvaros, and like it's the same script from the Afar deck. It's like chipping in damage, preventing, for example, the bombardment, and getting the lethal kill by the end. Just showcasing a really good outplay here, I would say.
Yeah.
Like
I think
outplaying your
also as-
opponent in that way.
Yeah, absolutely. Like what we've seen for the last 2 games by imcute is he's just put Dmoney under so much pressure on the board. He's been able to do so much damage that he's taking Dmoney to the point where he either needs to then play something and hope for a miracle, or he needs to then just try and remove all the stuff that's on the board in kind of like one go to save himself. I mean, Neve hasn't quite been working so far for Dmoney. Do we expect him to stick with it or now switch for the next game? Because I feel like he needs a switch here now. I mean, he has to win with it anyway, but I think it's a switch. It's not working for him personally.
I've seen this happen. Like I always talk about this. I've seen it happen time and time again, where a player just goes ahead and it's like in a mentality where it's like I want to win with this deck. I want to win with this deck first, and then they go like clean 0-3 because they can't manage to win with the deck and never change the strategy. Like thinking what your opponent is going to play, and then I change here. He finally did it. He's going with the ADHQ secret under his leaf Paragon. So really excited to see, but facing basically the best deck in the meta right now. So wonder how it will play out in this case.
Yeah, I like that he's made a switch here. I think, it's time just to kind of come back to Neve a little bit later and try a different deck out that you can maybe drive a bit better with. So I'm excited for this because Dmoney's ADHQ has a lot of the armored systems units, which aren't vehicles, but they provide buffs to vehicles in some way, either through stat buff or energy cost reduction. You can see here at the moment he's deciding what do I want to keep. So he does keep Crimson Fleet Machinist. He's looking to keep Armored Systems Analyst as well. And he's got Nora, which of course is really great in an ADHQ where she can turn everything into a vehicle. For imcute with his Sippy deck, he has the Cunning Diplomat, Bombardment, and he's already had the Chamber, which he's played on 1, which is perfect. So let's see what is the first unit that Dmoney is going to go with here. He's got another armored systems unit in there as well. So he's got his 1-drops plus another Crimson Fleet Machinist. So he's actually got the potential here to start playing a lot of quick early board pressure. One of the issues with doing that against Sippy is that with the chamber on the board, Dmoney might be thinking, oh, you know what? Like I'm going to start maybe feeding imcute's energy ramp with things like Raven and the chamber, but he opts to go with the armored systems analyst. And imcute just plays the Cunning Diplomat. He does get the Rubicon. So the Rubicon is a big card in this deck, but probably drew it a little early. Let's see what he does.
Yeah, it seems that Dmoney needs to set up a big board here, start dropping his vehicles, his buffs really early on. He has a really nice hand here for cheap units and all of that. However, imcute is getting a good setup with the Hydraulics Chamber, has a bombardment in hand, which he can play here, goes ahead and plays Raven um, to essentially clear this Red Sound Scout, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, what's
Which,
interesting here as well is that as soon as he top decked that, he just immediately picked it. It was like, yes, this is what I was looking for. So now I've got like a nice way to remove a bit of a threat. I'm going to get some nice double energy ramp as well. And that sets him up quite nicely. He doesn't quite have some of those big units, though, that he's looking for, like the Leviathan or the Leviathan, as you said in the pre, which I like. But yeah, he's containing at the moment. For Dmoney, he's actually got quite a nice next turn because he can play Nora if he wants to, and then start to,
yeah,
get the vehicles going. I think that's probably the
Nora is
better
a
play.
big
But if
card
he opted
here.
not to, yeah, he could
Playing a
also do
curve
double
is
one drop,
essential.
triple one drop.
Okay. So he doesn't know what to do. He's like, do I need this bombardment here? It's probably like he knows he needs that bombardment, but doesn't. Oh my god, he gets another Hydraulic Chamber. But that's good. That's good. He banked it. That's good. He banked the other one because now he has a new one. Not what he wants to see. Definitely 3 Hydraulic Chambers right away.
Yeah.
Goes ahead and plays Nura Dmoney. Now every unit in his deck is a vehicle, big synergy with what he's playing here. He knows he's in a good position. On the other hand, imcute is just struggling to draw something good.
Oh
Ooh, this is
wow!
not what I want to
Gets
see.
another take
Definitely
it or
more
leave it.
bombardment.
Deary me! Wow. Okay, so to be fair, imcute has had some insane draws on the last 2 games, so it's starting to equal itself out a little bit here. But yeah, he does now have the hammer, but he needs to get something something else the next turn that he can ideally try to play. Let's have a little look here. For Dmoney, this is great because he can just repopulate the board again, keep the pressure going. He also has a Cathy that's not a Cathy. He has the Cathy that you cannot be played in a Cathy deck, but it's essentially Cathy.
Yeah.
And he's also got, he's got some good cards here. He's actually got some great cards. He's in a good spot. He hasn't played
Yeah,
his
I guess
Paragon
it's
yet
out
either.
also.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good spot. I like this from
Yeah,
Dmoney.
Dmoney is
I
in a
feel like
nice
I'm
spot.
looking. Yeah, I feel like I'm looking at his body language as well. He seems to be a little bit more happier with how the start of this game is going rather than how it went for the last 2. Here comes the Vindicator, which is going to be a 3/5. So more pressure here from Dmoney.
Nothing
Oh
here
dear.
for imcute.
No.
He's
This
in
is
a
so
position where
unusual.
he's like, what should I do? He's forced to play this Edian Hammer and let it die, basically. And Dmoney is going to be able to stick his Paragon and start dealing, like, start getting battle ready on all of his vehicles, on all of his units, essentially. And start putting in some damage to imcute. Then imcute gets married to one piece of the puzzle here. He essentially needs Levia King now for that draw, delete, and then play Maritus the turn after, or probably next turn. We'll see.
Yeah, that was. It's been very unusual so far for imcute. I mean, I play quite a bit Sippy on the ladder, and I haven't really seen players with a Sippy deck kind of struggle to find the things that they're looking for to get the engine going. So really unlucky with the draws for imcute. Here comes ADHQ on the board for Dmoney. Now means that he's going to get a draw, and he does get the artillery volley.
Yeah,
that's which is okay. He can keep the pressure going. He's got those.
These wall breakers are going to
breakers.
be nice
Yeah.
here. for
Yeah, the
damage.
wall breakers are really interesting.
2-cost unit, 4-1 with armed, and they're gonna get battle ready from the Paragon.
Here we
He's
go.
gonna start
Yeah,
dealing that big dam here. There we go.
yeah, really good. A lot
So
of pressure. I mean,
imcute is now in essentially in a TikTok situation where he has his minutes counted and decides
yes,
to
yes,
go
he's on the
right
clock.
away with Maritus here. Is this a desperate play?
It feels like it. Yeah. I mean, you don't. I
He
don't
just
think
wants to
ideally you
deal
want
with
to
the
be
Paragon,
playing.
I think.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This isn't ideal for him, but what else can he do? You know, he's almost just like, I've just got to put something down because I'm about to
Yeah.
die if I don't do something here.
Yeah. So drops Cipius, triggers the Maritus monster, gets the
Oh, there it
Levia
is.
King now, and discards
Yeah.
it because of the Raven monster.
Muster. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, we can see Maritus is losing health as well because she has the ability of the hammer.
So how does imcute win from here, actually? He already banked Otius, discarded the Levia King, doesn't have anything in hand. And Dmoney is just going to drop everything in his hand and attack immediately.
Yeah. I mean, a triumph can always get him back in, right? If he gets a triumph, that can always help him to just get back on the board
Well,
and
true.
try and deal with stuff. But it's getting tricky because, you know, like with the Paragon as a 1/7 and with, you know, like with the Crimson Fleet Machinist with buffed health as well, they're just sticky on the board. Even things like a bombardment's not going to reset it perfectly for you. So a little bit tricky. I think
Dmoney
D-Money's
thinking what to play here.
Yeah, another wall breaker. These are so nasty when the Paragon's on the board, right? Because they just come in, they just hit you with armed, they keep control of the board for you. They're so powerful. So Maritus is gone, and look at that. So it's going to be swelling tide here for imcute to see if he can get to. Oh, Wong. Wong's nice, actually.
Probably, yeah, Wong is nice. It's a triumph, no, but keep cycling, keep cycling.
Bombardment. Yeah, does get
Bombardment
bombardment.
is kind of good also, actually.
Yeah. He's got a lovely bombardment card as well. Look at this card, Quinto. Look how cool that looks.
Yeah,
the prime variant of bombardment. Yeah, it's lovely. So he does opt to play it.
Magna. He's gonna go for Magna here, no? No, he can't actually do that.
No, he doesn't. No.
So he needs Triumph of Europa right now, right? To get back his Maritus and get the Cerulean Surge also. But I don't know. I feel like Dmoney already has lethal in hand. I feel he's really close. Everything is a unit. He can just drop his bigger units and that's it.
Yeah, do you think he just needs to just drop the units down like the
vehicle,
Vindicator? Just go face.
I mean, why not?
Just put the pressure on. Yeah.
Yeah, put the pressure, end this game before, like, because imcute just needs a couple of things to essentially recreate his combo.
Yeah. And you're always in a race, aren't you, against this Sippy deck? Because you know that if they get the combo, then it's like an OTK. So you're in a race to kind of kill them massively before they get that OTK set up.
Yeah. And Maya Mancer here and go face. Like,
yeah.
Anything works.
I love the Mias Mancer play here, actually. I love it.
Yeah.
And it looks like D-Money's going to do it. Yeah, this is perfect. Block him. And you can see that imcute knows that he's just looking at it and he's like, yeah, okay, this is gone for me, this game. Yeah.
It's over.
Yeah. Mias Mancer, we've seen so many times, haven't we, over the past 2 seasons, Quinto, how powerful this is just to kind of lock in that win for you and to really put them in a checkmate.
Is this the beginning of a reverse sweep? We have seen it time and time again in this tournament. So I wonder if Dmoney, like, he looked really excited with his ADHQ deck, which had a nice curve, had Nura in the beginning, that helps a lot, and also imcute didn't have what he needed.
No. I mean, I think if we're going to say honest,
I've seen the CPU deck. I'm sorry. I've seen it
Hmm.
where it's like by turn 5 he has cycled like most of his deck and playing Maritus, dropping it, and it's over. So this was bad luck here for imcute in this sense.
your, your camera's your camera's getting
Yeah,
so
I don't know why.
excited by what you just
Yeah,
saw
my
there.
camera got
Yeah.
excited. My camera got
Your camera's
excited by that.
nodding in approval of what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like I think it was so rough actually for imcute, wasn't it? Because when we look at what he drew, his opening hand wasn't great. He had the chamber, he got the chamber down on 1, which was great. Then it was almost looking for the Raven. He didn't get that on 2, but then he got that on 3. Then he had kind of Diplomat, but he was getting a little bit bricked, and then he ended up kind of like just not being able to play much. And yeah, the good pressure though from Dmoney. That's what you need to do with ADHQ. Put them under pressure, get as many of your vehicles down as you can, and just put them on the back foot. And he's done it perfectly. But now we have a mirror. So this could be really interesting. Who gets the combo off before the other? Let's see. Okay, so Dmoney with Synchronicity, Idiot Hammer, Bombardment, Take It or Leave It, and Magna. Looks like he's going to keep them. He's going to redraw the Magna. It's a good play. I think he's probably looking for Hydralisk Chamber, which is what imcute got. He got 1. He's redrawing everything else. Keeping the second one. Okay, cool. And then for Dmoney, he's got the Raven. He's got the Leviathan already. But he's probably going to be also looking for the Hydralisk Chamber as well. Does he get one? Let's have a little look. We can see as well that imcute's already played his Hydralisk Chamber. He's on the play. And Dmoney with a lot of high-cost cards here, like Wong, Hammer. He's got paid off, but he has 2 Ravens, which is pretty nice. He just doesn't quite have the Chamber to kind of get that combo working nicely.
Yeah. This is going to be a race for who drops the combo first. And the thing is that Dmoney is running a 3 Asian Speculator, which is going to be super good for him in this matchup.
Yeah,
oh my god,
one.
imcute thought he could play Wong. He won't be able to play it because he can't play Take It or Leave It. So he messed up completely here. He can't play Take It or Leave It, can't play Wong. So now he's forced to just play the Hydralisk Chamber alone. This is not good. He's probably, well, you've seen it. He's
yeah, I can see his reaction here. Yeah, he's not happy with himself.
Reaction said it all.
Yeah, he's not happy. For a top player to be making that kind of slight oversight happens, but he's just got to like dust himself down and think about this game, because he can still turn this around, right? It's still early on, so
that's how reverse sweeps are born. Like Dmoney wins his first game, and now imcute like messes up, like does a big misplay in the second one. So yeah, it's a tricky spot. Now he can play Wong.
Yeah, now he can do it. Here's the combo. This is what he wanted to do. He can finally do it. So Wong comes down. What's he going to take from Wong here? Hydralisk Chamber, Leviathan, Bombardment.
Big Wong here.
He's like laughing, thinking, okay, yeah, I wanted that before.
Yeah.
Love it. I think this is the most animated we've ever seen imcute, actually. I don't remember seeing this animated. I'm trying to decide whether he's really enjoying it, or if he's just trying to laugh off the situation.
Yeah,
I think it's a mix of both.
I mean, sometimes all you gotta do is laugh, and that's it, to clear up the mind of the tilt.
This is nice from Dmoney. I like this. So he's using the Raven here. Okay, cool. So he's marked Wong. There's the Chamber as well. So we can remove this Wong next turn by killing the Raven. For imcute, he's got a couple of sort of fairly okay options here, actually.
Yeah, I think we're seeing Leviathan definitely, but how is that gonna happen actually? Okay, he's gonna go Synchronicity on the Wong. Really nice play here. Just big
It's
cycling
good.
of his deck.
It's really good. Swelling Tide's quite nice, actually. Yeah, it gets the Raven as well, so we can just have a bit of control on the board. I like it. Just in case, for the next turn, Dmoney throws something big down, you can use a
Oof.
Raven to remove it.
This is imcute is setting up for a big one here. Gets cytokinesis. Has basically a lot of his weapons loaded. This is like they say, this deck is the trickiest deck ever in parallel. So playing it right comes down to essentially really good measurement of what you can do in a single turn and how can you reach lethal with the energy you have.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
Playing with the
I know
chambers
that.
also.
Yeah, I know a lot of top players in the game have been practicing with this. I know that on one of Tyler's streams, he kind of saying that this deck gives him a headache because there's so much you have to do in the right order of play,
Yeah,
and then there's so
exactly.
much like you've got to think about what you bank, what's discarded. So it's a difficult one to pilot. Yeah, definitely. So
Okay, so
Dmoney with the
Dmoney
chamber.
drops the chamber. What is he gonna do here? He's gonna go second Raven.
Yeah, second Raven, and then kill both of the Wongs, right? He's not particularly happy with it, is he? He's looking at himself thinking, okay, yeah, it's not ideally how I wanted to use the synchronicity,
Yeah,
but at the end of the day, you keep control of the board.
but he's getting big energy here. The fact that
I mean, do you
Raven
think?
gets you energy also, it's wild.
Yeah, yeah, it's like double energy ramp.
Ooh,
It's mental.
really well played
Speculator
here
to
by
remove the
Dmoney.
chamber. Yeah,
Removing the
nice. Like
whole
it.
board. No Hyrule chamber.
Ooh, look at this. So this could be
Okay,
quite an
seems
interesting
imcute
swelling
keep
tide here.
cycling. It's
Yeah.
probably going for Maritus here.
Oh
Gets
dear.
it.
Yeah. We need to check to see what he's got in there. He doesn't
He
really have
doesn't
anything
have
in there,
it.
does he? No, he's got nothing in there.
Yeah.
So not yet.
Yeah. But he has another chamber. The thing is that Dmoney has another speculator. He has 3 in that deck. So every chamber is just gonna disappear, which is one of like the key cards in this deck. Okay.
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
where
the
it gets tricky.
speculator.
What to do here? Like, can't play the Leviathan because he draws a lot of cards. It needs to set up the Hyrule chamber, but that's gonna die. Cytokinesis is another one if he wants to search for his Edian hammer. Or Gaius and Julius, probably. Just to don't rely on the Hyrule chamber, be able to discard stuff.
What's he going for here? Yeah,
He's going for
hammer.
the
He
Edian
wants to get
hammer.
the hammer in the waist,
Yep.
doesn't he? Yeah, and then he's got he's got everything to do the combo basically. So
Ooh,
chamber
setting
comes
up the
back
Hyrule
down.
chamber is gonna die. No, no Hyrulist. Oh my god. Complete lockdown here from Dmoney. How is this Edian hammer or Leviathan gonna die now? How are they gonna die?
Okay, Money looking at the paid off here. Okay, Money just saying, let's see what I can take from your deck. I think he's going to try and go for the Maritus, but he's going to realize it's not there. So what does he take instead? Rubicon? He could take Rubicon. He takes the Vicodin. Okay.
And goes with the other speculator.
Cool.
Second one. Okay.
I think Dmoney's playing really good here. Just playing with what he's got in his hand, keeping control.
I wonder if it's going to be enough, actually. Like, if it's actually going to prevent imcute from getting his combo down. I want to see also how that Warlord plays here.
Yeah, so he's playing, he's basically discarding the Warlord.
imcute forced to bank the Edian hammer. Won't be able to play the Leviathan. Forced probably to play the Cyberdeck console or Bombardment.
He's actually going to go Bombardment, yeah.
But now Dmoney is going to drop the Leviathan and start rolling in a lot of cards, get his Hydrolysis Chamber. Probably he will probably be able to drop that combo first.
This is good. I like this from imcute. I think he played that really well. And then getting the Warlord in the waist as well, so that he can try and set that up to copy the abilities from it. Pretty wild, actually, if he gets that off. I haven't quite seen that yet myself in person, so I hope to see it. Leviathan, as you pointed out, though, Quinto comes down. It refills Dmoney's hand, so now he has the Cerulean Surge. He's got Maratus. We need to see actually Dmoney's waist at some point. We can't, can we? But yeah, Dmoney trying to set up the combo. I think imcute can try it though soon, no? Here comes
Okay,
half.
drops half for extra cost deductions. Is he going for Cerulean Surge here on the Leviathan? I don't think so. Dropping the one-away Warlord for Dmoney.
I don't know about that.
He doesn't know what to do.
Because you ideally want the wannabe Warlord in the waist, right? He's playing it though.
Yeah.
Okay. I think he just wanted to use his energy as well there, didn't he? Try and be efficient. So I'm cute with the Raven, but not really a clean way to use her. Looking in his waist, he's got 2 hammers in the waist, so he is going to go for it now. He's going for it. Here we go. Yeah, and then he gets the wannabe Warlord. Here we go, Quinto. This is it potentially. Is this going to get
Wannabe Warlord?
Yeah, Cerulean Surge.
Let's go. This
is the hammer abilities again. So here we go. It triggers it now. So the wannabe Warlord. This is going to attack twice. The stats.
That's gonna be it. That's gonna be for imcute here.
Yep.
Boom.
That is it. This is why the wannabe Warlord is in the deck.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
Really well done here.
And
for
that's
imcute.
it. That is it. Yeah, clip it and ship it. We see the wannabe Warlord copied by Maratus with the hammer, and that gives imcute the victory. He progresses to the next round.
There he goes.
Incredible stuff. Yeah, incredible.
Nice.
I'm so happy we saw that. Honestly.
Really nice to see the wannabe Warlord being played after all these years.
Yeah.
Like everyone knew he was a strong card, but didn't find its place, and now finally gets his place in a CPU's deck, actually. So really nice to see it.
Yeah.
Welcome back. So good, man. So good, guys. Like it was I was looking at it, guys. We were looking at it during the deck list, and now we see the wannabe Warlord just no longer be a wannabe.
Yeah.
Having
no
longer a wannabe. Man, it's like even when wannabe Warlord or maybe Maratus gets played, Spice Girls comes up, like the music. That should be the music. That should be the soundtrack right there when it gets hit, right?
Oh my God.
With Relentless.
Can't believe it.
Can't believe it. But man, like amazing win still for imcute for getting that win. Of course he is a minor winner, right? And you can't expect anything less from him, right? Even though there was like one rocky match, but it looked like it was all the strategy from ADHQ. That's how you win against these types of decks, these types of combo decks, because they have to wait for everything to stack up. They have to wait for everything to line up for you to get to that OTK. And with what Dmoney was playing, that was when he got that win. He got it through swarming the opponent with all of these vehicles with Nora. Amazing win for imcute still against Dmoney, and he's going to be moving forward in this matchup. Now, guys, from that matchup, let's start with the factor. Which one was your favorite play? Of course, let's take out the wannabe Warlord play. Anything other than that? Did you see that that's good?
Well, if we take out the wannabe warlord play, which was really good to see, actually, I'm so glad we saw that for once, because as we've all talked about, a card that's been in the base set for a while, people have tried to get it to work. I tried to get it to work. I tried to get it to work in a John deck way back, and it did kind of work. But yeah, anyways, forget about the wannabe warlord. I actually think the way that imcute played the first game was really
Mhm.
good. So much early pressure. He did get some fantastic godly draws, but he was
Yeah.
just still playing everything perfectly. And you could see, like, for Dmoney, he just felt a little bit constricted, especially in that first game where Granny came down. We're just gonna call her Granny, aren't we? I feel at this point, unassuming agents should just be renamed to Granny because everyone's just calling her Granny, right? And everyone's like, "Who's Granny?" It's the unassuming
Right.
agent. But yeah, like I think he just done so well. He done exactly what you need to do against Neve, put her under pressure, restrict her ability to be able to come at you, and then of course, yeah, like he just put me under pressure. He was just really really good. So yeah, well played to him. I'm cute.
That's a good highlight of the play. How about you, Kinto? Like any highlight from that previous match?
Yeah, definitely. I could also say the granny play into everything that happened next, the Triumph of Earth,
Mm.
like how it was used in a good way, where it could reach for lethal, synergize, like how the Tanak also synergized in a way where he got a card, could bank, play 2 units, play the Triumph of Earth, get another one. He still had Gafar and had the harp, so he could still deal that last remaining exact lethal damage. The way, like the whole way that Gafar deck was played and what happened in that match, I was really happy to see it because Gafar is it's the one of those paragons that doesn't see the light of day in the latest years. So now seeing it in a major is actually really really nice, really nice. So I'm very happy for it.
So, I have a question for you, Kinto. So, does that mean you can really go far with Gafar nowadays?
You can go far. Yeah. I mean, I love
You've been
Gafar
waiting for
actually.
a while. Oh,
Bro, bro. Look at that. It has it,
The factor was offended. He left the
yes, I'm still here,
left,
conversation.
by the way. Yeah,
left,
I'm
he
still
left,
here.
he left the chat. Your factor left the chat, bro. Anyway, I was looking at the deck list right now, and Lemieux being banned actually means something, right? It means I don't want to face with Lemieux, but I can definitely handle Scipius. What do you think about that kind of setup right here? Because the bans were Lemieux and the Uni Workshop of Dmoney. So, well,
Mm.
what are your thoughts right here?
Yeah, I think for IMQ, he knew that, like, especially for his Sippy deck, as you pointed out, it's going to take a little bit of setup, right? Uh, so the big threat against a setup deck is a very, very quick aggro deck, and so that's why for me, Lemmy was the one that was removed there, was banned, because also not only is it quite quick on the board, but then it's got that Kathy burn element to it, where if you remove the board, he can still just finish you off, right, through direct effects. So like I think it was the smart play from IMQ to ban Lemmy, and I think the bans as well for sorry, that's the other way around. Sorry, for Dmoney to ban Lemmy, and then I think it was also smart from IMQ as well. I think they got the ban spot on. I think what it came down to today was the fact that Dmoney playing Neve early on, he needed to be able to like get to Neve and not take a ton of damage. And in both of the games that he played with Neve, it just was a little bit too slow. He couldn't really contain on the board. He didn't really get too many dominions actually to kind of like wipe the board. I think he only used like one or two from my recollection. So it was just really difficult. Like you're playing that sort of deck where you are a bit reactive, but you need to kind of hold out. And then,
Mhm.
like on the other hand, you've got your opponent, IMQ, who's playing like a quick deck against you. You just need to hold out, and he just wasn't able to. So I think they both played it well, but just yeah, for Dmoney, Uh, Neve just didn't quite do the job for him today. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of a hard thing to see, especially with all those grindings too. I think if I remember
Mm,
correctly, that was a Neve match for D-Money. And
yeah.
Kinto, I have a question for you. Like with these kinds of ban setups, why would you think minor champion I'm cute does would ban Ogan Core Workshop or the Uni Workshop? Like what do you think what is probably going through his mind?
I think players don't quite know exactly what to bank, and in this in this new meta, and Uni Workshop presents a high roll kind of opportunity for the one who is piloting it. As you saw, I'm cute like getting that Ingrid in the end and easily get lethal. He, I think he totally outplayed that Neve deck with his Unishop deck. So it's more about, in my opinion, thinking about like what is actually the deck that can be that ace up the sleeve or just can high roll me.
Yeah,
So I think that was the logic based on this. So yeah, that's my
probably
thoughts.
makes sense. Probably makes sense. He knows how powerful and
Probably,
smart.
probably.
Yeah,
Probably, yeah.
probably, right? Yeah, probably. Like I'm pretty sure that most of these decks are still under development, but it looks like they have been gone some different iterations. We've seen a lot of the deception cards have been in play, and guys. This has been an amazing first match with I'm Cute and D Money, and again congratulations to I'm Cute for moving forward. We can't expect any less from him, but still, D Money put up a great fight. Maybe
Yeah.
putting maybe like getting some nerves into I'm Cute's right there at some point, right? And man, again, thank you for guys for casting the first match and the factor and Kinto. Let's look at the bracket right now as to how it has been so far. And here we go. We've had the first match, I'm Cute versus D Money. And with it, we got a 3-1. And the next match is going to be interesting because it is going to be a battle of giants, so to speak. And with that, we're going to be bringing our new set of casters. It's going to be Ali and Q Flux. Guys, are you here? Are you here,
No, I'm
guys?
not
I'm
here.
here
I'm not
No,
here.
no you're not.
Nope.
in the
Okay, you're
shadow.
back. Welcome back, guys, to the stream, of course. We've seen you react to the matches, but before we go on and get your thoughts on, let's say, I want to ask this one word from you guys. What, in one word, can you summarize the match between I'm Cute and D Money? One word. Let's start with Q Flux. I know you have a lot of words to say. Just one word, bro. Just one word.
That that is such a question to throw at me right away. Wait, I'm cooking. I'm cooking. I'm cooking. I'm cooking. I would say intriguing. How about that?
Intriguing. Okay, good, good, good. All right. How about you, Ali? I've given you enough time by asking Q Flux first. What is that one word?
Uh, Galvanizing.
Oh,
There you
Okay.
that's so
go.
much
I'm
better than
yeah,
mine. Oh,
bro. I'm surprised that Ali didn't say adjutant, but yeah, of course. That
Hey now.
yeah.
No,
Uh,
it was a good way to kick off the tournament.
yeah,
It was
definitely.
an exciting match, and yeah, I think both players fought really well, but I'm
Yeah.
cute just kind of nailed it. So yeah.
D
Yeah.
Money made it exciting. You know, like I'm cute was pushing for that sweep, and then game three, D Money's like, hold on, brother, and then game four,
Yes.
when I'm cute fumbled the one take it or leave it turn on, like it was like, oh, like just goes to show it can happen to anybody, and then he ends up winning anyway. It was very exciting, galvanizing, even I think.
Yes.
Yes.
Galvanizing and intriguing. That is it for the first match. But this one is also may also be galvanizing and intriguing because the next match is gonna be between Manos and Egorik. Manos and Egorik. Like any thoughts between these two players? Let's start with Q Flux.
Well, they're two incredible players. I was saying in the pre-broadcast chat with all of us just chilling that Manos is kind of like my spirit animal in terms of he's so talented, he's so active, and he's also so calm, which calmness not being an attribute I think anyone would give to me. So trying to draw a little inspiration from him there. It's just cool to see how he's able to perform at such a high level, which is very stressful, jokes aside, and how he makes it look so just relaxing. Egorik also an incredible player. I know Manos definitely feels like he's got a tough match coming up here, so it should be a really just another super high level match as we discover what this deception meta looks like at the top level. I'm stoked.
Yeah, and also your thoughts on this matchup, Ali.
Yeah, I mean, I echo all of those thoughts. I think there's a good reason that Manos has been a crowd favorite from, pretty much the inception of the game. And Quinto always, mentions how much of a fan he is of Egorik. And as a very well-versed player on the game, I think Quinto's absolutely on the money. We've seen Egorik perform really well. He made top 4 of the last major, and he's always really locked in. So I think it should be a great match.
Definitely going to be a great match indeed. And then with that, guys, we're going to be looking at the decks of our players. Let's start with Manos with the decks that he's going to be bringing. And it is going to be Lemieux. Of course, Lemieux is going to be the first deck. Ali, can you give us a short breakdown?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so Lemmy and the irregulars here. I can't remember who said it, but it's basically like new Kathy, right? So it's going to be a lot of what we're familiar with in the past with like fleet support and orbital strike, still going for the burn plan, but there's a few new cards like dispatch and Lemieux's Reign. Those are going to summon some irregulars and buff them up. So there's a little bit more of like board presence here. But the rest is like, kind of similar of what we've seen in the past. We've got like the new Catherine sort of Valley, to have Kathy have a presence. Even when she's not the Paragon, she's got to make an appearance. It's very Catherine of her. But yes, an aggressive deck going to get on board with some of the irregulars, early game with, Red Sand Scout, Trigger Happy Trooper, that type of stuff. And then being able to close it out with the burn, fleet support, orbital strike. And those types of things, and also some extra value with like irregular summonings with fleet support, right? If you can get dispatch going and that type of stuff.
Yeah, this is quite an interesting deck indeed, Ali. Like I would rather call it it's the new Kathy indeed. Yes, definitely. But yeah, the Lemieux is on another level with this kind of deception meta. But let's look at what Manos is going to be bringing next. Here we go. We have the Scipius deck. Oh man, we've seen this time and again. But are there any differences, Qflux?
Well, there's no wannabe warlords in this deck list, which means that it's trash. I'm just kidding. It's another excellent example of the Skippy combo one-turn kill kind of thing using Meritus along with the Idian Hammer and other stat buffing plus battle-ready effects. We got to see some high-level play on this in the previous series, and it's honestly one of those decks that's been going crazy on the ladder. It's very, very powerful. Whenever Hydralisk Chamber is unleashed, Skippy becomes very scary. This is the deck I least enjoy queuing into when I'm trying to jam my Asia or my Iraq games. So definitely glad I don't have to deal with it. But yeah, we saw how strong it was in the previous series. I'm sure Manos will do some damage at this one.
Manos is just basically saying he doesn't need a wannabe warlord in this deck.
Well, I just noticed he's running 3. I'm so sorry. He's running 3 recon. That is quite odd. I just didn't realize that. What is going on there?
Bro, yeah, he needs to discover with the 8 Palm of Gali, man. It's another setup that he is already trying to set up. And yeah, this is going to be a different one from Manos. Let's look at the next one. And here we go. This is, wow, interesting. Ogan Core, not Uni. What do you think about this, Ali?
Yeah, so this is one of those decks where I think you're going to be terrified to leave any unit on the board because this is a deck where, there's going to be a lot of upgrades, right? So it's going to have the same power level of like Juggernaut Workshop with the, assembly mechanic, summoning the Juggernauts, but it's got a lot of new tools since Deception. So there's more battle-ready units. So we've got the Prowler, right? The little 3/3 that's got battle ready. Tavastar's got battle ready. And then a lot of these new upgrades like the Faceless Pulverizer, giving +3/+3. The Voxtech Spine, that's a really key one where it's going to give you an attack based on how many units are in the, or sorry, cards in the bank. So repeater cannon, all that type of stuff. So if you leave any unit on the board, you're going to be a little scared that, maybe some crazy damage could come out of some of these units. And then things like May Lynx is also new and very cool. And yeah, then the rest is like Growl, Cyrene, Ruthless Juggernaut, other things that we've been used to seeing in the past. But I'm really excited to see this one at work. I feel like this is it feels newer than some of the other decks, and yeah, this should be fun.
Yeah, there's Manos definitely put a spine into it, man, and yeah, this is a very very good Ogan core deck, and we will yet see it in the hands of the man. And that's gonna be the last deck for Manos. Let's look at the next deck for his opponent, Egorik. Oh, here we go, Nehemiah. First Nehemiah that we're seeing for today. What do you think about this, Qflux?
First off, excellent pun, XL. That was one of your better ones, bringing the spine into it. Love it. Next up, Egorik showing us how Nehemiah does it. We've seen a lot of Gafar since Deception came out. If you've been grinding ladder, I know I ran into a bunch of it, getting pacified left and right. So it's cool to see some Nehemiah. Looking at this here, double Altar of Gaia, triple allocated provisions makes it definitely one of these more relic-heavy lists, although there's no Cyber Deck console, so he's not running that more controlling aspect. Honestly, it's a lot of the same kind of cards you would have seen in Nehemiah prior to Deception, right? Like most of these, Steward of the Garden, Conduit, Miasmancer, Moonlit, Caretaker, Researcher, Terraglider, Cyrene. We do have the new Gafar the Vigilant, making an appearance in Nehemiah. Kind of feels like seeing Kathy in the Lemmy deck, right? It's like, okay, Nehemiah's got Gafar in her deck. Like, kind of fun to see these Paragons teaming up. Definitely feels like almost like an issue of the comics, and it's like, oh, Gafar and Nehemiah are together in this one. Let's go. They're gonna go, kick some butt. So, yeah, honestly, pretty standard. We've seen this before, but the Rite of Redemption, I'm noticing 2 of those in there. That should be nice for that extra removal. Rite of Redemption, in my experience, is a very nice card to just fill in those gaps of counterplay. So I think this will do, hopefully, pretty well. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, this is like one of those decks that doesn't have much deception cards in it, but they are in it where they matter. So yeah, Egorik is gonna be bringing this. Let's look at the next deck that he is bringing. And here we go, another classic Ogan. Let's listen to Ali to give us a comparison.
Yeah, so this is going to be, similar game plan of what we saw for Manos with just like a few differences. I found it interesting that this one has 3 copies of Hard Linked Pilot, and Manos, I don't think, has any. Also, he's put in a personal SMR that's different than Manos. He's thrown in a couple of Interrogators as well, and also an Astil's Glaive. So it kind of seems that he went like more like generic good units to sort of combo with some of these new like upgrade tools than Manos. So I'm not actually quite sure which list I like better, but again, the Prowler, the Maylinks, the Pulverizer, the Vox Tech Spine, all of that new tool set to make some of these units really scary. But then just I think went a little bit more generic for like early game with the Pilot, Interrogators, and that type of stuff.
Yeah, good comparison right there. And oh man, it all comes down to the pilot of this workshop decks. And Ogan Core really has those kind of setups that you can maximize all those upgrades. And let's look at the next deck for Egorik. And the last one is another Sisyphus deck, Qflux, man. Take it away.
All right. Well, I want to briefly just say, I just realized Bombardment is everywhere. Everyone was giving me a hard time when I thought Bombardment would be good. So I was right. Everyone else was wrong. Flux 1, Sweats 0. Okay, just got that out of the way. I got reminded in one of the chats. With that said, back to being good at my job here. Skippy. We've seen it before. Is there anything super different about this one? Not really. We're seeing 2 different versions of this list. Some lists run 3 Cytokinesis. Some only run 1. This is one of those ones that's only running 1, but honestly, this list has so many different ways it can play out. And the key cards are the same, no matter what. So it's all about the tech, right? Like we're seeing Audius in this list. It's not in every list. And I think Aishio's Operatives is another one that we haven't seen as much in the Skippy list. I am a huge fan of Aishio's Operatives. It feels so good to play when you're discarding a Wong or a Leviathan with it. It is good. And he's got some other interesting choices as well that he could combo with the operatives. So that to me is the most interesting thing here is operatives in the list. Maybe my favorite card from the new set, and I'm very curious to see if Ego will get a chance to play that during this match.
Yeah, I like ADO's operatives too, and some people don't maximize the stealth right there. Like you have that kind of
True.
activation like with the muster, but you can just set it up so that you can go straight to face next turn if you can wait, right? So
Very
yeah,
true. It's hard to clear a 5/5 with stealth. Like Bombardment's not going to get it. It's got to get hit by something like AOP, anti-organic pulse, or a demolecularize or things like that. And if they're going to do that, they're going to spend their whole turn answering your 6-drop with a card that costs more than 6. So if you don't have other stuff on the board, it's like a tempo loss for them. Not trying to ramble too much, but I agree with you. It's a really interesting card.
interesting. Mancer also works here, and man, that's why Mancer is very strong in this meta. And that is it for our deck reviews for our players, Manos and Egorik. Let's look at the bans for our players, and it is, man, Markolian ban, and I'm assuming, let me look at their decks, it's probably Lemieux, and Manos' Nehemiah has been banned as well. So what do you think about this, guys? Let's start with
I'm
Dali.
happy. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry.
Oh no, you had the thought. Go finish.
Yeah,
it.
go,
You got
go.
I was just going to say, I'm really happy to see some air quotes real Ogden core. No disrespect to the uni, which is also quite interesting, and it was fun to watch that get played last match. But real Ogden core, I think a lot of us really enjoy it. And both those lists look super cool with the spine, the face disc pulverizer. Ali did a great job breaking those down. I think that's what I'm most intrigued by here.
Yeah, thank you for that. Those thoughts, Qflux. How about you, Ali?
Yeah, I like to just discuss the one. I totally echo that thought. I mean, Unishop is fun, but we've seen it a lot, right? And so I think really getting to see Augencore do some work with what it's supposed to do with all the upgrades is exciting. But in terms of the bans. Lemieux being banned, I think makes sense. I think I'm a little bit more curious about the decision to ban the Nehemiah from Manos' side. I'm not entirely sure where the logic is out there. I mean, obviously Nehemiah can be annoying with a bunch of defenders and that type of thing. But yeah, I'm curious more about the decision. Qflux, I don't know if you've got some insight there.
I was actually kind of surprised. Maybe I'm just too afraid of this deck. I thought we'd see more Skippy bans. I just felt like Skippy is one of the strongest decks in the meta, and everyone's just letting it ride. So there must be some higher level strategy that I'm not quite getting to, because I was just thinking, Skippy's scary, ban it, like just immediately,
Yeah, I mean,
Totally.
I have some thoughts regarding that. Like, there's too many moving parts, right? There's too many moving parts, and they can counter it maybe with a treacher scheming. Maybe you're going to be facing
See?
it. Yeah, right.
It's scary. You're not even that. You're like, maybe like
Uh,
it's a scary
yeah,
deck, Excel. It's
yeah, it's
scary.
very scary.
Well,
I've
it's
been
also
OTK. Yeah,
very
go, Alan.
difficult, right? I think maybe Defactor, someone was saying that it's one of the most difficult decks to play, and so maybe everyone's just like, see if you can do it, see if you can pull it off. That could be the logic.
Yeah, and with that question, of course, we're going to be seeing both of them try to pull it off. Let's start with the second match for today, Egorik versus Manos, with both Sipius decks. Ali and Qflux, take it away.
All right.
So it's a really nice opening draw for Egorik. And one other thought is, I wonder if there's a little disrespect in not banning Skippy. A friendly disrespect, like in a
Maybe.
funny way. Because it's such a high skill deck, as you were just saying. It's like, I can outskill you on this. That's a little bit of a thing that may be going on.
Yeah.
Let's see
I
what these
think
hands look like.
these types of decks though are so fascinating to watch because anytime there's like a combo-y deck, but it can win in different ways. It's like a puzzle. Like, can the person find the line to be able to actually execute on the combo? Is always super interesting to watch. So, but I agree with you. Maybe there's a little layer of disrespect, potentially.
It's like trash talking when you don't ban the Skippy, but
Yeah,
anyway,
for sure.
Ego's got a nice looking hand here. We see Manos bank the Cerulean Surge. Too early for that one. Passes it back to Ego. Ego's got the Relic already ready to go. Hydrolist chillin', Raven chillin'. He's going to bank a Surge as well. Feels like Manos has a bit of a limited set of options to start with, but there's a long way to go. I don't know. What do you think about this opening?
Yeah, I mean, I think Egorik's like pretty happy to see the chamber in the opening hand. Raven also getting time to shine. So I think that Egorik's looking pretty solid in the opener. But honestly, Manos has got the Raven as well. And then he's got the I'm I just want to keep calling this card Daenerys Targaryen, but he's got the answer to the opposing chamber, right, with the relic removal. So
A
honestly, as it
speculatore, yeah.
yes, exactly. So as it currently stands, it feels pretty even, based on this opening here.
I wonder if that cyber deck is going to give Manos a hard time, and that can be if he can just block like one card at a key moment to disrupt a combo or something.
Mhm.
And he doesn't really
Yeah.
like Manos can't really use the speculator because he needs to use it on the chamber, presumably. Manos thinking about banking Raven. I mean, Recon's a pretty easy bank. I'm curious to see
Oh.
this Recon 8th Palm of Golly tech. Okay, Manos draws the Meritus, so he's getting right into the potential of finding his combo way before Egorik. Egorik has to keep digging. And the only 2-drop Egorik has is Raven. What do you think he wants to... Oh, am I getting ahead of myself here? I'm getting way ahead of myself. Am I? Am I tripping? No, Manos didn't spend any
No.
energy. That's why I got confused. Manos still had both his
Yeah.
energy. I was confused. Okay, we're good.
Oh, he's getting
There
the
comes the cyber deck.
console developed now. I like it. He's like, fear me, but we got the speculator here, so should be
That's
able
the
to
thing.
answer
That
it.
the cyber deck makes Manos's decisions so much harder. I feel like even if you don't have that much you can actually do with it yet, getting it on the board when there isn't some other great play just is the best way to make your opponent have to start overthinking everything. I believe Manos just drew Aishio's operative. I think that's the prime variant there. So he's got, yep, that's it. He's got Leviathan, Aishio's operatives, Meritus, Raven, and the relic removal along with a coin. It's actually an incredible hand over there. I feel like Ego's got some good cards. Ego's got the relics on the board. Manos has a lot of good cards in his hand. So interesting dynamic there. What do you think Manos wants to do here?
Gosh, I mean, what to bank? What to bank? There's not really a target for the Raven. I mean, I think he's probably just trying to get to some card draw, right? I mean, but there's nothing. He just wants to keep cycling through the deck. I guess I would maybe just go to wow, banking and operatives. Sure, yeah.
Ah,
I think it's just gonna be try to answer one of these relics here, right? It's on
yeah.
curve. It makes sense.
Gotta take like he
Which
wants to
one?
deal with the cyber deck, but I feel like he just has to deal with the chamber. There's just no way you can leave that sitting on the board. It's too powerful. You can
Yeah.
see like it's clearly the right move, I believe, but he's still like hesitant because it's just like, oh, I don't want to think about cyber deck all game. He does find the Wong, so Manos has so many cards. Egorik drawn the oh, what's the name of this card? Gallus and something. I'm blanking, but the 5-drop there.
Merit something. Hold on, I
Yeah,
got you.
you got it. Ali will look it up. So you got that.
Maris Command, Gaius and Dully. Man, you know, parallel, right? Dev
It's
team
okay.
wide, you always just like I swear they're spiting the casters when they name cards. You know, they're just like,
It's
let's give
okay.
them
It's
the
okay.
hardest time.
So Ego gets that Miasmancer down, gonna make Manos have a slow turn. He could have otherwise gotten Leviathan or Wong down with that coin. That's actually a very impactful Miasmancer. The top deck of Magna right there also blocked. Manos actually has all musters. He has nothing that's not a muster. That one Miasmancer. This is such a good example of like I feel like people look for these perfect Miasmancer turns, but look at
Mm.
this. If sometimes you just drop it on curve when you don't have a better play, and it really can delete your opponent's turn. Like, Egorik couldn't have known that Manos would have literally 5 musters plus the Skippy with a 6 muster. Like, he couldn't have known that exactly, but it's just like this happens way more than you'd think. I'm actually a big fan of Miasmancer on curve in certain spots, and this, man, like, I don't know what Manos wants
Yeah.
to do. He's basically got to stall.
No, I'm right there with you. And I feel like that's truly like the testament of a good player is like knowing that you don't always have to be so greedy with your resources, you know, just like laying it down. To be fair, a lot of cards or units at the very least in these lists are muster. So I think dropping it at any point, at least in this particular matchup, you're probably going to be like giving your opponent a little bit of a hard time. Okay, Swelling Tide, gonna look for some pieces here. Probably. Okay, found the hammer.
Hammer. The discounted
Getting
hammer is
through it.
very interesting. Swelling Tide, one of my favorite cards in the new set for Cathari. It's so cool. It's just like the fact that it has two different ways it can play out and the value that it provides.
It's
What
interesting that Manos actually doesn't have a swelling tide. Like it's everyone's got the same shell, right? And then what you're using for card draw. Like Manos put in recon in this list. That's different. But yeah, he didn't actually include the swelling tide, so I find that
if you had
interesting.
told me that Wannabe Warlord and freaking Recon were going to be in the top 16 of the first major, I would have thought you were crazy. Like, it's so wild to me. And in both cases, it seems to make some sense. We'll see if Recon gets value, but yeah, it's
That
very
is
interesting.
such a good point. Yeah, but that's why new sets are awesome, right? This happens, I feel like, in every card game. Sometimes those like core cards from the initial set come about, and you're just like, oh, they get their time. Also a big fan to see things like Odious. This would be the situation in which, you can find ways to win, maybe not just on the combo, just on value. But honestly, seems like the combo is getting pretty consistent. I think they'll be able to find it here.
Yeah, the battle ready, just Meritus, get big stats and battle ready and win with Cerulean Surge. It's consistent enough. There's not that many cards in it. There's so many ways to draw. It definitely feels like secondary win conditions aren't super needed. It's just like having as many different paths to that one really clear combo, and making sure your Meritus doesn't get like denied or something. We see
For
Manos
sure.
bank long here. Is he thinking about Leviathan? I guess he has so many cards in hand. Does he want to get the
Yeah.
Cyber deck sold down? I'm kind of contemplating his options here.
Well, with the Tioli, he can get to 6. Looks like he's going to want to get the Leviathan down. He's not going to burn, right? He'll go to... Actually, he would. He'll draw 3, and then he'll draw
He
one
can
at the end of the
coin
turn. So,
just to avoid drawing is what he might
yeah.
want to do. I think all he needs is a Cerulean Surge, and and then he needs to get the right cards in his waist, right? He's actually getting pretty close, pretty fast, if I'm not mistaken.
I wonder if it's worth... Yeah, I don't even know if you need
He
to throw
doesn't
out the
coin.
coin because you've got, multiple copies of the Surge. Granted, it would suck to burn it
True.
off the top here. But
I
yeah,
guess
he's
I guess
got
with
some things.
with Triumph, with Hammer, but that neither one of those. I'm kind of surprised he doesn't just dump the coin. Honestly, you don't need to play either 7-drop next turn. We'll see if he's right or not there. Ego picks up his Odious as well, so they both got that cooking in their hands.
You were mentioning that the combo feels relatively consistent, so I do wonder if we'll see an evolution of these decks where the players will wind up just like cutting ODS, or I mean, Manos even has Eighth Palm of Galleys in there, just for some extra value and annoyance. But maybe it'll just transition to all in on card draw, or answers, tech cards, that type of thing.
I feel like that's usually the trend, right? Is you start out with lots
Mhm.
of fun ideas, and then you slowly optimize towards more effective
Exactly.
and less wacky things. But that's what the first major of the set is so fun for, as you mentioned. Double Leviathan on the board, one on each side. We got the card that is hard to say the name of, Gaius and Dulius, or something like that, in the middle there. Both players with big boards. This is a very... What's it called in chess? It's like attacking chess. Both players are playing a lot of big attacks here.
All right, what
But
was it?
anyways, another coin.
Pioli. Yeah.
Okay.
So let's see who's ahead right now. I mean, Manos has got the Meritus, right? That's got to be the most important thing. And the Leviathan developed. He's got the hammer. So he's really just looking for that surge, I guess. Is that the only thing left in this combo that he really needs to find?
Yeah, it feels like the issue is that Manos has a lot of great cards, but he doesn't actually have draw, right? So he can't really get to his combo faster, and he still has to stress out about Cyber Deck Console every time he plays an effect. So he's in a good position in terms of just tempo and building a board, but I'm not necessarily seeing how he can quickly get to his win condition. Ego does have at least a Swelling Tide. It gives him a little bit of draw, but he doesn't have much either. They're both interestingly quite low on draw, so neither one is really able to speed to the combo, assuming I'm not missing anything. Manos has to
That was a
bank here. Let's see
nice
what
use of
Good.
the activatable ability there from the
Yeah.
Leviathan. Got to discard the hammer and then use that damage to be able to take out the opposing Leviathan. That was good stuff there.
What's interesting is he gets to accomplish a lot there. He gets to discard a high energy cost card, which gives Leviathan a large amount of damage on the effect, and it also puts it in the waste to set up Meridus later. It's actually accomplishing a lot of useful things in a very elegant way, even giving him more room in his hand, which he kind of needs right now. He doesn't want to keep burning cards. So yeah, that was a really nice play.
Wow.
Egorik
And
draws Magna. Go ahead.
oh, I was just gonna say, like, and oftentimes, like, activatable abilities are like a once per turn kind of thing, but he was actually able to do it twice there. Like, that
Yeah.
was a really good use of it.
Yeah, the Viaquin is very interesting. I could be wrong, but I think the activated effect might have been added like after some of the playtesting had happened. I don't remember seeing that early on in the playtests, but I could be completely crazy. So Gosan shows up in Egorik's hand. Probably not relevant in this match since you're likely to get killed from one turn kill. Although maybe in this situation it could be helpful since Manos doesn't quite have it yet. Feels like Manos is getting
Just
pretty
like,
close.
yeah, he's just chunking away. Yeah, look, I like getting the Magna down. That gets another card draw going. He really needs to find Meritus or just some other ways to get to the combo here.
Yeah, Cytokinesis isn't really doing much. You can't even really thin out the deck with it unless maybe if there's some Ravens left in the deck. He is going to play that Gosan, immediately making me look foolish. Thanks, Egorik. I appreciate that. Actually, a perfect RNG. Those could have gone face, but they didn't. Look at Egorik pumping his fist.
Let's go. One of my
Wow.
favorite cards, actually. I've just always liked Gosan. And look at him go. Did an amazing job there.
That's an example of how Gosan is really underrated as one of the most satisfying cards to play. I completely agree with you. Especially when it
He's a
got
good
buffed to a
film.
4 cost. It used to be a 5. It wasn't quite there value wise. At 4, it's actually fantastic. Manos draws Raven. Looks like he's thinking about banking Cytokinesis there. And maybe I'm reading into that mouse movement too hard or too much. He hasn't played Cyber Deck or banked it, which is interesting to me. It feels like he's holding it to kind of use it at a very certain time. But yeah,
Yeah.
this is I
Is
guess
there
what he
anything
wants to
that
do is block Cerulean Surge, right?
right, that would make sense. And
Potentially.
is there anything he can get from Cytokinesis? I don't think so, right? He seems like he's got all the key units so far. So maybe yeah, we
Yeah,
see
there's
that
the
get
bank.
banked here.
Okay,
Huh.
it's so interesting with these decks. Like, if you were a beginner player looking at this match, it would be so hard to understand because what's on the board barely matters. You know,
It's so true. It's so true. That being
like it
said, though, if
matters.
you
Good.
ignore the board a little too much, like sometimes little sneaky lethals come out of nowhere. Okay, he's going for he's gonna drop the Scipius. Okay, I like it. Getting another muster of the Leviathan to get 3 cards to
Yeah,
the hand, right?
this is a big play.
Oh,
He does get the Cerulean Surge, and the Cyber deck is off the board now, and that Bombardment could come in handy. He doesn't have enough mana. This is big. Is Manos getting to lethal next turn? Am I crazy? I feel like he's right about there.
I think he's probably pretty darn close. I think that Miasmancer was so perfect too. He can actually
Yeah.
play it, shuts down anything for next turn. He will bank another card, or sorry, burn another card, but
Yeah.
irrelevant, right? He's got everything that he needs. Now, is it enough damage? We'll find out, chat. We'll find out.
Well, actually, Leviathan in the waste still has the attack based on card in hand, so that's the maximum stat buff for Meridus, assuming you can get battle ready on it off something else after. Maybe that's a reason he's keeping his hand completely full. It feels like he got the perfect draw. He got both the Surge and the Miasmancer to block Egorik from doing almost anything. I don't know what Egorik can do to reasonably defend here.
Does he have enough
Cytokinesis.
energy for next turn to be able to do everything here? We've got 8. So I think so.
He should, right? Meridus plus Surge is only 5. And then he has 3 floating to do whatever.
Yep. Yeah, I think that he might just have it next turn here. Let's see. Egorik gonna cast the bombardment, just get rid of a little bit of pressure, get another chamber developed. But you gotta think Egorik's sweating in his boots right now, thinking, is this the turn that I go down?
I believe it is. Meredith gets battle ready from the hammer, becomes a 7 attack, then 16 attack from or I guess 14 attack from Leviathan, 21 damage. Maybe it's not quite there yet. Definitely very close. And he has hammer in hand. He could set it up by playing hammer this turn. There's definitely a lot of different paths, but Manos has the pieces that he needs to make it happen, and Egorik is still looking. So it feels like very advantage to Manos unless Egorik can do some kind of really brilliant defense.
With one more energy, a synchronicity could have come into the picture, but there's only access to 8 right now. So if it's just barely not enough, then maybe he doesn't have it this particular turn, and he's going to go to set up like the defense with the console just in case Egorik can retaliate and get it done this turn.
Yeah, it
But
feels like that's the
with
plan. It's like we were saying
Yeah.
before. The cyber deck kind of waits till now. He can block a surge. He's got Raven to discard. Go ahead though. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say. He's got the Raven to block the surge, so it looks like Manos is got all of his bases covered, I think.
Yeah, I think he's just about there. Next turn, he has the 9 energy, just like you said, to do the synchronicity Meritus. Get whatever, like 40, 50 damage in one turn straight from hand. So yeah, it's about to be GG unless Egorik does something that I am not seeing. Because he also can't find Cyber Deck. It already was there. It already got discarded. So there's no way to like Leviathan and just top deck the Cyber Deck. I'm not sure what else Egorik could do to block this. He's
I don't
looking
know if
though.
I've mentioned this on cast before, but I have to mention it. Egorik, the kid in the Breakfast Club, with that one like gif. He just looks so much like it with the sunglasses on. If someone in the chat
Sure
knows
would
what I'm
give
talking
that.
about.
I saw that movie once in like high school. You're bringing me very far back.
Yeah.
I have
I
to
don't
look.
even I think I've seen it once as well, but the GIF, whatever you want to say it, is such an iconic one with the glasses that he looks so much like it. But anyway, back to the game here. He's gonna go with the Odious, just trying to represent some pressure without, having the full combo this turn. But I think Egorik knows that his fate is probably gonna be death in this next turn here.
It looks like, it looks like he's hoping Manos is bluffing, basically. Like, okay, maybe Manos doesn't have it yet, and then this can give him a way to threaten
Oh.
lethal.
Did
Recon is
he
cool, but
play a Miasmancer this game? Because that would have come out with the Scipius, but I don't think we've seen a Miasmancer from Egorik's side, right?
no, didn't he? Because he blocked Manos on turn 4. We were talking about that, right? Like how
Oh,
big a
yes,
deal.
yes, you're absolutely right. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
so
so
he
that
can't.
is
I see what you're saying. He can't do.
Mhm.
Oh, you're right. You're right. The
Yep.
Skippy gets the Miasmancer back. Okay, hold up. Manos is actually in a tough spot. Then thank you for noticing that. Here we go. He's gonna recon. Time to see the recon tech in action here.
This is scary because that's let's see, how much damage does he have on the Oh my gosh.
So
Okay,
that's
another
big.
Miasmancer.
Miasmancer is the entire, but he can't. It's a muster. He can't play it.
No, yep. Gosh,
'Cause
I
that
guess
Miasmancer.
bombardment takes a little bit of damage off the board here. It takes 6 damage off the board. Brings him down to just the odious 12 damage.
So
Um,
Meritus isn't in the waste for Ego, right? It's still in the deck. If that's the case, Triumph won't be
yeah.
able to get it. Like, I don't think Ego actually has lethal from here. He just has a really scary board. If he can't find another Miasmancer, though, Manos could still just be getting lethal next turn if he can just survive.
Yep.
Unless
Good
Ego
on
like top
Ego
decks
Rick.
Meritus.
Yeah, for like trying to set up the damage though, I mean, he could have
Yeah.
even Yeah, he did what he could. Let's see what he gets here. No,
PS8.
a PS8 is not going to do it.
But he has a lot of energy here. I'm trying to think. What's the trick? Like Leviathan for 5, draw 3. You can get to Meritus. You've got 12 damage on the board. And then
Would he be able to
in
do
theory,
it?
in theory, Leviathan, Meritus, coin, then you're still one short of synchronicity, right? Also, Cyber
Mm.
Deck console, you can block that. Ooh, does he do it?
I
I'm
think you can
surprised.
pass. I think you can save the cons. Yeah, I think you can pass.
Can you do it multiple times though? Like you could
Yeah, that's
discard that.
true. That's valid. That's valid. Like a trade for trade there. Okay.
He chooses not to, at any rate. Here's the Leviathan, like I was saying. No Meritus. He does get a relic removal and some draw, but no Meritus. Brutal for Egorik. Meritus in the bottom 8 is brutal.
It's the downside of playing the combo decks, you know, when your key piece is in the bottom of the deck. It's the path you choose when playing combo, right? But then you have, you know, cytokinesis and things to help kind of help tutor for it, right?
And he did play Cytokinesis, but he didn't go for Meritus then, so it's like there was the chance, but of course he's been defending a lot as well. Still drawing, still not finding it. It's just stubborn.
Rough.
Here comes a Speculator. Nice stats after removing a 3-drop relic. Speculator is really an unsung hero of Cathari right now in this set. It's such a strong relic removal. Is that it? Does Manos have lethal now? He's checking the waist.
I think he's got it. I think he's probably double checking. This is, I think, the first time this tournament that we're seeing this. Like we saw the Warlord get the OTK, but I think this is the first time we're gonna see it the proper way, or not the proper, but like the crafted way, the proper way. Yes. Okay. All right, Manos. Do you have it?
I'm pretty sure he's about to do it. He is very much calculating. He's like, I do not want to fumble game 1 right here. That's just not going to be an option. Looks like he's about to do it, though. Let's see if this works as it should. Here it comes.
Well, to be fair, he doesn't really have an option because there is lethal presented on the board, so he has got to go for it. Okay.
That too. That's true. I mean, he's got it. 100%. Just don't misclick. Don't misclick and don't brain fart. Come on, Manos.
Or don't rope out. That's also.
Yeah. Well, the game at
very
least
nervous.
A lot smoother now. Nah, he's got this. He's got this. Okay, the beautiful perfect loop.
Yeah, it really is. Triggering Meritus's muster again. Okay.
Yeah, just choose the hammer. It's fine.
God, yeah, ordering, right? You just don't want to click something in the wrong order, right?
He should be so fine, though, right? Synchronicity after this, like, super... Oh, there is a defender on the board. I guess that's what he has to...
Oh, you're absolutely right.
Defender that we're kind of neglecting there, yeah.
I guess that's where the Warlord is kind of nice, because it's got evasive, too, right?
Looks like he's getting there, though. He's got 26. That's exact lethal after... Didn't he?
Is it?
Wait, no?
I
thought he added 6 more. I guess not.
Oh no.
Am I missing?
Wait. Oh no. You're okay. Yeah, he's gonna be able to. Yep, exactly. Holy smokes!
All right. The first major, we're all learning the nuances of the combo decks, but this should be lethal. There it is. Manos takes down game 1. All right, that was very informative.
Wow. I mean, you had to be particular. I mean, that was exact lethal, and there was a defender on the board. So no, that was impressive. Like I hats off to Manos. That was well done. Very well done. Whew.
The disrespect battle of who's better at Skippy. Of course, best of 1 is enough to actually say, but Manos wins that sort of flex off right there. Now Egorik needs to keep his mental strong. It was a good match. Egorik played really well, and it does feel like if Egorik had just found his Meritus, there's a good chance he would have gotten there first, honestly.
Yeah. No, I mean, he did what he could. He was sort of realizing that he hadn't found his Meritus, and then, you know, went for the odious play, like really tried to set up some pressure, thought maybe he could just get there. You know, he doesn't know that Manos has everything, right? So, no, that was a great first match of this series, and again, it was super cool to see the new combo at work. Love it. It's a good time.
Another interesting thing there. I made a comment that, like, you don't have to worry about the board, but you also said, well, be careful because they can sneak lethal. And I think that was an example of, like, if you're playing perfectly, then the board shouldn't kill you. But definitely, if you disrespect the board, they will sneak in lethal a million different ways. So that was a good example of, like, it did come down to the 1-turn kill. But Egorik actually did end up setting up a board since he failed to find Meritus. The board, it just feels like it's very rare in that mirror match for it to end with anything other than a 1-turn kill. Both decks are so focused on it. I'm curious to see what the next match, like what the next deck choices are going to be here.
Well, Manos has got to feel pretty good after that. He won the mirror and he got the like tough combo deck out of the way. So I think he's probably feeling good, going into the rest of the series. But yeah, the cyber deck console, like that's really a huge staple that we're seeing a lot too. Being able to, kind of disrupt the combos, but then there's all the different relic removal, as you said, Flux, the new, is it Speculatore? Speculator?
I could
I
be
won't
utterly mispronouncing. Speculator is probably more
Icy,
correct.
whatever, whatever it is. It is actually a really, really nice Scipius disruption card. So I'm with you there. And then the Miasmancers also were pretty relevant that game as well. And you said it, like sometimes you want to just drop it early. There's so many muster units in this Scipius deck that like at any time it's going to be pretty annoying for your opponent, but I guess maybe as the game goes on, if you are expecting the combo, Meritus is a muster, right? So it's
Yeah, it
gonna be good
works on
time.
both sides. I always felt like when Miasmancer got nerfed back in the day, it was a 3/3, and eventually it was actually slept on in the early meta of Parallel. I remember late Planetfall, if not maybe early Aftermath, all of a sudden, I don't know if it was Sequinox who first used it with when he brought the Uni deck and the Uni meta started. This is like old metas now, but it was a 3/3. It became devastating. It went from a fun tech card to everyone being very frustrated with it. They nerfed it to 3/1 and it disappeared for a while, but I always had that feeling like this is a very well balanced card. It's going to come back after the right time. And I feel like that's exactly what we're seeing. At 3/1, it's still strong and it just feels much more balanced since it does have the downside of just dying really easily to kind of balance out how disruptive it is.
Totally. Oh no, there were that era of Unishop tournaments where it was all about Miasmancer. I was seeing the Miasmancer art in my sleep. I was having nightmares
Yeah.
about that card. It really was.
That's when you know you're
Um
locked in. When you dream vaguely
yeah,
of
I
game
know.
board states, it's like, okay, I need to take a day off.
It's so true, especially whenever you're learning a new skill or playing a new set. Like I close my eyes at night as I'm trying to fall asleep and I'm just seeing flashes of, you know, new cards or whatever the respective game that I'm playing. But all right, it looks like we are almost ready to get stuck into the second game of this second match of the Major 2 of the Parallel Prime League.
I want to see
Flux,
some
I
real
have a
Ogden
question
in this
for you.
next one. Oh, go ahead.
Were people really giving you a hard time for thinking that Bombardment was going to be good? Is that true?
I was surprised. I was getting a lot of like, you're crazy, Flux. 3 damage AoE for 4 mana, like not effective enough. You play it and then you pass it to them and they get tempo right back. Like, but I was like, I'm coming from other games where there's a lot more board clears. I'm like, this is going to be a huge impact. But yeah, I got. They were making me doubt. I was like, maybe I am wrong.
Maybe
So
I'm
I'm
wrong.
glad that I wasn't.
Well, we've definitely seen it a lot. Like one of copies, right? That seems to be the trend right now in a lot of these.
So I'm
All
getting
right.
my wish here, Ali. It's the double Ogden core.
Woohoo. The match of mirrors, I suppose.
Manos has like utterly unplayable hands. Oh no.
Yeah. So to take it back in the disparity of the list, it seemed like Egorik has a little bit more like early game units. He has the hard-linked pilot, the interrogators, um, that type of stuff. Where Manos didn't, chose not to include those. So we'll see if that kind of pressure, winds up working out well for him here.
Speaking of Alvaro, it hits the board right away. And Manos missing both of his first 2 turns. Not exactly the greatest tempo. And of course, he gets Harf on the next turn immediately. There's the 2-drop right after you need it. I'm guessing he's going to play the Researcher here. Just basic curve, try to get on the board a little bit. Definitely a slower opening here. Egorik, with the Reclamator in hand, is going to be able to ramp and upgrade at some point. So we'll see when that comes into play. Let's see what the draw is here. Okay, that's really good. The forward mechanic for next turn could bail Manos out of that early tempo issue.
Yeah, I think you said it perfectly there. Like, this is the type of deck where if you've got upgrades, like you really want to land some early units to be able to take advantage of it. But the mechanic is just so insane, and it curves perfectly into the 4, right? Being able to overclock, so that might make up for the lack of early game.
Yeah, and mechanic's one of those cards. If it doesn't get answered quickly, that snowball value is wild. I wonder if Egorik could get forced into an early bombardment or something just to clear it. Probably not. I'm just thinking out loud. Rite of Redemption is going to give him an easy clear on something as well. I don't know. It's like it feels like this is going to be a longer game. Neither player has a super overwhelming opening here. Both playing value more on the mid-range side. Should get really spicy in the mid game once these upgrades start creating some big tempo spikes.
Definitely. Yeah, I don't know if it's been mentioned yet on the cast yet today, but Rite of Redemption is kind of like it's in a lot of decks, it's not really like the flashiest of things, but as new cards go, that's one that we're seeing quite a bit, just as like in the tool set of being able to answer some cards.
That card is so good. Rite of Redemption, 1 mana, clear anything. I agree. It is, I mean, one of the strongest deception cards, I think, for sure. And I'm kind of surprised it's not getting talked about more. It's just, I guess it's like it's more of a tech card. It's not really the win condition, so you don't think about it too much, but it is so powerful. And here comes the
Yeah,
assembly mechanic.
it's just not that flashy, so people aren't talking about it, but it is in like at least, it feels like at least 50% of the decks, at least a copy or two. Okay, he's gonna go. No, he's gonna assert dominance with the attack juggernaut. Love to see it, Manos.
Absolutely asserting dominance. Wow.
Well, it does become a 5/5, right? So a little bit more
Oh, I mean, it
useful
makes sense.
here.
I do think people overly default to the 3/6 defender, but look at this. Manos
Mhm.
has the tempo. He's getting the stat buff. It's armed. Like, if an armed unit sticks, that can be in a mid-range battle, especially. That can be the combination of tempo and value that absolutely cooks everything. Very strong.
You know, and if we think about it, the 5 attack armed, like it trades well into a Cyrene. There's the Grawl, So I actually think that that stat line, especially with the armed, like is, going to be useful. And I think you're absolutely right. I'm a player that always just defaults to defender because a lot of the time it is the best choice, but you don't want to get stuck in patterns, right? And I love the decision to go with the attack here from Manos.
Ego has so many options. He does have the Gunslinger Rite of Redemption combo, or PS8 can do a similar thing. He's got Grawl, as you mentioned. Bombardment could combo with Rite of Redemption, but it would have to leave the Researcher alive. Not super great. A lot of options. I
It's not
will
the
just say
worst.
I'm hearing from production there might be some kind of game freeze situation, so hopefully not. But if it gets weird, then we might see a reset or something. I'm not sure. Let's see if they're able to play the turn.
Oh man.
It looks like
Yeah.
he
It
can't
looks like
bank. He tried to bank there. Yeah.
oh, dang it. Huh. Well,
It'll take a
okay.
minute.
Yeah. Let's pretend like this isn't scuffed for a second. Oh, okay. Hang on. We've got
He's playing
some
cards. Can he
movement
bank?
here.
He banked. Okay, maybe he was able to break out of it. All right, great. Forget I mentioned it. Gunslinger coming down, hitting the mechanic with the PS8 for a nice clear there. Okay, looks like we're good. I don't know. I'm not sure what happened there behind the scenes, but we are chilling. Yeah, that was a nice example of. I got a little bit lost in the sauce while we were discussing the freeze, but I believe he used Rite of Redemption to clear the armed, and then he had that nice
Mhm.
Gunslinger PS8 to remove the mechanic. And so Manos still has a good board, but at least with this token, Ego is able to. And again, it's the armed. They're both getting aggressive. Look at this.
Like I two can play that game, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. I love seeing the armed. Armed is like it's one of those keywords. It doesn't show up as often as you might think, but when it's there, it has such a big impact.
Yeah. But a 4/4 is not as good as a 5/5 because this Cyrene can just clean it up if he chooses to.
Very
Which
true.
probably will be the play. That's the Ruthless Juggernaut on the
I was
left,
gonna
right? Or
say, yeah, it's a Ruthless
hmm.
Juggernaut, which is immune to tokens, so there is that idea, but the protecting of the Researcher is just so nice. That's the problem. You play the Juggernaut, they can just clear out the Researcher. So Saris, or Cyrene rather, definitely looking correct, but that Ruthless Juggernaut in the mirror might be a big card at some point. Whatever Manos has on the left side of his hand, you know that's going to come out like 2 or 3 turns before the end of the game, and it's going to be the trump card. Like he's really good at having that card that just you know you need it, and it's easy to play it too soon. But he's very patient. Like with the Cyber deck in the previous game, we saw that similar kind of thing.
Yep, for sure. Gosh, if I was Egorik, I would be a little. This is not the best right now. The what's going on with the energy too? Why does he? Let's see.
Yeah, what's the energy differential? To be honest, I'm not 100% sure what's going on with that. What I'm noticing is that Egorik has pretty much used up all of his removal. And that just like this 4/1 Cyrene should be so easy to clear, but he just doesn't have unless he wants to commit to the bombardment, which is his entire turn. It's like really, really tough for Egorik to get good tempo on this. But yeah, I missed something with the
You
energy.
know,
I'm
like
not
I'm
gonna lie.
just I missed something too because it looks like Manos has got okay 5, 4, maybe.
Yo, production, can anyone clue us in? We definitely missed something when we were I think it was when the turn we were worried about the freeze. We must have missed it, but
Mm,
maybe it's from
okay,
I don't know. We'll find out eventually. Sorry, chat. Apologies, but
you're
nonetheless,
good.
Grawl comes down. I missed what upgrade that was. You catch that?
I did not catch that. It happened
Okay.
too
Okay.
fast,
I'm
but
locked
Grawl
in.
hit the floor. So it's all good. Let's see. He could take the trade in there. We've also got the Juggernaut coming out at the end of the turn here. You could buff
Egorik
up one of the
texting. Very
units.
chill.
Mm-hmm. With the let's see, what do we've got here? With the pulverizer, right? That's the 3 cost upgrade in the hand there, what gives +3/+3. So technically,
True.
could put that on the researcher if he really wanted to take that trade and try to keep the Cyrene alive. Looks like he's hovering the Ruthless Juggernaut, probably wants to get that out soon. So with the fact that the Juggernaut is getting popped out at the end of the turn here, this is probably going to be a pretty strong turn for Manos.
Yeah, he's got so many ways to deal with this. He could also gunslinger and then trade in the Cyrene. I don't think that's what he wants to do, but like multiple ways to get there. And it is. He's going to play the Juggernaut the same turn he gets a token. I wonder if he goes Defender this time. Oh, he's going to have Cyrene clear it out, it
Oh.
looks like. Solo Dolo. Okay.
Okay. I was
It had a
thinking he
relentless cannon on it. That's what it was. That was very
okay.
dangerous.
I also was thinking that he could have technically kept the Cyrene alive and maybe traded the researcher. There was also the 1 mana left over for the but you know what? With at 1 health though,
Gunslinger,
the
maybe.
Cyrene, you might as well get the trade value in because yeah, I think that makes sense.
So he just gives
Um
it up. Wow, okay.
I think everything just kind of went right for Manos. Other than the early game, he kind of whiffed a little bit on some early units, as you were mentioning. But yeah, I just don't think Egorik had much to do in the mid game there. And Manos had so many options: Cyrene, the Ruthless Juggernaut. He even had a Wong in the hand. Like Egorik couldn't really fight back. So
Well, Ego, I mean, his opening wasn't that great either, right? He floated turn 1, played the Alvaro Interrogator turn 2, which is fine, but it's not particularly good against Augencore. And then it really was that forward assembly workshop mechanic, such a mouthful, but such a good card that it's worth saying the whole name now and then. It gave him that 5/5 armed Juggernaut. And I think the real story there was the armed Juggernauts. We saw 3 tokens come down, all 3 of them armed Juggernauts. Is that going to be more common in this meta? Are we seeing more of a tempo kind of approach to the tokens now? I mean, what do you think? Was that a fluke or is that going to happen often?
I think it depends on the situation, but especially with the mechanic making it a 5/5, I mentioned it earlier, but it trades really well into like the Grawl, the Cyrene, some other units. So I think it just depends, but yeah, maybe we'll see attack Juggernaut being the staple, the default potentially, as the
It feels like
defender
it
one is.
rotates.
Yeah.
We've seen Defender be common. I've seen Uni use a lot of the artillery Juggernaut, and now we're seeing armed. Honestly, the Juggernaut Workshop has gotten a lot of crap for being like it's so like the hero power or whatever you want to call it. The Paragon effect is so OP, and it's only been balanced out by Augencore just being lower tier. But as time goes on, it feels surprisingly well balanced. Like it's a really cool power, honestly.
I mean, it's
All
so
right.
good. Let's be real. The consistency throughout the entire game, the fact that like there's really nothing you can do to disrupt those juggernauts coming out is just like what makes it so good. So, but you know what? If Augencore does kind of get its time to shine, like I don't think we can count Unishop as like an Augencore deck being great, you know? So if we move
Agreed.
into an era of like, you know, the Juggernaut Workshop upgrade list being good, I'm kind of all here for it, if I'm being honest.
Same. Yeah, we shouldn't be nerfing that too fast. Let it rise like a
Yeah,
phoenix and roam around for a while.
let it ride, let it ride.
Okay.
Oh my God, Silver Lemmy. Do you remember the Silver Lemmy DAO? I don't know who wanted to start it. Maybe it was Koji, but there was the Silver Lemmy DAO whenever it came out. That skin.
That
It's a
sounds like
good
a
time.
2022 kind of vibe. We could never pull that
Yeah,
off
that
in
was
the current era.
it
People were
was a
doing
different
DAOs
time.
off of their first names, like, oh, Dave DAO and stuff.
Yes.
Anyway, Manos looking like he might bank this rummaging researcher. Nice hand here, kind of the opposite of the previous match for both players. Good one drops, those machinists. Manos gonna lead with the trigger happy. Interesting Lemmy mirror. It's been 3 mirrors in a row, Ali. That's pretty rare, isn't it?
Yeah. What's going on? Or well, no, this we got we got Lemmy versus the Augencore here. So, um,
Oh, I'm tripping. I'm seeing Lemmy on both sides. I just like Lemmy so much. I don't know what happened there. Wow. It's cuz the one drop, the hard linked pilot, I just saw it and I thought it was machinist and my mind ran with
yep,
it. That was wild.
totally
Okay. I'm back.
similar colors. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah. So this is actually one of the decks that I've been playing on ladder a bit with the Lemmy. I'm not usually a Marcolian player, but Lemmy has always been a good time, and so it's like a lot of the same shell of what we're used to, but we've just gotten like some of the new irregular cards in here, and it's made it pretty consistent.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised how similar the Lemmy deck is, but it seems from the earlier pre-deception version, but it seems like it's very effective with the couple of cards tossed in from deception, so sometimes a little bit goes a long way. We do see Ego drop a hard-linked pilot on the board there. Manos clutching his machinist in thought, and he does end up dropping it. Scout to the bank, Scout again to the board, and he's going to clean up a little bit, but Egorik has a chance to get some pilot value if he could draw a cheap enough upgrade. Otherwise, it's a bit of a sketchy spot. All he really has now then is Harf. That's not the best turn too.
Yeah, that is definitely not. But he's gonna have to put it down. Don't wanna whiff. Well, with all the pilots though, he's got a couple of upgrades in the hand, right? I mean, he'll be able to pass those off, but this is definitely like a good chunk of pressure, I think, from Manos here starting out, and then he's gonna be able to develop this researcher, get the refill of the hand going. Um, yeah, this is looking pretty good for him, and he's actually gonna be able to
It's got to
full
be
clear, right?
stressful.
Yeah.
Manos can full clear? Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, for sure. He's got exactly enough damage to easily. He's gonna go face.
I
Let's
don't know
see.
if I
All
like
right.
that, if I'm being completely honest with you. I think
I
I
don't
would
love it.
just I don't love it. I think I would just get rid of that Harf. I mean, look, you've got the dispatch in the hand. I mean, even the right of redemption, maybe not as useful with the hardlink pilots having shielded, but still, I don't know. I just like
I'm actually changing my mind. Sorry to interrupt, but I think that card draw is super worth it. Harf doesn't really do a lot for Augencore on turn 3 for the kind of deck Ego's running. Manos can easily handle it next turn, even just drop that gunslinger. I actually think on second reflection it's completely fine. I mean,
you
Ego
know what?
doesn't have a
You're
way to
right.
take advantage of it.
You're definitely
Okay.
right. That sometimes I forget that researcher interaction too. I think it's probably worth the extra card. It does give Egorik a unit to make use of one of these pulverizers but it looks like he's
True.
gonna bank. But I hear what
Yeah,
you're
2 of them in
saying.
hand, right? So you can bank one, play the other, maybe? The whole problem for Ego here, he just got too many upgrades too early. It's the classic challenge of running a heavy upgrade deck. And we're going to see the 3/3 Battle Ready come down. Is it Blitz or Battle Ready? I'm forgetting the name of the card, but it's one of the new
That
Deception
would
units.
be let's see, what's it?
I believe it's
Growler,
3/3
Prowler?
Battle Ready.
Yes, it's Battle
What,
Ready. Yep.
what is it? What's the name?
I believe it's hold on. It's Growler or Prowler? I think it's hold on.
Excel is going to tell us in the chat there, but yeah, one of the cooler new Deception cards. It's Prowler. Thank you, Excel. It's I've seen it when I scroll through Deception and I'm thinking about stuff. I have yet to run it in any of my lists. I've been memeing with a rock personally, which has just been really fun. So it's cool to see Egorik making use of it, and it does. Oh, it's got the withdraw 5 as well. Nice. Yeah. Okay. I'm remembering how that all goes together. Yeah. Unfortunately, like that gives Ego a little bit of a help on the tempo, but it is not really enough to make up for Manos's big board. Ego looking pretty darn upset right now, to be honest. He is not happy with this, understandably. Jeez.
Yeah, this is why we love the player cams. We get to experience the emotions with them. But I will say Egorik's got a Juggernaut popping out at the end of the turn, so maybe that is enough to fight back a little bit
True.
here. But we see the Pulverizer come down on the Hard-Linked Pilot. That's a little scary 4/5 Yeti of a pilot. I mean, that's not too bad. And then
The Yeti. Oh man, Hearthstone coming out.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I still got to pull in the Hearthstone terms from time to time.
No, 4/5s are Yeti for the rest of time. No apologies needed. You're right though. The 3/6 defender in this case, assuming I'm not wrong, isn't slamming armed. He gets the double defender, which is incredibly powerful. I don't know. Do those tokens have evasive? I'm assuming not. As long as they're not the evasive guy, he's going for the Juggernaut, the artillery. Never mind. I'm just getting very surprised by these token choices.
Interesting. I'm honestly a little surprised by that too.
I'm skeptical of that, frankly.
Yeah. But I'm always inclined when they've made it these guys have made it this far, you know, I obviously there is room for error in a high stakes situation, but I'm always like, you know what? These guys are the pros here, so he's probably got a game plan. All right. It looks like Manos can get the Wong developed if he wants to. He's got to respect that the Hard-Linked Pilot has Defender now with that Pulverizer on it, and also it can get passed off to the Artillery Juggernaut with the Salvage, right?
Wong looks super nice here because it has a 3 out of 4 chance to buff one of the 3 units that's able to attack as opposed to buffing himself. Of course, it's really like 90% self-buff always, as you know, if you play parallel. But in theory, it's a nice, 75% chance. And that buff, if it hits either of the 3/3s, only needs to be a double draw to clear the pilot. He is going to play Gunslinger instead, though. So maybe Slinger.
I like this.
Redemption Harf?
Yeah, I like this. He's just getting rid of the unit so that the salvage can't, get passed off here. He's like, you know what? I'm just going to Wong next turn. I'm going to make a better play here. I'll be able to get a good trade going. And he's going to choose to leave the researcher alive as well. I like that.
He's going to get the armed on that token, keeping it. And you're right. I completely fumbled on the fact that it could salvage. If he cleared the pilot first, it would have been a blunder. So you're absolutely right there. Manos, 2 cards in hand, but they're both excellent. And Lemmy gives him a chance to get some extra reach, pulling a card out of the waste. Ego still on the back foot, down 0-2, fighting for his tournament life. He does have some good cards, pretty far away from his next token. And he doesn't have a good way to set up another salvage. That's what he needs to do, but it's not quite there, is it?
Yeah. I mean, I get okay, the Ruthless Juggernaut is cool. So that's an option here, but Manos is just so locked in. He's got, the Wong for the card draw. He's also got the little 1/1 poke, like if he wants to use the Lemieux ability here, to destroy the damaged unit, like he has options for that. I mean, he's just like he's in a great spot.
I mean, it is shielded, right? So I guess he can't use the effect unless I'm crazy.
Can you? If it's a muster, can you? I think you can if it's coming
You can
from
use the muster, but isn't that a? If he played Lemmy, yeah, but the effect in his hand, that's also.
Oh no, not the effect, the actual Lemmy
Gotcha.
Paragon. Yeah.
Yeah, that could have
But no,
worked.
you're
He's going
absolutely
for
right.
Wong, and look, Wong self buffs. It's just like we said.
Oh my god, you called it.
90%.
See, 90% of the time, every time.
Every time, something like that. All right, so
Okay.
these tokens can't hurt the Juggernaut though. He is giving Egorik something to work with. It's probably not enough for Ego to rustle up a comeback, but let him cook. Maybe the forward mechanic can get him another defender off of the Juggernaut token.
There we
It's not looking
see.
great.
Yeah, you're right though. Like mechanic probably has to come. I mean, there's only, let's see, access to 6 energy this turn. I mean, you'd love to be able to. Well, the glaive would never stick. Let's be honest. But
He'll just die if he plays Glaive, right? I mean, lethal on the
yeah,
board.
for sure. So it's gonna have to be mechanic, and yikes. Yeah, I
It's
think this might be a 3-0 Flux. I think Manos has got this.
Yeah, Egorik, it feels like he's so close to having some way to at least stall a turn, but I don't think unless he gets a high roll off the mechanic or something I'm completely not thinking of, it looks like Manos has lethal next turn.
Well, let's not forget, I guess Juggernaut can attack and upgrade charge. I don't really know if there's anything that's too
True.
monumental in the bank, maybe. The pulverizer, I think, would have been in there at some point.
There's a thruster
So
for
maybe
the
we'll see that come
upgrade.
out.
Thing is, he can summon a defender, but Manos can just remove it so easily with the direct removal, either from the effect or from Lemmy himself. And then he's got 7/7
Mhm.
Wong to hit face. Yeah, I think it's about to be a Manos win right here. Repeater cannon
So,
and bank, the factor's pointing out in the chat.
mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Is even
definitely
that enough?
something.
Hmm.
The fact that he's getting the second ability, right? So he goes with the repeater cannon, and then he gets the pulverizer. So that's
That
quite
is
good.
actually because he gets to pull it out again. Okay. Actually proving me wrong. Lethal is denied. I was not
And there's
thinking
a
about how he
defender
could.
on the board.
Yeah, he could charge twice. I completely missed that. Defender on the board. Ooh, what do you think Manos wants to do here?
This is actually okay, hang on a minute. This is a little scary because the defender is annoying. Like if he wanted to just like poke with the Lemmy. Well, okay, hang on a second. No. He can just poke with the defender, then use the Oh, I like this line. He's going with the fleet support.
Double
He's going
clear.
to take out the defender. Uh,
Is he going to buff
oh,
attack on all of his units on the second one? Is that going to give him lethal? Is that what I'm seeing here? 8 + 3 is 11. That's not quite. Can he do it again, though? One more time? Am I.
7,
Yeah,
8,
so.
9, 10, 11.
Yeah, not quite lethal.
11 damage.
This
Yeah,
is.
I think he miscalculated.
You think
I
so?
think he thought he had lethal with the attack here. Ooh, that is potentially very punishing.
Oh, he can't clear the Ruthless Juggernaut because they're tokens.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Did he just
No,
throw the whole map?
I
The game,
wonder.
rather?
I think it's possible that he thought that he had like he reacted. I think he thought he might have had lethal with the buff. But I
Right,
am
yeah.
not sure here.
No, I
But
think you're
that
right. I think
repeater cannon Juggernaut is really scary.
it's so scary when Lemmy's relying on so many tokens. This is just watching this game makes me feel like Ruthless Juggernaut's about to be a big part of this meta for Augencore with so many tokens floating around. So that's 18 damage on the board, right? Oh,
Oh
that's
my
lethal with the battle
god.
ready. That's lethal, right? No? Is it
Wait a
blitz
minute.
then? It's battle ready, is it not? Something is confusing me here. Does he have
I
lethal? He has lethal.
Yeah,
He has it another
he's
way.
got
It's
it.
fine. He's using
Yeah, got
the
it.
attack charge. Okay.
Okay, so Egorik took that with with the Juggernaut. Manos lost that one. We're back at it, folks. We
Sorry.
the
Straight
no
up, I
stress. No, you're
apologize. I
good.
was just so locked in that I got really stupid there. All right. All right. We're back. Okay. That's all right. Let's continue. Let's have fun.
It's all good. All right. Manos has got to run it back with the Lemieux. Honestly, that was like a kind of an unexpected turn of events, though. Like, man, it looked like Manos had it, and I really would like to know what was going through his head in that last turn before he lost. It almost looked like he thought he had lethal calculated. There might have been another play with like the double execute. or Lemieux's Rain play. Like, I don't really know. We'll have to like ask him about it someday. But we got to run it back. We've got the Scipius versus the Lemieux now, and let's see if Egorik can reverse sweep Manos.
Yeah, I mean, it went to show that Ego was able to make that comeback in spite of being a bit frustrated and having a pretty bad opening there. So you just really can't count out these high-level players. Looking at this one, Lemmy versus Skippy, Manos with another good opening hand, and Ego's not going to have the Ruthless Juggernaut to counter all these tokens. Be a very different kind of match. Ego's got a decent starting hand as well. Good, in fact. He's got the Chamber. He's got lots of draw, that Magna. How do you feel about this opening situation?
I think both players got a really good hand. I think Manos has got the early one drop set up. I always like to see a dispatch kind of early too. Especially with the Harf, sometimes you can like sneak out a double, we'll see what winds up happening. But then from Egorik's side, he's got the chamber and an early magna, and he's even got a bombardment, which is probably very useful against these annoying Lemmy, unit heavy decks. So as it currently stands, both players have a great hand.
Yeah, Bombardment definitely. I mean, this is exactly the kind of thing. Any deck that's going to go wide. I mean, Marco. It's funny because now Kathy's not in the meta when that was the kind of thing Bombardment could have been perfect for, but Lemmy is similar. Manos just got to decide what to bank here with all these cards being so good. Going to do an attack first while he's thinking. And Ego
And I
is
think
deep in the texts. Go ahead.
definitely, I think from this Scipius side, like you just want to, I think you just want to have your like early card draw, right? And so the Diplomat, the Magna, it's got utility in addition to cycling through the deck. You can use the Swelling Tide. So if it's Manos might want to respect a bombardment. I wonder how many copies are in this list, but if he can just sort of space out the threats, not dump everything into it, force him to use it early, maybe that could work out.
Definitely true. We see this token coming down and then the Magna. Nice and juicy here. Gonna clear the Harf, presumably. Nope, gonna clear the Trigger Happy Trooper, like I just said. Ego making all kinds of faces. He's playing well, but man, he looks like he's a bit tilted. I mean, maybe that's just the way he expresses himself. Manos still looking that one facial expression. He's very stoic when he plays, I feel like.
So he just
Here.
hovered the fleet support there, Manos. I wonder if he's thinking about banking it, because I actually think that fleet supports might be really nice in this matchup to just get some extra value, extra pressure going. And he's got a Miasmancer too. Like gosh, I think Manos, as long as he can like space all the threats out properly, I think he's got a good shot here. But with Gosan in the hand, providing clear and heal, and the Leviathan, like I don't know. I think it's anyone's game as it currently stands.
Yeah, feels like Manos might want to set up the fleet support into the double irregulars, and if you can get multiple buffs off of that, like the irregular tech synergizing with the fleet support could be quite nice. This turn,
If
though,
you
he's got to do something else. Is he gonna just drop the Miasmancer now just to kind of slow Egorik down? We saw how good that was. Yep, here it is. And this is actually, we're seeing this is actually very effective against Skippy, this turn 3 Miasmancer, because the Skippy deck is pretty much all musters. It's actually like the whole deck is musters. That one
I
time it
think that
happened.
if
Go ahead.
yeah, I was gonna say I think if Manos can get the fleet support down and actually get some irregulars that get out of the bombardment health range, like that would be really clutch. And because if this Harf sticks, I think that he could even cast it next turn, right? I mean, or does Harf's ability stop that? Like if he goes to play the fleet supports and then triggers the cost reduction activatable, right? Could he cast the dispatch with the Harf on the board? I wonder. That turn will be interesting.
I'm not sure.
Let's see. He's gonna try and clear the Harf. Gonna get the block going. And then I wonder if we'll just see a little nice, good use of the chamber to get the Leviathan going, refill the hand. Oh, Oh, interesting. I thought he was gonna
The
go for the
early
little
bombardment.
Leviathan.
Yeah. All
Do
right,
you think that
Manos
was too
picking up
early?
the. Uh, I think he had nothing else he could do, and giving up a whole turn of tempo. I mean, is Manos threatening to get his tokens above 3 health soon enough? It's not crazy. Like, you really don't want to float a whole turn against Lemmy, and otherwise, what's he gonna do? He's gonna play Gosan with no muster. Like, I think it's reasonable. He's
So
gonna consider
it'll
banking the scout here.
it'll be interesting to see if he decides to like get the I think with the choice to bank the scout here, he'll probably get the fleet support going. It's like a loss of tempo. You're giving up a turn where you could develop some units, right? But I think that the payoff of getting maybe not. Okay. I was gonna say I kind of like developing the fleet support, but I suppose though respecting all of the relic removal, perhaps with the Scipius, is where his mind is at.
That's one thing, and then the other thing is if Ego's using bombardment last turn, it's like, all right, he just cleared the board. You want to immediately get more tokens or more units on the board, I think, so that you can keep that tempo pressure on him. We're gonna pull back a 0-cost token to the hand just to get maximum tempo. I think that's what's happening here for sure. Manos, he's kind of reading into that bombardment play, thinking, all right, Egorik really doesn't want to see a wide board right now, therefore let me just go as wide as I can. It's a really nice board from having nothing on the board to 7/7 of stats in total. Pretty reasonable. Leviathan hitting the board for Ego. Big draw here. There's Emeritus, the double surge, and Egorik is very close to finding lethal once he gets a few things in his waist. That's going to be tough for Manos to outrace there for sure. Ooh,
Wow.
that is a draw.
Well, he could poke and play Lemmy to destroy the Leviathan. It looks like that is what he's going to do, which I like this. It takes the pressure off and then also develops another 3/4 unit, right? So,
Yeah, it's so strong. Like the hard removal from Lemmy. This has always been Lemmy's thing. It's why Lemmy is a good counter to Earthen sometimes. It just has so much answers for big units.
ooh, that is a
It's
nice
it's
pickup too
wild.
to have that Miasmancer in the back pocket. Like if he can't do it this turn, he could really shut down Egorik by dropping that. So I think that was a really good one to get back from the waist.
Ego has the coin, so he can. So he's banking Meritus. Uh, that's not what I expected.
That is okay.
Isn't that very odd? Why would you
That
bank
is
Meritus?
I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. I'm trying to like without a triumph in the hand, like I'm quite surprised. Maybe he's
I
thinking that like this is not a normal game. I'm not going to go for the combo. This is survival mode. I just need to like fight for board. Maybe that's the logic here.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, we know Manos has Miasmancer in hand, but he already played one, so the odds of him having a second one weren't as high. I'm very, very surprised to see Meritus get banked out of that hand. That is, we'll have to see how this game plays out to see how that makes sense. Like you said, maybe he's just shifting his game plan because he thinks he can't beat Manos the traditional way with something about how this game's playing out. But that is so surprising to me. I mean, Ego's got to play Skippy soon to get more draws, I guess. I don't really know what his plan is now, unless he thinks he can just abuse these Gosans by triggering their musters repeatedly.
Well, I was just about to look that up. So, Cerulean Surge is a new card, right? I thought you could only do it on Cathari units, or have I got
Oh, is
that
that the
wrong?
case? That could be the case. Got to pull
I'm
it up.
wondering if he knows that though, because it kind of looks like he's on the Gosan plan. But I could be wrong. Let me.
No, you're right. You're right. Trigger the muster ability of any target friendly Cathari non-Paragon unit.
Yeah,
But so yeah,
yeah.
with that in mind, I cannot understand why he banked Meritus, no matter how hard I try to figure that out. That is interesting. So Guerrilla Warfare from Manos going to delete one of those surges and then another one. So they're both gone.
Mm-hmm.
And Ego just doesn't have much except to play Skippy and draw off of Leviathan's muster. That's all I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Interesting. So
Well,
interesting.
I mean, there's another Gosan in the Scipius, right? So I honestly, at this point, I think Egorik, like with losing the combo out piece there, not having a good enough hand, like the super loss of value with the surges being gone, even if he did find, some good muster, like I think this is going to be tough. Granted, the Scipius does get the draw 3 from the Leviathan, which definitely helps. So maybe we shouldn't count Manos' chickens before they hatch here.
Yeah, interesting. Interesting. I mean, now Ego's got a ton of cards. He just has to make it happen without the Meritus OTK, but he does have a lot of stuff to work with. It's kind of a stretch, though. Manos with 27 health, with so many ways to clear units, with so many ways to attack, with the Miasmancer to shut down another one of Egorik's turns. Feels like that's a big decision for Manos, is when to deploy the Miasmancer. Very, very interesting.
Manos
tough
probably
bank decision,
wants
yeah.
to develop another. He needs, like, I guess there are orbital strikes, right? But that's not quite enough at this point. So he's got to be thinking, like, how do I build another little board here of irregulars and get some board presence before it gets too difficult to recover, right? Because there's no what's the artillery volley or that type of
Yes.
stuff. So he really can't. I mean, I suppose there's the Cindy AoE, but that probably isn't going to be quite enough. So if I were him, I'd probably want to like maybe Wong potentially to get some extra options to the hand. Yeah.
He's just got to get this board under control. Like, Manos has a lot going for him. He doesn't know. He doesn't know that Meritus is in the bank, to be fair, so he must be sweating bullets that it could come out at
Oh.
any moment. But yeah, this is all right.
Oh, this is very interesting. There's a lot of different lines that you can do here. So hats off to Manos for seeing this. Like, okay. Yep. So that logic of trying to build a board go wide, I think this is he thought this was the best way for him to get that done. And I mean, granted, he got 5 units on the board, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, Manos has a big bunch of units here. I'm so stuck on that Meritus bank. I know it's multiple turns ago. I still feel like Egorik doesn't have. Okay, so Bombardment is going to be a great answer to this board if he wants to deploy it now. He does. It's a battle of attrition. I'm curious. I mean, maybe. How does Egorik win this as a battle of attrition? Like, he's going to hit fatigue first. Manos down to 18. Manos just has so many good cards here. The operatives could be pretty nice for Egorik, though. He can discard Leviathan, that epic combo. And it's like it's interesting here. Let's see. I'm gonna let both of these guys cook. I'm actually really not sure how to feel about this position.
Yeah. I think that the Ego Rig might just have enough like value cards to kind of outpace Manos, maybe. I mean, he's got like Odious, right? I mean, eventually Triumph of Europa will come into play. So if he can just sort of stall him out, like just not let him get too much pressure going, like he probably can handle this, honestly. But okay, another Miasmancer is useful. And don't forget we've got the fleet support, so that could definitely provide some good value here. I think that he does have how many copies of Orbital Strike? He has 3. So technically that's enough if he finds them all.
Yeah, the big strategy here is Manos just getting Miasmancer after Miasmancer after Miasmancer. This tournament so far is really making it clear just how much of a shutdown Miasmancer is for Skippy's thing. Like, I'm actually starting to think the entire deck is musters aside from Kalar, and I don't even like, is that the only non-muster card? It's actually quite wild. So Miasmancer is just utterly denying Ego the ability to do much of anything on these turns.
Yeah, I mean, most of them are musters. I mean, like Odious would be an aftermath. The
I
hammer.
guess Aishio's
Yeah.
operatives is a blitz, and so that doesn't get blocked on Ego's turn because Miasmancer is only blocking muster, right at this point. So blitz works. Yeah,
Right.
so he can do that, and then if he discards a card, he will get that muster because it's triggering off of the effect from operatives. So he probably wants to do that and discard Leviathan, unless he wants to save Leviathan to use the activated ability, but or if he's worried about fatiguing too fast. But in terms of tempo and draw and just building his resources, operatives to discard the Leviathan is huge. Is that what he's going to do here? No, he's going to leave it stealthed. Okay. Okay. Going to hold
Interesting.
on to that. Yeah,
Okay,
he
I
can't
think
get targeted, so no worries about any hard removal hitting it. Here comes the Wong. Still a ton of direct damage in Manos' hand. If he can just chip away Ego a little bit more, he can start to just send burn damage straight to the face. That Scimitar
ooh,
also quite nice. Rite of Redemption and Miasmancer. That's such a good Wong.
yeah. The guerrilla warfare are going to be really nice here to get double cast of the disruption, right? To be able to yoink. That's pretty good. I think.
Yeah, seven damage to hand potentially, or to face from the board here, setting up double orbital next turn. I mean, like, there's a lot of damage that is possible coming up here.
Oh man, actually, I don't know. Do you like going for Miasmancer or double discard with the guerrilla warfare? That's kind of tough.
I was
Man,
thinking,
I'd
yeah,
want to.
maybe Miasmancer, Rite of Redemption, right? Because then it turns off the stealth, but Manos is banking redemption, so he's not going to go quite there.
With this fleet support, and the orbital strike, like he's close, he's pretty darn close. Okay. Yep, just go
It's
face.
really looking really good for Manos here, considering Ego does not have the relic removal and considering how much burn, not only the orbital strike, but also what else? Am I going crazy here? Hold on, I just
Oh
lost
man,
it.
he found the Asian speculator, which gets rid of the fleet support. Yeah, I really wanted to like either get the orbital double or the guerrilla warfare double before this fleet support got answered, but I totally get that like, putting the pressure on like he it's always usually like right to develop first and that Miasmancer is so disruptive. So I think it was right. But
Yeah,
oh no,
is
I'm
that
sorry.
four? Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Actually, the speculator can't be cast because of the Miasmancer, right? Because
That's the
it's a
Miasmancer.
muscle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So that fleet support stays alive. Manos has 10 damage from hand. Egorik needs to reduce the damage on board to 7 attack or less. I don't know that he can do that. Not sure how that's gonna work. But let him cook for a minute. Definitely Manos very close to lethal here. The Miasmancer is absolutely like it's
Shut it
incredible.
down.
Yeah, I keep saying it. It just shuts down Skippy so hard. Magna not getting the muster. It's just insane.
Okay. Well, with 10, I mean, he'll be able to take a trade here. 10 from the orbital strike. He's so super close. The
I think he's
5/5.
defending here with Kalar. Yeah. Then Aishio's operatives can clear the Miasmancer. And he can still get. Oh, he can discard Speculator with the operatives. He can absolutely destroy the fleet support. He can do it that way.
Oh, there you go.
I think that's what he's going to do here, right? Right? No, it doesn't. Did it not trigger? I thought he would. Or did he choose not to do it? I'm surprised about that.
Wait, what? Sorry, what are you talking?
Why wouldn't it
The
trigger? It's
the
a
Miasmancer. What would have?
no, but
Oh,
Aishio's operatives isn't using a muster. Why wouldn't it trigger?
oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about operatives.
I'm saying if you use
Um,
operatives, discard speculator.
Well, he's got it with the orbital strike. The fleet support absolutely coming in clutch. So, oh my god, what a whirlwind of a of a game actually. You can see on Manos's face there. Um okay, there we go. Running it back with the victory screen. Now we know it's for real this time.
Manos
He
looking
takes
very
it
happy to take
3-1.
it down. Yeah. Wow.
Man, yeah, I did
Guys.
walk away after that one. Whew.
Okay. Guys, let's do something right now. Let's do the rewind. Rewind right now. Okay, Manos is going to be the winner for this round with a 3-1 against Egorik, and it was not an easy match for Egorik, right? He had like some setbacks with those matchups, but you know the last one that was quite an interesting play. Meritus being banked. Well, we were talking about it during the match, guys. Like, what are your thoughts regarding that? Let's start with Ali. Like, once you saw his play afterwards, any thoughts why it was banked?
Honestly, I think Egorik just thought that the game plan needed to. He's just like forfeit the combo, fight for board. Like he had a couple of Gosons. Like I wonder if he thought that he could like trigger the Goson's muster again with the surge. But he probably wouldn't make that mistake. And then he had another Scipius in there. So I mean, of course, there's the one Triumph. You can like try and find the Meritus later. But I gotta admit, I think there was a little bit of some weird plays in that last match there. I don't know if I would stand by them all. I don't necessarily think that strategy is always the worst. Like sometimes when you're playing a combo deck against an aggro deck or something, you do have to like make weird plays to kind of keep up and fight. But I don't know if that particular situation was the right move, honestly. And Manos did a great job of, continually building boards, spacing out the threats. We saw 2 bombardments, I think, come down. And so he did a great job of, keeping up the pressure and ultimately getting it there with the burn in the fleet support. There you go.
Yeah, definitely. That was like I think that was the play right there, right? He was just trying to make sure that he had more units on the board, maybe possibly push on some damage, maybe try to bring out Meritus. Oh, I'm sorry, trying out to bring out some other big units, because there are some big units that can come out from his deck, from his waste, and it did not just pan out. Like Flux, I just have one question for you. Like, we were watching the deck of Egorik a while ago with the presence of upgrades, the presence of repeater cannons or whatnot. Like, how good is it right now that you can withdraw, or the presence of having to withdraw some cards from bank just to make those combos happen?
Withdraw is a super interesting, mechanic. It feels like it definitely depends on the card. Bombardment with the withdraw 8 can come in clutch. I haven't really seen it happen too much yet, but something like Faceless Pulverizer, getting you +3/+3 from the bank. It's really just increasing your reach, increasing your options, increasing your ability to have various counterplay, and really doing what is my favorite thing about Parallel, which is creating a ton of interactivity between all the zones, which is what makes this game feel so Magic the Gathering-esque and a little bit less Hearthstone-esque. Like, it's just that feeling. So I love Withdraw, just a great keyword and a great use of the banking zone within Parallel.
Yeah. Yeah, and we get to see it live here over at the competitive scene. They can't touch your cards from the bank. Like, that's so an amazing interaction, and we get to see it played in the competitive professional scene. And again, congratulations to Manos for getting to move on to the next round. And Egorik, we'll see you soon. You've been amazing. We're gonna see you probably on the next tournament for your next chance to get that spot. And with that, we're gonna be saying goodbye to Ali and Flux for now as we look into the recap of what happened today. And looking at the previous match that we watched, that was, of course, our second match, Manos versus Egorik, getting 3-1 against Egorik, with Manos moving forward. And now we have the second round right here. imcute versus Perp, as Perp defeats Win with a 3-1. HyllusDiardi defeats Meat Value with a 3-2, and he moves forward. Bullbence defeats Agroboy with a 3-1. And Zaratustraa, on the other hand, defeats Sora with a 3-2. LazyGuru defeats Decker with a 3-0 clean sweep. And of course, All Heal gets beaten out by Pandapple with a 3-0 as well. Manos being the last match that we saw he's gonna be moving forward, and that is it. We're gonna be watching on the next match, HyllusDiardi versus Bullbence. But before we do that, let's welcome our next set of casters, the QQ, the Factor, and Kinto. Guys, come back here from the Singularity. There you go.
Hello.
I just beamed you over from the Singularity, guys. Like I just materialized you, and you just
You
came
did.
here, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. How?
we're like organizing our molecules right now. So
Yes.
everything's
Yeah.
organizing as we speak. Yeah.
Bro, when I summoned you, you guys were organizing your molecules right here, and then the bottom half was not seen, right? It's like zoom. Anyway, guys, you watched that match between Manos and Manos and Egorik. Like, I want to ask you, what was your favorite moment during that match before we go on and discuss this next match? Let's start with you, the Factor.
Yeah, my favorite moment of that matchup. First of all, fantastic set of matches between those two Titans because they're both incredibly good players. My favorite part in that whole round was when Egorik actually played the Ruthless Juggernaut because I saw the turn before he was setting it up. He banked the repeater cannon, and I thought, right, he knows that like he's under pressure. If he doesn't get some aggro tempo going soon, he's going to die to all these little tokens. What's your best defense against tokens? Repeat the Ruthless Juggernaut, because the tokens are not going to do any damage to it, and once you start getting stats on the repeater cannon or the Ruthless Juggernaut with things like the Pulverizer or even Spine, that thing can OTK you. And it was so good actually that he got the win through mainly the Ruthless Juggernaut. So I thought that was like a really timely play. If he hadn't have played that, I think he would have ended up losing that game. But yeah, it was interesting. He took it to the fourth game, didn't he? And unfortunately just missed out.
Yeah, and man, that was an amazing play indeed. Like, definitely clip worthy. Just to find out that
Yeah.
lethal. And how about you, Kinto? Any favorite moment during that match?
Well, I really liked that the matches were super complicated in the sense that they were just scratching their head to know what to do. In this case, I really like the interactions between the CP mirror, where they were like just blocking out, playing
Yeah.
strategically, the Maya Mancers and all of this. It was really, really good to watch these decks at a high level in this case.
Yeah, both guys definitely played a very high level, just with those mirrors, blocking each other one out because they know how the outs of each of the other player. And Manos just outplayed Egorik in that match. And with that, of course, we're gonna be starting with our first deck from Bullbence with this deck review. Let's look at it right now. And we have here Bullbence bringing a Shoshana. From what it looks like, burn deck. Now, who gets burned so much? I think the Factor mentioned it a while ago. Can you break this down?
Yeah, do you know, I know this deck very well because Bullbence is often regular on my stream, and I played him. I played him yesterday. Actually, he actually brought the wrong deck. He didn't bring this deck, but when he brings the right deck, which is this one here, this deck can OTK you massively. It can hit you out of nowhere for like 40 plus damage. Really interesting kind of combo deck because you're looking to try and get the seventh blossom of Ren going, which can kind of trigger with the paradigm shift. So you really just kind of looking to get excess healing and then damage from that excess healing. So just triggering a lot of interesting combos. Really cool deck. It's one of those decks where they don't really tend to play much on the board, so it can be a little bit slow. So for Hyllus, if he comes up against this deck, he's going to need to be very quick on the board and try and win before Bullbence gets that burn OTK off.
Yep, so much burn is gonna be coming from this paradigm shift 2x. Oh man, that's something to look out for. But yeah, let's see what the next deck for Bullbence is gonna be. And it is Lemieux. Okay, let's listen to Kinto to compare this to the other Lemieux that we've seen.
Okay, this is the typical Lemmy list that's running around. It's a control list, essentially, one with the big relics for big damage there, the captain for essentially just discarding key cards, all the package of cheap units in this case, Muriel and Veil, which has become also a key card here. the Romayan Researcher for draw. We see also the Catherine unit for extra damage. Rite of Redemption has been also used a lot for easy removal. Then the Lemius Irregulars effects like Dispatch and Lemius Ring. And we have the Big Dam with the Orbital Strike and Paid Off for preventing some combos going on. Really nice deck here from Bullbence.
Yeah, really nice deck indeed. I don't see much of that dispatch right there. It's mostly Lemieux rain, but dispatch has a very, very good utility as well. And let's look at the next deck of Bullbence right now. And Bullbence has brought another classic Ogan deck. What do you think about this, Defactor?
Yeah, this is an interesting one, isn't it? Because you've got almost a nearly 50-50 balance between Universal and Albion core cards. It is an Albion core deck, but it has a lot of effects for an Albion core deck. Albion core decks don't tend to usually run lots of effects. They tend to run quite a few upgrades and then just make sure that you get those upgrades, and particularly like some of the relics in play with the units. But you can see here on the right-hand side, the Bullbence is opting for a bit more removal. So he's got two bombardments, and then he has one PS8 in there. I think it's just to kind of potentially help him out in the early game if he needs to remove something. And then, of course, there's those Rite of Redemptions that we've been talking about. They've been a key part, I think, in a lot of people's decks so far in this tournament, but also on the ladder. When it comes to the units, he's got the Covert Prowlers, which are the 3/3 battle readies. They're really quite good because you can bank them, withdraw them from the bank, or you can play them and then hope to put some big upgrades on them, like the Pulverizers or the Spines, and that can potentially give you a lethal finishing blow. He's also got one Gruul in here. A lot of people are using Gruul to be able to pull Pulverizers and Spines out. I mean, that's quite effective because then you can have a big shielded unit that is a little bit difficult for your opponent to remove. And of course, there's the Star in there. The Star is also another battle ready unit. Also kind of interesting, he's got Horizon Acolytes in here as well. Don't tend to see those often, but it's a nice card. He's got 3 of them as well. So I'm interested to see how important they are in this deck for Bullbence. But I like it. It's good.
Yeah, looks like a very interesting setup for Bullbence right now. Very effect heavy. And of course, let's look at his opponent right now, HyllusDiardi. I think one of his decks has already been banned. And let's see. Yeah, okay. Whoa, not yet. All right, let's look at the next deck for Bullbence. And it looks like, oh, Scipius. Oh, man, we're going to have another field day from our Katari master right here. Kinto?
Yeah, so we have the typical relics here with Cyberdeck Console, really good use in tournaments specifically. We have one Conin Diplomat. He's not running the wannabe Warlord as we've seen previously in some other lists. Going with Raven, key card here, one Mayamancer, the whole combo package of Maritus, Leviakin, Eden Hammer. We also see Gozan, which in the last set we saw it being played. He is definitely running the HUS operative, which is some does run it, some don't. And then the whole effects here: Swelling Tide, PSA Launcher, Take It or Leave It, Cerulean Surge, Cytokinesis, all of them, and one copy of Triumph of Europa here. This seems like a similar list we have seen before, but a bit tweaked. Really nice list from Bullbence.
Yeah, there's like a little tweaks between these decks, and you can see how comfortable these guys are with those little tweaks. And no Warlord right here, so if you're expecting that kind of a setup, it's not gonna be this one. So let's look at the next deck. It's gonna be coming from HyllusDiardi, and it's gonna be a Nehemiah deck. Wow, okay, we haven't seen this much or the Nehemiahs in the previous matches, but let's listen to Factor to break this down.
Yeah, it's quite nice actually, isn't it, to see Nehemiah turning up at the tournaments again. She kind of had a little bit of a moment where a lot of people were bringing her right before Worlds, and she kind of faded off. But Hyllus feels there's some value to bring Nehemiah here. and it's kind of it's a very interesting mix up here. I'm just looking at it because you've got, of course, Tanaka, which was the battle pass that is the 1/2, almost like the Earthen equivalent of the Venerated Raider. I quite like this because you can play it. It gives you a card that you can, of course, bank and then withdraw, and then you can potentially put Aurora Fungi upgrades on it too. 3 Shield of the Gardens, which is absolute staple in any kind of Earthen deck to give you that ramp. And then what he's got here as well, he's got a couple of Moonlight Star Valeshas, Terror Gliders are in there as well, despite the nerf. Gafar the Vigilant, which is the big deception card for Earthen that really does a lot of damage, and once that comes down, you really want to try and remove it. And then kind of the usual big monster like the Terror Mech, and then the Terror. So to be fair, when you look at this deck, there's not like a ton of deception cards in here. They've almost just been like sprinkled in just to try and enhance it. But not a deception-heavy deck. Pretty much what we would be used to from Nehemiah, but just with a little bit of power buffs.
Yeah, I like those. A little sprinkle of deception.
Yeah.
in this deck. Let's look at the next deck from HyllusDiardi. If we see more than a sprinkle of the deception, and wow, this is not a sprinkle. This is a dab, and many more. Let's listen to Kinto to compare this to the other Lemieux deck.
Yeah, we see here that no logistics mastery, definitely going with the Scimitar Captains and Drillion. The whole package also from low-cost units to populate the board, 2 Maya Mancers, going also with the Romayan Researcher, 1 Saboteur, going with Kathy, Sword Valley, and a Rite of Redemption, Dispatch, Lemieux's Ring, 1 Bombardment, 3 Orbital Strikes. Definitely quite different. I think Bowen's list is using a bit more tech cards in this case. HyllusDiardi is just going with the standard consistent list that knows what works and what not.
Yeah, this is like a very, very Lemieux irregular heavy deck, and you've seen it time and again that you can definitely populate the board with a lot of irregulars. And HyllusDiardi has brought another deck for us. Let's look at it right now. And the next deck that he brought, okay, this is not the classic Core. This is a universal Core. The factor, man, how is this deck gonna be?
Yeah, so we kind of we looked at this deck I think a little bit earlier with the pure universal, but no sign of like Desmond or Hacker. Very much just focusing. If you look at the units here, he's gone heavy with 3 copies from like 1 up to 3. So he's got 3 Sabos, 3 Rumjin, 3 of everything there, like Mearsmans. So the key with this is that you hope that you draw those units nice for a good curve, and then you just try and control the board a little bit with some of the effects that he has here, like Rite of Redemption, PSA. Again, these are all 3 copies as well. If he doesn't quite draw the cards to enable him to build that nice early board and take control of it, he can still fall back on Bombardment. He's put 3 copies of this in as well, and then worst case scenario, he's always got a paid off, which we've seen in these tournaments really swing the play and actually can win you the game if you hit something good. So I like this. It's interesting because I didn't think we'd see universal decks without, say, Desmond and Hacker, but we are seeing it here. So I'm really interested to see how this works.
Yeah, Desmond Walker not here, and it is highly controlish, especially with the presence of all the removal tools right here, man. Like I am quite surprised that there is no Desmond Walker here, but yeah, to each his own. If it works, it works, and he's the pro and not us. So let's see how HyllusDiardi does this. And those are the decks that they brought. Let's see the bans right now. It's gonna be Bullbence's Lemieux deck and HyllusDiardi's Simpy deck. Now, of course, looking at this, Simpy still goes through for Bullbence, and Lemieux still goes through from HyllusDiardi. What do you think about this? Let's start with Kinto.
Yeah, so we have seen many players ban Lemieux because it's a really consistent deck, can actually deal with any other deck in the meta right now. On the other hand, Bullbence going for Cathari. This all depends on how they build their decks. And for example, this could mean that Bullbence is actually not running too many relic removals, hence why he's not like he wants to ban CPUs. On the other hand, we have HyllusDiardi running Nehemiah. He can definitely deal with CPUs in this case, with relic repurposing and whatnot. So I think that's mainly the logic, how they build their decks and how like to decide what to actually ban in this case.
Yeah, thank you for
Yeah.
that. Those insights right there. How about you, the factor? What do you think about these bans?
Yeah, they're quite interesting, but they're not surprising because I think when you look at the power levels of those two decks of, like, say, Sippy and then Lemmy, we've seen already at this tournament, how crazy they can get in terms of building a board or just all of a sudden out of nowhere presenting lethal. When you look at the ban from Bullbence, I just think he looked at his decks. He's had experience, of course, playing on the ladder, and I think he's seen that sometimes if you can't stop, say, a Sippy with Miasmances, if you don't draw Miasmances and they just get that combo, there's nothing you can do about it, really. For Hyllus, I think one of the big reasons why he banned Lemieux is because his decks, they seem vulnerable a little bit to very quick aggro tempo plays, and that is one of the quickest decks we see that can build a board and then still finish you off without a board. So I think that both players have looked at the weaknesses of their decks, and I think they've actually come to a very smart conclusion that those are the two decks that present the biggest problem for them getting through to the next round. Yeah.
That's right. Like, man, I'm kind of seeing a pattern here, guys. Like, there are kind of two bannable decks, right? And you just target
Yeah.
one. You just make sure to ban one because that's the one that you, and then the one that's left, you have to make sure you're gonna be targeting. You're gonna be ready for that, right? And it's gonna be something that we're gonna be seeing time and time again, especially during this tournament. And oh, okay, so. Yeah, we're gonna be seeing the first match. It's gonna be Bullbence versus HyllusDiardi, the battle for Crimea with both Earthens gonna be loaded up. It's gonna be Shoshburn versus Nehemiah. Guys, the Factor and Kinto, take it away.
Yeah, here we go. So I am very interested here to see Hylus's Nehemiah deck because, as I say, it looked like it had a sprinkle of deception in there, nothing too crazy. And of course, for Bullbence, his deck is very reliant on the burn. So we've got two earthen decks, quite contrasting styles of play. And I think for Bullbence, if he gets the win here, it will be how he can control some of the perhaps early tempo that Hyllus is going to put on him.
Yeah, I'm also thinking about the decision of Bullbence banning CPUs is because with a deck like Shoshana, for example, he can definitely deal with Lemieux better than CPUs. CPUs can just combo you for 80 damage. On the other hand, Lemieux needs more reach to deal lethal. So really good decisions there on the bans, I believe. Now we have Bullbence on the play here, already banked, but nothing really to play. Maybe deciding if you should use that PS8 on the shield pod to eventually set up something. But I'm not quite sure why he's waiting so much. I think that's that's the only play he can do right now.
Yeah, I think Bullbence is just taking as much time as he can just to really figure out what's my sequence of events. And for Hyllus, and I think he's just also thinking, okay, like, what do I want to do here? So he gets the Tanaka down. The Quade's interesting. I think that's a really cool card. Of course, it benefits you and your opponent. Not probably the sort of thing I think that Hyllus is going to want to play. So that might be a bank. And then, of course, you can always bring it back later. But he does have Gafar the Vigilant already. So that's quite nice for Hyllus there. It's still a little bit far away from being able to use it. A little bit of a slow start for Bullbence here. But to be honest with you, Bullbence, as I said before the game started, he's probably not going to be playing too much. He's just trying to look for the cards to get the setup for the burn.
Yep. We see here Hyllus just attacking phase, not much to do yet. Can probably play Altar of Gaia. Here he goes. Just setting that up early on. Now Bullbence gets that stabilized shard, which is a really nice card here to have. However, falling for a relic repurposing might be a concern for him. Still not much to do in this case for Bullbence. He's just waiting since Shoshana is the real control deck.
Yeah. Have you come across much Shoshana decks actually yourself, Quinto, since you've been playing Deception?
Well, I've been watching a lot of Badgie on stream.
Mhm.
He only plays Shoshana, so
Yeah.
I've seen some matches there, here and there.
Yeah, I always kind of refer to bad guy. You said Badgie, but like Badgie is his name as well. I always refer to bad guys. His deck is a bit of like a witchcraft, like Shoshana witchcraft. So when I'm playing him, I'm always like, what kind of witchery is he going to be doing to me this time with the burn? And because it escalates so quickly, and we can see here as well actually that Bullbence has just drawn a paradigm shift. So that's that's one piece of the puzzle. He's he's really just, this is the thing with this deck, it's just very slow and just being patient to find the burn combo that you can. For Hyllus here, Hyllus to be fair doesn't really have many units he can play, but he can set up things with the relics and he can remove this, which is great. So the Bounty Hunter network gets removed immediately, undoes Bullbence's last turn there.
Yep. Preventing any sort of ramp there for Bullbence. I think he doesn't care too much about it since he has many answers for anything that comes around. In this case, nothing yet for him. This is all about building up energy and then deploying in the end. On the other hand, HyllusDiardi has those two altars of Gaia, and next turn he will be able to start playing anything, really, if it's a Nehemiah or probably a Terraglider. Not sure if he's going to opt for going with the Terraglider, since you usually want to play this card on more energy and more banked cards, so you can get something like a Titan or a Terra in this case.
Yeah. Do you know what I think Bullbence is thinking here? I think he's thinking, do I play Sabo now or do I wait? Because he knows he needs to wait. Okay, good. He doesn't play it. He plays Raven here. I mean, that's all he could do, really, isn't it? To be fair, it's not the best turn. He really wants to keep the Sabo for the Cyber deck, because if he can't remove Cyber deck, then it will pretty much undo a lot of his game plan. But yeah, for Hyllus is a good spot. I mean, it's probably worked out quite well actually. The fact that he's not been put under a lot of pressure, he can just lay the pieces here as he's done with the Altars of Gaia. He's got some nice options here. I think, as you say, he could go and do the Terra Glider, but you're not necessarily going to get like a very good unit. It will just give you a little bit of tempo on the board. We can save it, hold it back, maybe set something up with Cyber deck, potentially get a kind of Diplomat going just to get some more draw. Let's see what he does here. I like his, okay, he's actually going nice. Okay, so he's going with Nehemiah. I like it.
Yep.
Let's get a 7/7 on the board and really push the issue. Very good. Bullbence's hand is stacked. He's going to have to start to play stuff soon, isn't he? He's going to start to mill here.
Yeah, he needs to play stuff. I mean, Cleanse the Earth is definitely an easy card that you could burn here. You're not expecting like to be too scared about this Nehemiah, so you actually don't mind going back to hand. In this case, for Hyllus to play it again, he's just like what he cares right now is just cycling his deck, getting that energy going to eventually just burn with the key combo cards here.
Yeah.
So, like while we wait here, can you run us through the combo from Shoshana?
Well, the combo itself is really just about trying to get excess healing on a unit, and then from that excess healing, you're then playing say, things like Paradigm Shift and Ren. Sorry, the seventh flower of Ren, which is then going to amplify the excess healing and then give you incredible amounts of damage from that excess healing. And then the Triumph is also a way to do it too. So, but it's tricky because at the moment he hasn't really been able to find, for example, he found a paradigm, but he kind of banked it. He hasn't really been able to find like the seventh flower. He's got the Triumph, so it's just a very slow setup. But once you have it, you can basically kill in one turn. So it's going to be interesting if we can see it. But here
So
we
Hyllus
go.
got far the vigilant here. So now Bullbence needs to decide essentially what to discard so it doesn't messes his combo.
Hmm.
Was with Raven. He
Yep.
seems to not like that decision though. But Hyllus seems to be interested in dealing with the Cleanse the Earth, the other copies of it, if
Oh,
there
he
are.
chooses Raven. He chooses Raven in the
And
end.
he
So
he ended up
yeah.
choosing Raven in this case. Now Bullbence needs to deal with this Gafar because
Hmm.
it seems like he's just gonna keep on discarding stuff from Bullbence's hand. Tricky spot to be here.
Do you know what? He doesn't have a way to remove this Gafar. So Gafar can just have another go at him and then remove more things from his deck, which could really get out of hand. He's playing Triumph of Earth here, which is just going to
Okay.
do, 2. I'm not liking
Yep.
Bullbence's hand at all.
Just
And I
dealing
think,
for the draw there.
yeah,
Wow.
I
Didn't
think he was
expect
just hoping.
Shoshana, Nehemiah, Earth and Mirror in a major.
Yeah, yeah. I think he was hoping, can I find something just to deal with the Gafar? I mean, honestly, this is such a dangerous card, this Gafar the Vigilant. It's actually a nightmare when you see it and it has another go. It's almost like an Adira, it's that kind of Adira threat where you're like, oh, I need to get this off the board as quick as I can. Otherwise, it's just going to keep taking from my deck.
Interesting
Hyllus has
decision.
another shot.
Like, I mean, Hyllus going with Nehemiah. I think he was expecting Bullbence to go with his most off meta deck in this case,
Mm.
and now playing Gafar before and start discarding cards and probably pushing Bullbence to discard some of his combo cards here.
Mm-hmm.
Just eliminate them completely. It's a really, really good decision there from Hyllus.
Yeah, he's actually sport for choice, isn't he? We were saying in England he's got an embarrassment of riches in his hand, where he really is like sport for choice when it comes to what he can play. Plays a cyber deck, like it, and then gets a Miasmancer going. Oh wow! And you can see the pain on Bullbence's face there, where now he's blocked off from doing anything to muster, and he has a cyber deck that he can't deal with. Plus, there's a Gafar Vigilance still on the board. Pretty rough. So
Okay.
he's going to try bombardment, but Hyllus blocks it. So the Gafar Vigilant is still on the board. He's going to go again.
Yeah.
And
The thing is
Hyllus
that
has another
Hyllus
block
will
here.
be able to essentially heal completely this Gafar.
Mm. Yep. He can keep it alive, can't he? And this is the problem for Bullbence. He just can't get this off the board. This is really bad.
Okay, goes ahead.
He's going again,
Another
and it's going to get
bombardment.
blocked
Hyllus
again. And
burning cards.
yeah.
Doesn't care. No bombardment for you, Bullbence.
No bomb for Bull.
No
This
bomb
is, yeah.
for Bull. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, there. I mean, can you imagine like spending 8 energy, playing 2 cards at 4 cost each, and nothing happens? This is just
At
so
some point,
brutal for Bullbence.
actually, at some point, leaving this Gafar. I mean, this might be a crazy thought, but leaving this Gafar being able to discard stuff that you want to cycle. For example, that Tanak maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Like it will essentially cycle Bullbence's deck quicker,
Yep. And allow him to
so he can
find the
find his
things that he
answers.
needs.
But I mean,
Yes.
time before this happens, it's a problem.
Yeah,
He does
yeah.
have
You are
Cortana,
right.
the best Paragon
Yeah.
for doing this sort of thing.
Yeah. No, you are right though, because every time he loses cards from his deck, he's going to find more things quicker, isn't it? It's going to move stuff up in his deck. Look at that, as you called it. Kefala Vision gets healed again. He has another go. He's going to put the love it. Just make
Okay.
it as hard as possible to remove. Put the fungi on it. There becomes a 7/8, and it can hit again. This is really putting pressure on Bullbence because I think he's still too far away here from getting the combo going.
Okay, now cleanse the
He's
earth.
really far away.
Why so scared about cleanse the earth?
I guess it's his one form of removal. Looking at his deck, Bullbence's deck, Cleanse the Earth is pretty much his hard removal. Yeah, it is.
Okay.
He does have interesting. Okay, so he has found revitalizing growth, but look, when you look at Hylus's board here, I mean, he is presenting lethal very, very soon. What's he got on the board here? He's got 19. No, sorry, he got 16
Yeah, plus he has
plus-
lethal actually if Bullbence
Yeah.
doesn't do anything.
Yeah, especially with the formidable
Formidable
presence. So
Presence. Yep.
yeah, that's what I mean about this deck is that it's really cool, but it's very slow, and that's what I was saying earlier. That if Hyllus just puts him under pressure on the board, it's very difficult for Bullbence then because he's trying to look for his answers to do his own thing, but then you have huge threats that you need to deal with, and you don't really necessarily have units that can compete with them on the board. So he's just going to go with
Okay.
revitalizing growth to take himself
Yeah.
out of lethal range.
Correct. But I think we're gonna see a Terra Glider
Mhm.
plus Formidable Presence here. And if he pulls off anything, actually, it's still lethal. That's seven reveals. Can he actually do that? Because no, right? The Terra Glider needs an extra energy
Yeah.
to do that. So Hyllus can't actually play and pull off a Terra or the other 7 cost
if he-
unit that has
Yeah.
Flourish.
I think if he still
He needs
goes
to wait one more turn.
formidable, it's still really good though, because it then look
Yeah.
at Bullbence. He knows this could be a huge problem for him.
Yeah, the thing is that Terra alone, or
Oh.
even the
This is massive. Look,
or even the
with all those
Solarium
counters,
Stalwart has
this is
lethal
massive.
here.
Yeah, he does. He can trigger the Altar of Gaias here to get the buffs, because this Solarium Stalwart gives massive buffs, right?
Yeah.
So this is good.
So he has currently two buffs, six more damage, still of lethal.
He's looking at Bullbence's waist here. Okay, so interesting. Yeah, he's
Okay,
going to
he's
get the
charging it.
counters. Yeah, so he can get Rite of Redemption. Really like this. This is where Rite of Redemption is so huge in a deck, especially decks that don't have naturally a lot of removal. It's been a big source of a big solution actually for a lot of decks, just to be able to remove, say, a Terror in that
Oof.
way. Here we go. All these
Look at that
counters are
Gafar.
going to be buffing. Oh dear, this is rough.
More.
Yeah.
I think he had
More,
lethal
we say.
actually. I think he had lethal now. Oh no,
Well-
wait, never mind. He didn't. He had to attack.
Hmm.
He had to trade to charge the relics.
Yeah, and to,
Okay,
and to
so
remove. Yeah.
let's see if
So he gets rid of
Bullbence
revitalizing growth. Bullbence is not. Yeah, he's not found it. It's over. I think. Yeah.
No. This is it. Even with
Yeah.
Shoshana, he's dead.
Let's have a look. Okay, so hello. Is it? He has paradigm shift,
There's the
He's
thing
gonna
is that
try it.
there's
and then he's going to do
a
triumph here. Oh, okay.
shield pod.
This is going to do some damage.
Oof. What is that?
Not quite enough though. Oh, hello. Wow.
What?
Wow. Wow. Yeah.
What?
Wow. That's
Bullbence
the OTK.
OTK,
Yeah,
holy.
wow. That's insane. I knew it would do some damage. I wasn't calculating that it would do that much damage. That is unbelievable. Wow.
Oh my god.
So Bullbence gets the win there. Incredible. And like you saw Hylus's face there, he was so shocked. He was like, almost like, what happened there? How did he do this? Wow. I mean, incredible play there from Bullbence.
Insane. I
That's
mean,
the power of the excess healing.
wow. Just wow.
You're shocked, aren't you? You're shocked.
Yeah, I'm sure. Like the first time, I don't know what like actually happened there in this case. I mean, I knew that Hyllus needed to clear everything in the board in this
Yep.
case. Definitely drawing another unit would have essentially invalidated everything. But just to be safe, he needed to clear that Saboteur just so Bullbence couldn't do it. Couldn't do the
the
combo.
excess healing.
He-
Yeah, exactly. It reminds me almost of like playing against Algoncore, where you don't want to leave anything on the board for them to be able to apply things that can help them to OTK you. But it's very impressive seeing that. So he done like double paradigm shift and then the triumph, right? And yeah, the healing
I mean,
and the damage you
and
get from
also-
excess healing is insane.
big props to Bullbence in this case for bringing an off meta deck, which you can't actually call it off meta since the meta is still like developing. But these types of decks really pack a punch when when your opponent doesn't know actually what to do.
Yeah.
Like probably someone who is experienced in Shoshana would have cleared that Saboteur just to prevent any sort of shenanigans in this case.
Yeah. And to be honest as well, when you looked at that, it looked like Hyllus was probably thinking, I feel pretty safe here. You're never safe when you were going up against Shoshana. And the smuggle supplies really came in handy there, right? Because he was able to do that combo from his bank, which was very, very nasty. But onto the second game. So Hyllus keeps with Nehemiah, and he's hoping that he can overcome Bullbence's Algoncore deck here. Let's see what they get in their opening hands. Actually, nice start already for Hyllus with the two Steward of the Gardens.
Yeah.
Is he
Two
looking to keep
Stewies.
Cyrene? You surely don't keep Cyrene, do you? Yes.
No,
So
no.
you send that back. Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
So now we have Bullbence on the play. What do we see here? Voxfine, the workshop assembly
Yeah.
mechanic.
Yeah, I mean, he's got two workshops and then the Horizon Acolyte, which helps him with card draw. Because that's often been a bit of a problem for Algoncore is cycling through, getting enough card draw, but the Acolyte kind of solves that in a sense. He's opting for that rather than, say, rummaging.
Wow.
And yeah, he can get to the workshop soon-ish, but not having really anything to kind of play early is a bit of a downer for Bullbence. But for Hyllus, I think it's pretty nice. I mean, he's got, of course, Steward. You can go Steward into Steward if he wants to, really get that nice ramp going. Doesn't quite have any other decent unit, but he does, of course, have the Fungi, which is always quite useful.
Yeah, the thing is that he's thinking not to bank the Formidable Presence because it can always save him from a Reckless Juggernaut, for example, or any other sort, like a big unit with repeater cannon. So it's really nice to keep that Formidable Presence in that case. I think that's why he didn't want to bank it.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think you're right here. I think
actually like key relics for Bullbence, right? So relic repurposing here might be a good one, but it's bank fodder at this point in versus specifically this deck. Goes with the Aurora Fungi on his 2E that can attack and just start dealing damage. Gets big ramp, can actually play this Cyrene. On the other hand, we have Bullbence with the Reclamator to play the mechanic.
Yeah, that was a good top deck. That was a really good top deck.
Yeah.
So he can just get his tempo going here now. And follow it up quite nicely with the second. Here we go. He has a Pulverizer. He loves it.
Pulverizer.
Yes, that's a big
hit.
Huge
What
hit.
an overclock. What a random overclock.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
lovely. For like one cost, basically,
Yeah.
to get that. It's
Are we
just
seeing an
insane.
attack Juggernaut here? Or maybe take it or leave it into one of the like one of the 0-3 Steward of the Garden just to prevent a more ramp. Bo was just thinking about it. Will
Mm.
he do it?
Do you know
I
what?
think yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, this was something that the guys were talking about earlier, wasn't it? Between Flux and Ali. I'm a big fan at the moment of going more armed Juggernaut, because with these upgrades that Alden Core now have access to, being able to put, say, like a pulverizer on an armed Juggernaut just can almost make that a real pain to deal with, because
Yeah.
then it's not technically taking damage a lot of times. So even right, he does it. Look, he does it. He's
Yeah,
thinking
he
along
goes
the
with the
same
attack
lines
one.
here. Yeah, because now he gets a spine. You can put a spine potential on that, and then that can almost kill anything without taking
Yeah,
damage.
this is an insane board on turn 3. Wow. For Bullbence, I mean,
Mm. Yeah, had a bit of a slow start, didn't he? But then once he got that Reclamator, the power of that just to ramp you into workshop mechanics and then get your tokens is so good. It's kind of almost brought him back into the game.
I mean, Horizon Acolyte on a Tioli, for example, or just that Slinger, is really good. I
That is
really
good,
like
yeah.
this card in this deck.
Yeah, it's
This,
actually a
for
good
those who
point,
don't
isn't
know,
it?
the Horizon Acolyte monster is a banish a card from your hand. When you do, draw 2 cards.
Yeah.
It has a 3/2 stat line.
Oh, gets the Covert Prowler as well. Nice. Very nice, actually. Could potentially
Oof.
bank it. Bring it out later. I don't think he really needs it now. I think what he was looking for there, we saw a little bit of a sigh from him. I wonder whether he was looking for another kind of biggish upgrade or something. Like, he wants to try and get Nehemiah off the board, which he can do, but he's going to potentially lose a unit doing so.
Yeah, true. And dropping another mechanic here doesn't really do anything aside
No.
from being possibly able to get a choose an overclock upgrade. He decides to bank the box deck spine.
Yep.
And what is he going with a cover prowler? Just to bait, be sure that his attack Juggernaut doesn't die. However, this Juggernaut was snow snitched, I believe.
Oh, it was snitch, yeah. It was snitch, yeah. It's not got armed anymore. It's good play from
Okay,
Hyllus, by the way. Snitch that.
Bullbence attacking with the cover prowler, and Hyllus decides to defend with Nehemiah. Interesting.
I wonder if he's going to defend with the 2/2 shield pod now. Yeah. So just take a little bit of the brunt and just accept that your Nehemiah is going to get killed here. Just limit the damage. Oh, this is good though. I like that. Just ping that down again a little bit more so that your workshop takes less damage.
Yep.
It's pretty nice.
And now he
Okay.
Yeah, and now Hyllus board can't actually deal with him.
Is this a Cathar the Vigilant? What we doing here, Quinto? He's got Cathar the Vigilant. There's a couple of biggish units on the board. He can't quite clear them properly. Does have Solitary Confinement. He has, the Cyrene. But what are we thinking here? What are you doing in this situation? I'd like to hear what you would do, because there's a couple of options.
I mean, I kind of feel like using just Formidable Presence might be a good idea, but I like at this stage of the game, like he has the ramp, so it won't hurt too much to actually use Formidable Presence here. It might be an option, like a real option, without losing too much energy next turn. If he manages to protect his Stewies, however, that bombardment and Bullbence might wreck Hyllus in this case. He decides to go with Irene, it seems.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I think he's gonna trade, isn't he? Get rid of the Stewie a little bit here. That's it. It's nice because the Stewie had 6. Pretty nice. I like this here. keeps history alive at 1, and then he's able to remove the workshop. Yeah, it's good. You can see the disappointment in in Bullbence's face there. He's worked hard to kind of get this board, but now it's swung back in Hylus's favor. So I really like that from Hyllus there. Good play. And Banks the formidable as well.
I
So
mean,
next turn he
Bowen's
can
face is
play.
lovely.
Yeah. I think Bullbence is quite. I mean, a lot of these players seem to be quite hard to read, right? They've always got this kind of dead poker face on. Some of them
Yeah.
are quite expressive, but you can see here Bullbence is now like a little bit stressed because he doesn't like how he's lost that board. He doesn't really. He can get the workshop going, get another token down. I think that's probably going to be the play. But yeah, I think he's just a little bit frustrated there that he lost that unit, the workshop.
Yeah, actually, going with the assembly mechanic here for Bullbence, clearing one of the sewers of Garden, and clearing Cyrene. It's a good play. Definitely, he's gonna be faced with something like Gafar the Vigilant in this case.
Yep. Here we go. Let's see if he gets another pulverizer. Surely not.
I mean, that's
what does he get? I mean, he's got
like,
a good
he
option
can
because I just saw
choose
his face.
at least because of the 2 energy.
Yeah. He got Vox Tech. Oh, that's fantastic. Vox Tech to hit the Cyrene and then just follow that. He's loving it.
Ooh, this is perfect, and he's happy.
Yeah, this is great. Yeah, and his token could finish it off. God, he's hit some
Nice.
great pulls here. He had some good rolls.
Yeah. So happy he kept his tempo.
Yeah,
And there it is.
Oh, when he
the
gets a
Ruthless
Ruthless?
Journal.
Oh, wow. That's great. Yeah, that's really good. Because he's banked some good upgrades as well so far. He banked the spine. That's really good on a Ruthless there.
Yeah, the thing is that for Hyllus, playing Gafar the Vigilant here might not be a good idea, since like he needs to recover his board presence. What? The jury rigged Journal. Who would have thought?
A blast from the past. Yeah,
A blast from the past. Okay,
Go
banked
straight to the
immediately.
bank. Yeah.
Straight to the bank.
Yeah. And he's looking at Tradecraft Instructor. Is it Tradecraft Instructor and then potentially the Terror Gliders or?
Yeah, lost too much tempo, Hyllus here.
Yeah, he's going to just remove. Okay, using Solitary Confinement just to try and limit the damage a little bit. This is fantastic, actually, for Bullbence. He can really start to take control with this Ruthless Juggernaut now.
Once that the journal is there. The thing is that now it seems that if he wants, like if Bullbence wants to drop the Ruthless Juggernaut, he needs to sacrifice his attack Juggernaut in this case. He doesn't want it to die to anything, really.
I mean,
like Ruthless Juggernaut can die to Gafar the Vigilant, for example.
Yeah, it can. Yeah, that's definitely a really good point. Yeah, so he's going to get rid of that. The defender gets passed over to Tanaka. It's a nice, easy trade there. You can get rid of it.
Might be a good option to just go ahead and play the Horizon Acolyte here. He's been saving it just for draw. Keep a bit more of a board. Build up a bit more of the board also and cycle his deck. Might be a good option.
Banking the damage. He's going Juggernaut. And then hard linked as well. So he's just going full tempo now.
Okay. I mean,
the advantage here.
In any case, just using Gafar the Vigilant to trade here for the Juggernaut, for example, might be like it will be good for Bullbence in this case.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I was just going to say that is that if anything, you almost want the Gafar Vigilant to trade into you rather than discarding a card in your hand and taking stuff from your deck. So yeah, either way, I think if the Ruthless survives, great, because he can then start to get some upgrades on it. If it gets traded into, he still has a good board, right? You're then forcing Hyllus to play something, one unit, and he doesn't have anything on the board after that.
The
It's a
thing is,
tense
well,
game so far.
he can also go Terra Glider. Oh no, he can't go Altar of Gaia neither. That nerf on Terra Glider, like that extra energy you need to pay, like really hurts.
I mean, he is doing Terra though. Terra Glider.
He's going for Titan here.
Yeah, I think so. Did he get it? He didn't get it. We've got Solea, Blade of the Vigil. Okay. That's interesting though, because this now gets
Ooh,
armed. Yeah, that's
nice.
actually worked out well. Yeah.
Okay, but this Ruthless Juggernaut on board. Also, we see that Vastar. I don't know. There's no forecast though for a repeater cannon. Interesting. What is he gonna do?
I'm very keen to see what he pulls out of the bank, or not pulls out, but what he copies. So I think he definitely has the spine in there as well. I don't remember seeing a repeater cannon get banked. So what's he got on here? There's the spine. He's just going to go face here. Face is the place.
Face is the place.
Yeah, face is the place, and he's just thinking, okay.
Wait, can he
I think
Vastar?
he could. No, the Vastar's not that great. I think it's Horizon Acolyte, isn't it, to try and get more draw?
Yeah.
Maybe he could
Finally
get.
using it.
Yeah, I wonder. I think maybe he could have done that to start with, though.
Yeah, true. For a repeater
cannon. You just want to draw first. Yeah, exactly. We've lost Bullbence's camera as well for a second. He's getting to the serious part now. He doesn't want anyone to read.
The Horizon Acolyte, and I can't see what he draws.
Yeah. I mean, this would be pretty gutting actually if he did get a repeater cannon there. He gets Miasmancer though. That is pretty cool. Yeah. We always like a Miasmancer. Okay, he got another Horizon Acolyte, and then he drew the artillery. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting hand here for Hyllus. Can definitely deal with this Ruthless Juggernaut.
Yeah. Is he going to trigger the ability? He can't trigger it on itself, can it? It has to be on a target friendly unit.
Friendly unit, yep.
Yeah.
I wonder.
Could he could trigger it though on Gafar, no?
Yeah.
And then keep Gafar alive. No, he'd have to trade something into it, wouldn't he?
Yep.
Oh, you can? There you go. Okay,
wow.
Well, there you go. I was not aware of that. That's actually interesting. That's huge.
Well, it says target friendly unit, so she's a friendly unit.
Yeah. It doesn't say target other friendly unit, does it? It's just target yourself.
Exactly.
Interesting.
Okay. He's keeping Solea. Nice. This Solea is actually nice. Clutch moment.
Been really good, actually. Yeah, this has been a good turn for.
Ooh, and top Dextera here. Oh my god.
Oh, wow. Wow.
With the Ultra guy that you just played too. Gaia charged.
Yeah, that's really nice. So this has gone from like a turn where Bullbence looked like he was in control here to now Bullbence might be a little bit in trouble.
Yeah, it seems that this Solea is actually way better than the OG Solea.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It really does. Fantastic card.
Okay. How can Bullbence combo here without a Ruthless Juggernaut? Maybe Malinx?
Yeah, but I think the Malinx would he could set up with Malinx, but I think it might take a bit of time to do. We've already seen one spine, haven't we? That was in the bank, and he's only running 2. He gets the repeater cannon.
Oh my god!
Finally,
Maya Mancer doing the job.
Yeah. And then passing the defender over to the 6/6 Solea.
And that's it?
Yeah, that's not ideal. because now he doesn't have any energy to kind of deal with the 6/6 Solaire, does he?
So how much damage does Hyllus have next turn with the charges on the altar?
How many charge? Can't
Ooh,
quite see the
Bullbence
charges actually.
Okay, Bullbence did all of this for the artillery juggernaut at the end of turn. So now, actually, Hyllus can play Gafar Vigilant, but decides not to. Goes for Terra here, just for max board
God,
presence. Definitely a
yeah,
good
his
idea.
terror could be terrifying, actually.
Yeah, yeah, he can actually get a big board here.
Yeah. Because there's not actually a lot of damage on the board for Bullbence, right? When you look at it, it's only 4. Of course, the upgrades are
Yeah.
always a bit threatening. But yeah, let's see what he gets here. This is it. He's going to
Pain.
go for it. Can you
A
imagine? That
wild
is one of the
pain.
worst units to deal with.
Jeez.
I hope we get that. I really do hope we get it now you said it. Are we going to get a Terra Mech as well? A Titan? That'd be insane.
Okay,
Okay,
another
I think he
unit
needs to
and
just-
one buff. It
Yeah.
seems.
Yep. Okay, so far not super great. Gets Doctor's Assistant.
Can he heal? Yeah, another one.
Yeah, it
Wow.
does trigger it. Yeah, it does trigger it. And then Student of Shoshana. Okay. And look at Bullbence's face. He's
Big
almost in
board.
disbelief here.
He got
He's-
frozen. He got
he's frozen in
No,
disbelief.
the Bullbence
And
freeze.
Hyllus gets it. Hyllus gets it.
The Bullbence
Wow.
freeze. Oh my god! Can't
Wow.
believe
Yeah.
I managed to see it again. Anyways, yeah. What do you think about that match? Wow.
Well, I thought it was really interesting because it was like a game where each turn, both players were really pulling the game in their direction, and then it was like
Yeah.
over to the opponent. So it was like very much like a tennis match, like back and
Yeah.
forth. And honestly, before that last turn for Hyllus, I thought that Bullbence was starting to build like a little bit of pressure that he could probably follow up with, say, a big upgrade. I think the problem for him is that the Solaire for Hyllus was massive because being able to trigger the armed for another friendly unit and then for herself was great. That just allowed him to clear and keep ball presence. The thing for Bullbence is that the repeater cannon that gives him armed is so powerful, but we only really saw it on a Miasmancer that had 3 attack, right? He couldn't quite get it on a Ruthless. He couldn't quite get it on something that maybe had a Pulverizer on it. So that's really the way that I think Albacore can establish that board. Pulverizers, spines, repeater cannons, then it's difficult for your opponent to get on, but just couldn't do it. So well played to Hyllus. Honestly, that was a fun one, actually. I really enjoyed that.
Very well played. And nice to actually see the Algonquin playing tempo-wise in that sense. And as you said, the back and forth of these decks really adds that richness to the game where it's like, okay, there's actually an Algonquin deck that can be played in a way where it's like tempo-oriented, building up. It's not relying on combos or relying on uni, for example. Really nice.
Yeah, really good actually. And if you guys are just wondering, we're just holding on for a minute whilst we wait for the next game to start. Do let us know in the comments. Actually, we love to read the comments as the broadcast is happening. We'd love to hear how you feel the tournament's been going. Who's been your favorite player so far? What's been your favorite play so far? Let us know in the chat so we can pick that up and talk about that a bit later. But yeah, I mean, so far it's 1-1. So Bullbence has won the first one in that insane OTK. Hyllus then answered back, responded with a win there. We've got a game here. What do we think the next decks are then for both players that they're going to bring? They're going to play.
So what do we have left here? Hyllus already both won with Earthen. We know that Bullbence essentially banned.
He banned Sibi. Yeah,
and Hyllus banned Lemmy.
That's right.
So we're probably seeing Bullbence go again with Owen Core. Then he's gonna face, in this case, a Lemmy probably.
He can face Lemmy. Yeah, he could face Hyllus's Lemmy, and that could be a very interesting one because we were just talking about tempo with Algoncore, and of course Lemmy is like the tempo king right now with his board that he can do. That's an interesting matchup because I'm playing a lot of Algonquin on the ladder right now, and of course I'm facing a lot of Lemmy, and it is a match that you can really overcome against them. But I think a lot of the time it does rely on, say, like Ruthless, as we saw with Egorik, right? Egorik versus Manos, he was able to get Ruthless down, and then he was able to just absolutely start destroying them, or maybe getting like your shielded units buffed. So things like the hardlink pilot, and then getting pulverizers on those, because then they can't be right of redemption. So it's going to be very interesting to see both of the guys what they pick, and then how it plays out. But yeah, for Bullbence, he has his workshop deck and Sippy left to play, and then for Hyllus, he has Lemmy and his workshop. So yeah, it's been very, very good. But yeah, we're just waiting for the match to start here. Any
We're
particular
probably
favorite
seeing
plays?
an Algonquin mirror then.
We could do. Yeah, we could do. That could be interesting because with Hylus's deck is Uni, right? Uni Workshop, and then Bullbence's is more Algoncore actually. I actually think this is an interesting one. Let me ask you a question, right? Because in the past, when we saw the old Uni Workshop, that was a very dominant deck on ladder and in tournaments. And in my experience, when I used to play as Algoncore against them, sometimes I actually used to be able to do very, very well against them, again, with things like Rufus and repeater cannons. In your opinion, looking at the decks and like where the meta is, if you had a mirror where it's like Uni Workshop versus Algoncore, what would you say is more favored in that type of matchup these days now?
I mean, that's the beauty of it right now. We have so many decks. In this case, like, take account, like, we have seen the 3 Earthen Paragons in this major. That's amazing, actually. We're seeing Augencore Workshop, and we're seeing Uni Workshop, we're seeing Lemmy, we're seeing Cipius. We're progressing here in that case. I do think that the favorite, and I roll back to what I said before about Uni being able to high roll in a sense. Actually, both can literally combo and high roll in this case. So, what can I say? Like, both of them are really good. I can't pick a favorite here. Actually,
Yeah. You're struggling to pick one or the other, right?
I'm thinking everything in my mind, and it's like, okay, they both have combos. They both have like high rolls. They're both Augencore Workshop.
Yeah. Okay, let me ask you a slightly easier question then. I'm going to ask you a slightly easier question because I think that is a tricky one. And yeah, I think a lot of it depends on, especially for Algoncore, what upgrades they get on units early, because then that can often determine basically how they can take control of the game. Desmond, we've seen, has been started to be left out of decks. Hackers no more since the nerf, apparently. But the Desmond omission, has that surprised you at all, Quinto? Or does it make sense to you that now Desmond is not a like a staple, not a must-have in a uni deck?
I like, what are the cards that are actually populating uni decks that you would prefer them over a hacker in this case? And wasn't the hacker nerfed?
Yeah, it was.
For Deception?
Yeah, it was nerfed. Yeah, it was. So like, it doesn't get the automatic draw now, like it got buffed before. So now you play it and then you don't get like a card to draw.
Well, that's
on the same turn anyway.
Yeah, that's not as bad as a cost increase, but it's still like, we saw it many times how like people play the hacker and then got a 1 cost or a 3 cost lady. You could have played it right away and then keep up the ball speeding, making it like a super high roll turn that was impossible to get back from. So definitely, like, that makes a huge difference in this case for the hacker, because now you won't get that benefit unless you essentially draw a card with something else. Because you're essentially, like, that's the epitome of high roll there. Like, play the hacker, draw a card that is super reducing cost and super powerful, and then right away you played it that same turn. You play an Ingrid, get a bunch of cards, steal a unit, or play a Phradies. Like, you do damage, heal yourself, buff a unit, anything. So not being able to do that so easily, it's important, and I think that's a reason to remove the hacker from a deck, because that was a big part of the hacker in
But what
this
about Desmond?
matches.
What about Desmond though? Because Desmond's the one that's also been omitted here. He's not made it into, for example, Hylus's deck. Now we're not necessarily saying that like that's a trend, right? We don't know if everyone's starting to do that now. But do you find that surprising that like Desmond hasn't even made it into that deck? I get the hacker, but Desmond, because Desmond's not there. So I'm just wondering your thoughts on that. Like, do
Yeah,
you think it makes sense?
we haven't seen Desmond in any deck. Definitely. Is this a test? The fact, are you testing me? I'm just joking.
I know you dropped into my stream, didn't you? So I'm just trying to get up to speed on the meta. So I'm just trying to see, like it is.
Yeah, I'm just joking.
Have you done your homework? Yeah.
Yeah, I did actually. I did. But this Desmond question is actually really interesting. I mean, let's go through it. This is a 5-cost card that essentially reduces all of your universal cards by 2. Definitely, it's a card that in this meta where we're facing Lemmy control burn, bombardment, that can actually deal pretty easily with the like you can't actually defend with Desmond. Like probably setting up Desmond is too slow for the current meta. I think that could be the issue here.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you can essentially, like before you had the hacker, you could do this super chain, like super combo chain with a hacker, get something else, drop a bunch of stuff. But now Desmond, like Desmond reduced even the cost of those units that were changed by the hacker. So it was insane. But now without the hacker, it's not the same. It's like I need to focus on keeping up the tempo, surviving, and then if I get my lady, I will essentially be able to play it. But it's more focused on the tempo build than on the high roll potential. So I think that's why Desmond might not be included in many decks right now, many uni decks right now.
Yeah. Can I tell you something, Quinto? Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
You passed the test. You passed the test, right?
You passed the test. I mean, it's good to see. Like I want to see more Paragons definitely come into big tournaments. I think that's the main goal of Parallel right now, of the game itself. It's, hey, where are the Neas? Where are the Jans? Where are the HUs? So that many people have been iterating with HU, for example. Many people love HU. We want to see more. Like now it's the time to start exploring those other decks and see if they have a way to fit in the meta, like boosting them up. We saw ADHQ already in this tournament, and we saw it win. So that's a good sign. We have many decks. Probably Arak might have a place somewhere. What are your thoughts
John?
about Arak and Sinthar?
And John.
What's up?
What about John? Do you think there's a place for John?
I mean, not
this
gonna
is the real question.
Not gonna comment about John. Not gonna comment. But what else are we missing? Shroud. We haven't seen. Like we already saw a Neef. I've seen some really good Neudon decks around. I don't know if if they have tournament potential. What about Brand also?
I feel like Brand's been not spoken about enough. I don't think I've really seen many people running Brand decks since Deception's come in. I know that in the PTS there was a little bit of hope that you could do some really cool stealth Brand deck, but so far I haven't really seen anyone do that. So that could be quite interesting to see, like Shroud stealth, because when you think about Shroud as a parallel, they're very kind of like deceptive anyway, you know, like they're very mysterious and sneaky. So it kind of makes sense to kind of have like a stealthy Shroud. But yeah, as you say, New Dawn, potentially some good tournament decks, but I think ladder could be a bit tricky. Just haven't seen enough Shroud, I think. But yeah, John, I'll tell you something, Ray. I was speaking to Penzo a few, like literally yesterday, and Penzo's running a John deck, and he says that there's, I quote, he says John is legit, and that's quote for quote, that's verbatim. So there might be something there for John, Quinto. We'll have to check it out.
Well,
But
let's
here,
hope.
look at this.
Let's hope. So
Right
yeah,
here,
we have
the next game.
we have the like the question is gonna be answered. Your question, your first question of the final exam of the semester. What
Yeah,
question was answered? I mean,
love it.
oh no, wait. I look, no, never mind. I thought like for a
No,
minute there I saw another workshop, but no, it's Lemmy. I was confused.
yeah, well,
So
we
it's
have
gonna be
Lemmy here for
Lemmy
Hyllus.
versus yeah, Shop.
Yeah, exactly. So this is actually the matchup that we were talking about before your test that you passed with flying colors, and we were kind of saying how, yeah, it could be interesting because for workshop they can do really well actually against Lemmy, but it does rely on them being able to get nice early pressure and control on the board, especially with things like pulverizer. So
Oof.
let's see how it plays out here. He's using
That me a
already.
that's that Mia Mancer. I have PTSD from so many Maya Mancers. That mercenary gunslinger early on the Lemmy token is nice. It's always nice to have
Yeah.
it there.
Do you think Hyllus answers? Hyllus surely doesn't answer that slinger with a slinger, does he? He surely just goes Crimson Fleet Machinist?
Yeah, Crimson Fleet Machinist is probably the way to go here. Definitely Bullbence here doesn't have too much. He's on the play, so that's good for him for his passive. However, if Hyllus manages to set up a big board before anything, we might be able to, like, this is a thing now with Bombardment, and hat tip to Flux that he was so bullish on Bombardment. Bombardment was actually I've been saying it also since forever. Bombardment is the key piece that was needed in this game just to prevent early tempo becoming into a like end of game scenario where it's like,
yes, exactly.
if you keep the tempo, you win. In this case, there's Bombardment, so now that's not easy to do.
Yeah, exactly that. It was the missing piece of the puzzle, wasn't it? Having a way to just deal with early tempo. So wide boards that just spammed the board, didn't just have almost an automatic win. So I love Bombardment. I think it's great. And I love the fact that it's not only that we have it in the game now, but the versatility of it, that you can bank it easily early on and know that you still potentially have a board clear later. It's really cool from the team.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So now, Harf here, I don't know, like Harf in a mirror, for example, would be great, but here, not so much. Definitely, Hyllus is looking to populate the board. This is his opportunity. Probably not getting an answer from Crimson Fleet Machinist, so he's thinking, I guess, in Lemieux's Reign right now. What are your thoughts on this play?
Yeah, it's an interesting one because you're right. I mean, if you play, say, for example, half, it's not really going to disrupt them. But if anything, it actually does enable you to play your effects cheaper, of course. You could equally just kind of, he's going to do Crimson Fleet, maybe try and get like a one cost. There we are, Red Sand Scout, and he can play that and just try and go wide here. And maybe see if Bullbence wants to answer a wide board early or not. So I like this. I think that was quite good.
Scout, populating the board. Like so Reclamator combo with the assembly mechanic here for Bullbence getting early. Like this is one of the best things now from Reclamator, being able to overclock for free on the assembly mechanic. Playing it on turn 3 is super good with a kill switch on the assembly mechanic, and gets the artillery just to deal with this Crimson Fleet Machinist. And now Bullbence with a nice little board there, just to keep building some tempo. Got the cover prowler, and also the the pilot.
Yeah, really I have to say, I really like the fact that he's just drawn the pilot there, because playing pilot and pulverizer on 4 is just amazing, because then you can get that salvage going, right? And that's powerful.
Totally right.
So,
and also the defender, like the defender it gets. It seems like a key component for Iron Core, like protecting your units that are like that you want them to attack, and just having there the pilot with an upgrade that can defend. You can pass it on. If you have two pilots, you can just shuffle them around. Really good, really
Yeah,
good setup
absolutely.
here for Bullbence.
It looks like, I mean, Hyllus was just hovering over the captain there. It looked like he was debating, do I just want to try and take something from his hand and get a captain down on the board? Or do I want to, you know, potentially do sort of like a Lemieux's Reign or something? He's going to go with, yeah, half and then the Lemieux's Reign. So we can get an irregular down on the board. Let's see what he gets. We're going to destroy that. Nice. Okay. And then the
This is
irregular.
a
Oh my
really
God, he
nice
gets the
play.
lethal. He gets the lethal one.
Yep.
He gets the lethal irregular. I've actually don't remember the name of that, but the 1/1 is lethal.
Yep. This is a
It's a
really
good
good
pull.
position here for Hyllus, definitely, with the lethal irregular, since Core is all about building that tempo, sticking units to the board, upgrading them, and dealing that lethal damage. And now definitely this lethal irregular, it's gonna put some trouble there. Hyllus also with the right of redemption to deal with any other unit that comes around, and it's difficult to deal with in this case. The thing is that kill switch is gonna be clutch also for Bullbence.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think
Assembly.
absolutely. I think if he didn't have the kill switch there, this would make this turn a little bit more awkward. But he knows that if this gets traded out by the lethal, he can still at least take something out himself. He's going to go with units here. He's going to use the Prowler to just get rid of the half. I don't mind it at all, because I think if you have like pulverize, you want to make sure that you at least have some units down, right? Because that's the danger sometimes with having upgrades in Core. If you don't have enough units to set it up, you can upgrade, say, one thing or two things, and those two things get traded out, and then your salvage doesn't quite happen if they do it in the right order. So I think he's just thinking, let's try and get as much as I can, so my salvage opportunity is there potentially on the next turn.
Yeah, and it's really good that something like the pulverizer has withdraw, because now you can bank it, you can play it from the bank. This is really good for upgrades specifically, since kind of like you can only play them on units. It's not like other decks that don't rely on upgrades. They can just play effects or units whenever they want. Upgrades can only be played if you have a board. So being able to draw them from your bank in the moment you need them actually makes Core a deck that can be played, as we've seen right now in this tournament, where many are running the OG Core decks.
Yeah, the OG. I like that. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the OG Core decks, and I'm so happy that Deception has been able to give them the room now to like flourish and to actually. Well, this is nice, isn't it? Yeah, that's really nice, actually.
Here.
Yeah, very well played from Hyllus. So that plan to kind of try and pass the salvage around kind of didn't really happen.
He used his fleet support to reduce the cost of Right of Redemption, and then play it twice because of fleet support again. So that was really
nice, actually.
Really well played there.
I mean, it does give Bullbence now the opportunity with the workshop to then establish a board. So the token comes down straight away, kills the 1/1 Red Sand Scout. One thing I think is interesting, I might just want to bring it up. Let me have a little look here, because I can't remember how much relic removal Bullbence was running. So I'm just going to quickly check that. Oh, interesting.
Okay, so Hyllus going with the super maniac play here, double guerrilla warfare.
Okay. Do you want to hear something here, Quinto? Do you want to hear something?
Yeah.
Bullbence is not running relic removal in this deck.
Well,
oh, he is. Sorry, he is.
About, like...
No, he is. One collateral damage. Yeah, just one collateral damage. Sorry, I was looking for the Sabo, and I didn't see the Sabo, and I just assumed.
I mean, it's like, that's why he banned Cipius. He was like, I'm not running any relic removal. Just gonna go with it. This repeater cannon, like this is not what you want to see for Bullbence.
No.
Like definitely that guerrilla warfare did some damage. He had that Horizon Acolyte to like probably discard that paid off and draw some cards, but now he's left with this hand that it's not what you want to see, essentially. Like
No.
he's running out of cards. If Hyllus gets another Scimitar Captain, Guerrilla Warfare, Bullbence is going to be running on fumes.
Yeah, he is. And then Hyllus can really just control the game out. He gets, okay, so he pulls the Pulverizer out from the waist. Not the waist, sorry, from his bank. Costs 5 to do. Makes that a 5/6 there. He's just going to go face in, just try and put the pressure on.
Yep.
It's not bad. It's probably the best thing you could have done there.
But Hyllus is going to pack some board here with Wong and probably that dispatch, double dispatch. He definitely, like, well, he can play Wong first and see what he bangs next in the right order.
Yeah, he might get another Right of Redemption, actually. Is he just having a look? Yeah, so he's played one. I wonder if he's thinking, can I play Wong, get a Right of Redemption, at least deal with the 3/4? Let's have a little look, see what he gets there. No Right of Redemption. There is an orbital. Yeah. That's not bad, though. That's actually pretty good, I think.
Ooh, this is a full
full.
Harf, basically.
Yeah. Just the only, brilliant.
Oof.
Look at that.
Big.
8/8.
Another fleet support, 2 orbital strikes. If Bullbence doesn't land a miracle here, I think it's over.
Well, it gets ruthless, but
wait. Bullbence can actually clear this Wong. Set up the Ruthless Juggernaut.
Yeah, bank the repeater cannon and then just see if he gets spine. Spine and Pulverizer or something. I mean, he's going to have to go for the one-shot glory here, I think. Is he not going to bank? He's going to bank PS8. Okay, interesting. He's just figuring it out, isn't he? He's like, do I want to do this trade?
If he doesn't clear Wong, it's over.
Yeah, he has to get rid of it. He has the backpack on the workshop, so when that dies, he's going to be able to get some drones, and then he can reduce the cost down of an upgrade if he wanted to. I think that's maybe why he's thinking about banking the PS8. He's putting repeater cannon on. Okay, so he's going to clear both and keep the workshop alive, and then save the Ruthless for another turn. He's banking Ruthless. Okay,
he's just going for damage. Big damn.
Wow.
I think he has lethal if he gets a box spine. Next turn? No, never mind.
No, it won't give it. Well, it would. It would, right? Because if he gets spine,
Hyllus just needs to. Yeah, Hyllus just needs to drop those fleet supports, reduce cost of orbital strikes, and that's it, I guess.
Yeah, just start hitting face, right, with the orbitals. I mean, the fact that Bullbence is at 28 health, though, like it does give Bullbence an opportunity to steal this here, but he would need to. I mean, are we saying that Hyllus goes face, or does Hyllus try and clear this workshop mechanic? Because I think if he leaves it on the board, it's risky.
It's risky.
It could kill him. It could kill him.
But does he have the energy to actually do something with it? Wait.
Well, he would need to do orbital on it twice, yeah. With the
I think Hyllus is going for that orbital.
I don't think you can afford to leave the 5/6 workshop there when it's got repeater cannon on it. Yeah, you've got to deal with it.
Wow,
that's good. He's seen the line and he's taken it, and that is the smart thing to do. So yeah, and then he can still, if he wants to, now hit face for 5. So I think that's okay.
Yeah, next turn it's basically over.
Oh, look at that! He got a spine as well. So if Hyllus had not answered that workshop mechanic, Bullbence would have been able to win. That's how important that was there. That
Wow,
was
wow,
how
wow.
important that play was. So you can never really leave anything on the board for Alwencore for that reason. Well played from Hyllus there.
Bowen's forced to
And
cycle here. It's a
oh,
Prowler. It's another Horizon Acolyte. Does he want to attack face here? Just to ship in some damage? Like he only has
yeah,
one turn left.
I think he does. Yeah. I mean, he's going to get a token as well, so he can start to at least get another board, just try and push as much damage as possible. The thing is, though, is that if you look at, Hylus's hand, that Cindy is looking very attractive. That being said, you almost don't want to double Cindy, I think, but
Yeah, you,
you
you
could,
don't want to
you
triple
could.
Cindy.
Yeah, yeah, triple Cindy, sorry, yeah. That could be quite nasty.
Okay, attack Juggernaut. Definitely right of redemption there for Bullbence. And now Hyllus probably forced also to use Cindy actually.
Yeah.
But
he doesn't have
use
enough, does
Orbital
he?
first. Like probably forced to use Orbital to face. And then actually, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Actually,
he
he
could throw.
sets up. He doesn't have enough
No, he
energy
doesn't
to
have
do that.
enough. No, yeah, he doesn't have enough to win directly either. So it's a case of, does he just use another fleet support orbital just to try and clean the board up, and then go for it? Or I think Cindy's not good actually. Cindy's just, you take
No,
too much damage here, wouldn't you? It's crazy.
it's probably doing the triple orbital to face and then seeing the slinger, something like that.
Oh,
He's going for it. Oh my god, what a
he's
maniac!
doing.
I mean,
Well,
Bullbence doesn't have a way to actually, unless there's a cover Prowler, with whatever.
he's going to take a bit of damage here. He's going to take a bit of damage. Do you know what?
Wow,
This is
cover
a
Prowler
bit
with
wild.
Box Spine.
Yeah,
It's over.
yeah. Okay, and he's just throwing units down so that he can try and set it up. Okay, that's okay.
No,
So he's
yeah,
going to
that's
need to use Horizon, isn't he, to try and cycle through, find one of his other prowlers.
it's gonna be.
I mean,
I don't
what
think
can?
I don't think there's an out. There's an out here for Bullbence. He doesn't have enough energy.
No, he doesn't actually. Oh, look at that. He gets
No,
workshop. He gets
you're not
repeater cannon. That's not going to be it.
you're not gonna- Okay. Well, it's gonna be it for Hyllus. Triple,
I mean,
quadruple
did he?
orbital strike.
Yeah, that's going to be the game, isn't it? that could have. I mean, with the energy that he had, Bullbence, or didn't have, yeah. In another scenario, that might have been a bit disastrous to do the triple Cindy, but in this case, it actually works pretty well. He was able to get his health down, so he could then do the triple orbital, and that's going to be the game for Hyllus here. 15 damage.
Wow.
To win the game. So congratulations to Hyllus there, who wins the second game, and it's 2-1. So it's not over. This is a series here, isn't it? This is an interesting one.
Yeah. So,
how did you feel that game went from your point of view for both players?
Alwencore still dealing with problems facing decks like Markolian because of the need to set up tempo. Definitely they can combo around, but Markolian has the advantage of being able to use effects and stuff like we saw in that match, to just reach for lethal in other ways that doesn't rely on a board presence.
Yeah.
And they also have good removals in case they don't control the board. So Markolian has becomes one of those decks that's like a control deck where they can also be super aggro, and that's super difficult to beat in this case.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm a little bit surprised that there's not Alvaros that have made it into Alvaro Interrogators that have made it into Bullbence's deck, because that's definitely useful just to try and, if you're running a deck with Algonquin with all these upgrades, then that 3 damage to whittle their health down means that you then don't need as big or as crazy an upgrade to then put on a unit to finish them off, right? Because they've already taken, say, 12 damage down, and then all you need is just like a nice Voltec Spine or something. So yeah, a little bit interesting because it doesn't have many 2-cost cards in the deck. It's mainly kind of the 3-cost upgrades and then the Prowler. So I just wonder whether that might have helped. But to be fair, like when you're up against, as you say, you're up against Lemmy, and it's very reminiscent of Cathy, isn't it? With the fleet supports and then the orbital strikes and just the ways to do direct damage.
Yeah.
If you've only got 1 collateral damage in the deck, it almost doesn't matter. When it gets to that point, you're going to lose anyway, right? You almost should have won and done the damage early enough to finish it before they can set that up. So very good for Hyllus, but yeah, probably a little bit frustrating for Bullbence. He probably wanted to be able to get pulverizers and get the salvage going. He couldn't get it going. He got answered by Hyllus. So really interesting
Yeah.
game. Yeah.
And also interesting, like especially the lethal irregulars are
Yeah.
super strong against Augencore, because Augencore is more about setting up these big chunky units where you upgrade them and deal this lethal damage with repeater cannon and another upgrade.
Yep.
In the case like and setting up that tempo, that's kind of difficult to set up. And if you have this, like you have to face these lethal units, they
Yeah.
can just easily clear your Augencore
Yeah.
board in this case.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. For sure.
we saw it, and it was really difficult for Bullbence to come back from it. Aside from all the um, board clearing effects that were played,
Yeah.
he couldn't
Yeah.
manage to stay aboard and deal significant damage to Hyllus in this case.
Yeah. The other thing as well, you're absolutely right. The other thing that Bullbence was slightly suffering from there is the Horizon Acolytes. Of course, you have to remove something from your hand with a banish and then draw 2. So it's not almost like you keep your cards in your hand and then you draw. So you're adding to it. You have to remove and then draw. And by doing that, he couldn't quite find the right things. Then his hand was thinning out, and he didn't actually almost get a benefit from doing the draw. So, but we're going to see a mirror here, slight mirror, although it's slightly
Okay,
different
now
because it's
this time we are gonna see your question being answered.
yes,
We
yes, we
have
will.
the Augencore Uni Mirror finally.
Let's see how this one goes. We have not seen Uni Workshop in a while, especially in this matchup against Algoncore. So, yeah, I'm very keen to see who becomes the victor here. Of course, for Hyllus, if he wins this one, he is going to progress to the next round. For Bullbence, he needs to win this game to take it to the last game. So Hyllus there opting to keep Right of Redemption and the Black Market Sentry. What's your thoughts on the Black Market Sentry, Quinto? You like it? Good, bad?
I do like it. I do like it. It's a strong tempo unit. However, if like initially we thought it will be good in Shroud decks, but people seem to be playing it in any deck. Like, well, in uni shop decks specifically. Definitely a very strong tempo card that even with the setbacks, you're able to like have a board presence that's really strong and can like mediate any sort of setback from the card
Yeah.
itself, like not banking
I'm
at all.
I've been observing Bullbence's mouse movements, and he seems very frustrated. He was hovering very vigorously over his cards in his hand because he doesn't like what he's got, and he's got another hard linked with no
Another
upgrade
hard
to put on it.
Oh my god!
Oh dear. Okay, not the best start.
And a slinger.
Yeah.
Well, at least he's on the play. He can get early his passive. In this case, doesn't have that Reclamator assembly mechanic combo. It's really strong right now for Augencore.
I mean, a good hand actually for Hyllus because he's got quite a nice curve that you can roll into here. The hardlink pilots are a little bit awkward for the Right of Redemption, but he can clear one of them now with a slinger. And then look, he's drawn a Siren as well. These are good cards actually for Hyllus here. Oh, Bullbence draws a take it or leave it. So he's going to now bank. The Slinger, play the Horizon. The take it or leave it's most likely going to be banked. Or banished, I say. It gets, oh, look at that. It gets Reclamator and Maylinks. Maylinks being one of my favorite cards from Algonquin in Deception so far. I've been having a lot of fun on the ladder with her. Really cool when you can get upgrades on her and take her out of just keep her in stealth, take her out of bombardment range, and then potentially OTK. And then 2 Reclamators. So, okay cards. He's got the Star as well. He's a good card. Been holding on to that actually for a while. So, he's got the Reclamators. They're always an automatic bank. So, with those being banks, he can actually probably hold on to the Vistar and look to play it at some point in this game.
Oof. But these Myomancers can really deal with the Maylinks.
Yes, they can. Yeah. Yeah, the fact that Miasmancers are able to unstealth just kind of makes them even more better. I mean, they were already so good, but now we've got more stealth in the game. That's become the new mechanic, and Miasmancers can just, say, "Hi, I see you. You're not there. You're not hiding anymore." It's really
Yeah.
powerful.
Okay. So Hyllus really thinking about what to do, goes ahead with the Romanian researcher for the draw. Let's see what he gets. Gets a Wong,
Oh wow!
ready for next
Wong and
turn, which is
Imprinter.
really
Damn.
nice. And are we gonna see Maylinks? Yes.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, and she's gonna get killed straight away.
Okay. Dealing with the Romanian researcher here. Now we're probably seeing a Wong. Or is Hyllus saving that take it or leave it for one of his ladies in this case? Can also play Myomancer, deal right away with Maylinks, prevent any sort of issue in the future. Can also play Rite of Redemption too, just to clear the whole board. Well,
Yeah.
practically mostly the whole board.
Yeah, he's got some good lines here. He's got a couple of different options. I mean, Maylinks in a way is probably not like super threatening to begin with, but once she starts getting upgrades on, then you've got to deal with her. So, but he's
Yeah.
not taking a risk at all. He's not taking a chance. He wants her off the board. I
Yeah.
think this is okay.
Yeah, Hyllus' priority is to get
Oh,
to
he's
that.
not. Okay.
Yeah, he's gonna
Leaving her.
artillery.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, good.
So Hyllus' priority is to get to safely to that lady turn. So he's very wary of Bullbence's board presence. Bullbence, on the other hand, has can he attach double Facetus? No,
No,
can only do
no,
one.
it only does it for the first one. Yeah,
Well,
that would be pretty cool. He can play. He can put it on a hard link though, and then the salvage will pass it on. But you can't reclamate, and then it's only for the next thing that you overclock or yeah. So you can put it on that. I like that, and you can start to pass it around.
yeah,
Makes that a defender as well. Pretty nice. I mean, what would be really cool here, actually, Quinto, is if I don't think it's going to happen actually, because like Hyllus already has enough here to deal with this. But what would have been cool is to try and see if we could get the pulverizer for Bullbence onto onto the Vistar. I don't think I've actually seen that before. That'd be quite fun. But yeah, Bullbence draws are ruthless, and for Hyllus, he's got so many options in his hand here. I mean, Wong's probably not the best option at the moment, just because his hand's quite full.
Well, actually, Cyrene is really nice here. Just
Yeah, I agree.
to be able to clear, prevent the pulverizer from hopping around.
But the tricky thing here, no, is that if he slams into it, thing is if he hits this now,
Rite of
it's
Redemption
going
is
to be
actually a
passed.
better answer, maybe.
Yeah, this will be passed.
Yeah, it will. But it
But
dies
he could
to
technically
the
still.
yeah.
Yeah, there you go. It's nice control.
Okay.
Uh,
And Bullbence going frantic
going
over his
crazy.
hand.
Yeah, he's going crazy on his
It's
hand.
like, oh my god, no.
Love it.
Oh my god. Bullbence
So
dealing with like all these matches dealing with a real issue on setting up a board.
yeah,
He's forced to play Horizon Acolyte on one of these cards on the Ruthless Juggernaut. Oh my god.
okay.
Okay, he can clear the board
This is
here.
this is good though.
PSA
Yeah,
and
it's
right.
actually worked out.
Will he actually do this? It seems that Rite of Redemption might be a weapon he might need later. And also, we have seen Bowens run out of cards every time.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, he's running
even
out
with this
cards.
Horizon Acolyte, he's still like
Yeah,
not being able to keep a hand.
yeah. This is the big issue that I also found running kind of like a Alcon deck is that you in this meta is that you need to be able to have that draw, and he's getting draw, but then he's kind of his hand's getting very thin. And when you
Yep.
compare like the card disadvantage here, I mean Hyllus has such an advantage over him, and like Bullbence hasn't even got anywhere on the board really. Hyllus is at 30, he's got a 2-3 on the board, so all of this effort, and it's just not quite paid off yet for Bullbence, and he's running out of options. By the way, we haven't mentioned it, but I feel like we do need to mention it. I'm absolutely loving, as always, Hyllus's cat ears. They're brilliant. They have to be mentioned. It's just a super cool cat. Literally. All right. Sanctuary, PSA, Black Market Sentry.
No, he needs to. Okay,
That's good.
there we go. Big Wong here playing Sanctuary right away. Probably using it just to cycle a bit.
Look at the amount of cards that Hyllus has in comparison.
many.
God.
And he doesn't even care
Spencer as well.
winning the next card. What if it's
No.
Ingrid? Is he that confident he's gonna win? He's milling already this stage of the game.
Yeah. I think
Pace
the
is going.
thing I think he is though, because when you look at like Bullbence, he's not really. There's nothing scary, is there, coming at Hyllus at the moment? You know.
Yeah, and he's about to drop for 80s possibly
Yeah.
next turn. Wow.
And the awkward thing here for
Bullbence
Bullbence
in a
is that
pickle here.
yeah, he is. He can only really play if he wanted to say the Star. Is he going to put Spine on this? Oh man. I mean, I guess so. It's a 9-3, but it doesn't feel good, does it? You know, because it can be like dealt with fairly easily.
Yeah,
It's just really run
be
out of
in this
cards.
position where it's like you're running out of cards. You have to use your weapons to trade. Like that's a tough spot to be in. Like still Hyllus at 30 health, and this might answer your question. This might answer your question. Who's the better deck? Uni Steel King.
I mean, the Sanctuary is really doing a good job here. And then with Drone Printer now, Drone Printer is going to be able to just help him keep cycling through. This is good as well, because now he's got the removal for the Armed Juggernaut. And yeah, to be fair, even if, you know, he could still play Mearsmancer after it, no?
Yeah,
if he wants to.
Mearsmancer here. Artillery Juggernaut, the attack Juggernaut.
Yeah.
He's saving this part. Okay. There we go.
This is such good play from Hyllus here at the moment. He's just been using all of his cards in the right way at the right time.
Total domination.
Yeah. Oh, okay, that's big. Yeah, that's exactly what Bullbence needed. Yeah. That's huge. This could really help him out, actually. Get him out of the pickle.
That's
banking
huge.
it. He's banking it. There you go. Fair enough.
That's huge.
I
And
know
he
nothing.
banks the card.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
I know nothing.
Okay, Core Prowler right away to face Bowens on a desperate attempt to reduce Hyllus's health here. It paid off for Hyllus. Interesting.
I mean, to be fair, just going back actually, Quinto.
It gets an Ingrid. Oh my god.
Nice.
It's an Ingrid from Sanctuary. These right of
What?
redemptions are
Mm,
actually really clutch in this moment. He can really like easily deal with this prowler. Um, can play a lady also. I mean, this seems like total universal domination here.
yeah, I mean, I can't see how Bullbence is going to be able to turn this around unless he was going to do some crazy OTK. But his deck doesn't really have the enough of the big cards to do that,
For
and he doesn't
damage,
have like clean board clears other than bombardment. So it's going to be really tough. I think it's just a matter of time
ooh,
actually for Hyllus here. Look at this,
heal
getting this here. By
4,
the way,
big dam.
yeah, yeah. By the way, the last turn when Bullbence got the Wong, we have to remember as well that wouldn't have been able to play it because of the Mia Spencer, but I thought he might have held on to it just to try and deal with his shortage of cards in his hand for the next turn.
Damn, this Ingrid's gonna hurt. Bovens
Yeah, that's
concede.
it. He
That's
concedes
gonna be it.
Bullbence. Yeah,
Wow.
Hyllus gets it at 3-1. Hyllus is going to progress to the next round. Congratulations to Hyllus there. Commiserations to Bullbence, who really did give it everything, but he just ran out of answers and he ran out of time.
Yeah, congratulations to HyllusDiardi for moving on to the next part of the tournament, and congratulations to Kinto for finishing class. He is now a master of deception, right?
He is, yeah.
Professor,
Yeah.
Professor the Factor. Here's
Passed
your
with flying
here,
colors.
yeah, here is your diploma. I prepared it for you. I printed it for you, and it says Kinto. You have finished the class a while ago.
Your green screen is vanishing, my diploma.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yes,
You're getting
yeah.
banished with it.
You're getting back. But yeah, man, like the amazing cast right there, definitely, guys. And we saw some of the matches with HyllusDiardi and Bullbence. And bro, I know you guys were struggling a while ago during the first match with Bullbence. It's like with the lethal of Shoshana. So the way that worked, it was amazing. Like I was looking at the chat as well. They were like surprised, man. Like how did it happen? Like how did it go? The pills were the key there. The pills. You know the trash effect that we normally get from Baron Squire. You get to play it with the bank cards already revealed, and then you can play them from the bank. Then that's
Yeah,
how we protected, yeah, right.
yeah.
So I'm there was like a question like how can it go from 0 to 20 plus damage during that turn? Like, can you explain it to us again, guys? Any one of you?
Oh, you want us to explain it again? Oh,
Yes,
well,
please.
yeah. So it's basically you get damage. You get damage that is basically built up from excess healing. So when he
Yeah,
had the unit down, you're triggering like a flourish, and then the excess healing is almost like the damage that you're doing. So then when you're triggering it again, it's then like almost like the excess of the double. And I know that's really confusing, but it's essentially excess healing doubling damage. Yeah, that's how it's going.
yeah, of course. Like,
Thank you,
that was not.
thank you for that.
I was,
It
Thank
is
you,
what it,
Professor.
it
Thank you,
is one of those
Professor.
ones though. I have to be honest, it is one of those ones where like when it comes off, I'm sure people at home were watching it and thinking, what just happened there? It is really one of
yeah,
those where like if you haven't played it or you haven't come across it enough, like it's very difficult to kind of understand the process. But yeah, it's around the excess healing, and the flourish excess healing is doing the damage. Yeah,
yeah. Like
doing a lot of damage.
yeah. Now I'm just giving you the questions right now because you gave a lot of questions to Kento. I'm just gonna give
Yeah.
Kento a break. Okay, guys. Again, thank you again for casting that match between Bullbence and HyllusDiardi. Even though Bullbence set up that crazy OTK, HyllusDiardi just went out and became the better player during this round. And with that, we're gonna be going to a review for what happened during the previous matches, and we're gonna be saying goodbye to for now to the Factor and Kinto. All right, let's look at the brackets right now and see what happened for the day. Again, the ones that are left from round 2 are imcute after defeating Perp with a 3-1, and now HyllusDiardi over the previous match defeats Bullbence with a 3-1, and Pandapple defeats Manos. Wow, over that 3-1 at round 2. Now we're gonna be watching Zaratustraa Minor 2, or rather, the Minor 3 winner, of course, are going to be fighting LazyGuru, another ambassador parallel TCG. And let's welcome back to the casting seats, Ali and Qflux. Guys, hello, how are you doing? There you go.
Hello.
So, hello, guys. Okay, so that was a great match. I mean, there are actually a lot of OTKs already being built here at Deception, right? We've seen Ogencore OTK from Stealth. We've seen Meritus OTK from whatever. Like, there's a lot of things happening right there. Any other OTKs that we've seen, and like Shosh OTK, like. Do you guys know any other setups that we might be seeing in the future? Like maybe from your ladder matches, maybe from previous competitive matches that you've seen. Like but or is that it so far? Like let's start with Qflux.
Oh,
Oh,
muted.
you're muted, bro. Muted, bro. Muted. It's like we're
I
back to
think,
Zoom,
thank
Zoom
you,
days.
thank you. I'm good. I got this.
Okay, go.
I'm ready. So
Go.
I think absolutely 100% serious, totally not joking. The big one-turn kill combo this set, definitely Argol's fealty. Just put a unit in your singularity as brand, get its attack all the way up to 30. Super easy, by the way, and then hit him in the face. Also, Resurrection Nexus, utterly overpowered. Put it on the board, have 30 units die. Nothing removes it in the meantime. I mean, there's no relic removal in this game. No one runs relic removal. Those two definitely gonna take over the meta.
Well, yeah, that's a very bold statement right there. But this one's gonna be different for Ali. What do you think about Yan?
What do I think about Jan?
Yeah, we're just
Oh,
having
he's my favorite guy. I play him all the time. You know, super high win rate. No, someday. I really think he just needs a rework before he'll see a lot of play. But you know, maybe in time.
in time, definitely. And now, of course, over at this next, actually, that should be a T-shirt. Yan someday, right?
Yeah, I like
It'd
it.
be like
That's it.
the Shroud and Proud shirts. I think Art Kank made those back in the day. Now we need the Yawn someday, or just like Yawn crew. Who was playing Yawn? Was it Bong Bong, aka Gavin? I think someone was jamming Yawn at the Yawn at the very start of Deception. I do not think it lasted past the first 3 days or so, but there was a minute, there was a moment there.
There was definitely a moment there, but actually, some of the other guys just slammed it when they placed a lot of tech cards in the deck. So man, it's barely playable. Now it's back to where it came from, and you just put it down in the basement and just wait for it to come back. Anyway, so okay, we're gonna be having this next match. It's gonna be Zaratustraa versus LazyGuru. So again, let's look at the decks right now. We're gonna be starting with Zaratustraa. Okay, let's look at this minor winner. Not so minor in terms of skill, but let's look at this classic Elgin deck. Let's listen to Ali to break this down.
Okay, so I'm just trying to see what's different here. So we're used to seeing the pulverizers, the Vox Deck spines. It looks like Zaratustraa has 3 repeater cannons, which I think a lot of people have just been running 2. And it's not every deck that you see a critical fusion, so he's added that in there as well. He also has the black market sentries, which I find interesting. That might be one of the first times that we've seen the sentries in this type of list. So that should be interesting. Of course, May Links, Prowler, new cards, 2 copies of Miasmancer, still very good. Is running an Astil's Glaive in there. The Juggernaut's gotten talked a lot about this tournament as well. And then, yeah, I think the rest is pretty consistent with what we've been seeing in the previous decks. But yeah, that 3rd copy of Repeater Cannon and Black Market Sentries seem to be a little bit different.
Yeah, it's like I usually just see two copies, Black Market Sentry, not so much, but I think Zara is cooking something here, being in round two. Let's look at this next deck right now. And it is going to be a Nehemiah deck. Flux, can you tell me how this is going to go?
Yeah, this looks very similar to one of the Nehemiah decks we saw earlier today. Almost card for card, if I'm not mistaken. The only deception cards we're seeing in here are Gafar the Vigilant and Rite of Redemption, I believe. Just glancing around. Yeah, other than that, it's all old school cards. So Nehemiah really hasn't changed much compared to Gafar, right? Gafar is feeling fresh. Nehemiah, fun, but just kind of chilling in the pocket, as we say in the music world when I'm playing the drums. Just looking into some details here. Altar of Gaia, of course, fantastic. Shard for the ramp. The triple Tanakh, which has become more and more popular at the end of Aftermath, and then continuing to see play in Deception. Of course, triple Steward not going anywhere. Triple Moonlit. You got the two Miasmancers. Cyrene looking good. Double Terra Glider. Terra Mech. Terra. The two Shaymax. It's, only two formidable presences. That's something, you oftentimes see three, but occasionally they cut to two, and then still got all three spores. So, yeah, it's Nehemiah. It makes me think of that meme, like, identifying wood. This is a classic meme. It's like, yep, it's wood. Like, this is like, yep, it's Nehemiah. It's just, it is what it is.
Okay, yeah, it is what it is indeed. Like, not a lot of changes for Nehemiah because, if it's not broken, just keep it right there. Okay, so let's go in and look at this next deck right now. And okay, Zaratustraa has just brought another Lemieux deck. What is different from the other ones, Ali?
Okay, so I think that Zaratustraa is the only one so far that has put the Armored Systems Engineer, the new 1-cost 2/2, that reduces the top vehicle in your deck by 1. In Lemieux, it makes sense in ADHQ for sure with all of the vehicles, but he's decided to put it in Lemieux. And with that, the vehicle options are 3 Scimitar Captains, 1 Astel's Glaive, and 1 Lancer Tank. And I think beyond that, it's just those 3 cards. But 1-cost 2/2, good, good in stats with some potential upside, so I don't hate it. He's also got an Iron Corpse Quartermaster. We don't always see that 3-drop that used to be popular back in the day. Gets an effect back to the waist, or from your waist, so some extra value. He's also decided to put in Miriel, the new one, Unveiled, the 3-cost. And then also the new Dispatch and Lemieux's Rain effects are in there as well. And 3 copies of Bombardment. Wow. That's interesting for Lemieux. So yeah, I actually think that this list is a little bit, more different than the other Lemieux. And I would say that a lot about all of Zaratustra's decks. Like, I feel like he's really cooked, like, on his own. I don't really feel like he's, copy pasta the field, which I respect a lot. So, yeah, we can move on to the next one.
Yeah, Lancer Tank operational is Zaratustraa. I haven't seen that card in any of the other decks as well. Yeah, he looks like it has been solo cooking. Let's look at his next deck right now. Here we go, and it's gonna be that Scipius deck. But how is this Scipius different? It looks like it's not a OTK. What do you think about this, Flux?
Wow. Well, maybe a different kind of OTK, trying to do the pulse tap with the kill box. I mean, this is a really interesting list. I've heard people talking about pulse tap. It's not the strategy that I am most well versed in, but just kind of digging into it, it lets you ramp up energy. You can build up sort of like save up some energy burst and then use it all at once. And so very interesting deck with the Akara, the kill boxes, outnumbered, paid off, Raven, only 1 Miasmancer. I mean, you got Acacia's Cradle in there. Like, there's so many cards in here that I've never seen. Acacia's Cradle, when a friendly clone is destroyed, add a counter to this relic, activate, spend 3, destroy this relic, create a token for each counter on the relic. So that and combo with kill box. This is really interesting. Outnumbered, in case anyone's not familiar. Return target unit to owner's hand. Create a number of 1/1 Cathari Iterant tokens equal to the cost of the returned unit. You can use that to pull your own cards back to hand. or to deny the opponent some tempo while also setting up kill box. The Cyber Deck console. This is a really, really interesting list. Clearly trying to spam the board with tokens and then win with kill box. I am super curious to see if this gets how this plays out. This is wild.
Definitely wild, bro. Like I don't know how this is gonna be played. Post tap, Achilles Cradle. I've not seen this in the I mean in any of the tournaments that we've had so far because post tap is still in deception. But yeah, I hope this does not get banned. This oh man, this is
Yeah.
gonna be crazy. LazyGuru is gonna be the one that we're gonna be seeing for the next deck, and let's look at his first deck. Oh yeah. Neve is coming back here towards this tournament, and let's listen to Ali to break this down.
Okay, so let's see. To start off, he's got the Reality Sifter in there, one copy of that relic. Which you can choose to put the top card, I believe, into your Singularity or not. And I'm assuming that's for the consistency, maybe for the new Zealous Requisitioner. 3 copies of that. You can put something from your Singularity into your bank to ramp you. He's also got the new legendary Solace, Leonid's Apprentice. 3 copies of Bombardments, as well as the 3 Dominions. So a lot of AoE options. 1 Unseen Allies for some extra value. And I guess, Dark Dealings is, becoming popular. It's not a new card, but it is a 4-cost effect. So that's a nice, energy number for the Neve when you cast her on 9, right? Some 4-drops coming out, and then also some extra value from the Singularity and the Waste. But as Neve goes, I would say it's probably changed the least amount. Like these lists have always been really tight, but he's managed to shake it up a little bit with like the Reality Sifter and stuff like that. So yeah, this should be good at potentially answering that wide Scipius board that we just saw with like a lot of the token generation with the bombardments and the dominions. So he might be, positioned well potentially.
Yeah, Ali, what's missing here?
Hmm.
There's one card that this has not been included as much in these decks. Singularity Steward. It's missing,
Oh
right?
yeah.
So,
Yeah.
right. So he's not banking on that that one cost 0-3 to be big with Malia. He's like making it wider in terms of the effects. So yeah, interesting deck from LazyGuru. Okay, let's look at the next deck right now. And this is the next one. It's gonna be Classic Ogun. How classic is it? Let's listen to Q-Flux.
Yeah, so we're seeing this pop up a lot in the tournament, which is very cool. With the upgrades again, every one of these has been running the Face Disc Pulverizer as well as the Spine and the 2 copies of Repeater Cannon. Guru not going as heavy on the upgrades. We've seen some of the other Ogden, real Ogden lists using up to 10 upgrades or maybe even more in some cases. And then they also run the black market Sentry, the 4/4 for 2 that lets you not be able to bank units anymore while it's on the board. So in this case, Guru doing less upgrades, not going for the Sentry, keeping it playing a little more safe on that element, no chance of being denied his own ability to bank. But aside from that, I mean, it's pretty much what we've already seen a couple times throughout the tournament. Seems like a very strong deck. It has struggled against Uni today, but aside from that, it just has so many ways to high roll, right? Maylinks can be really good. We're seeing Covert Prowler perform really, really well. Grawl has a lot of potential. Ruthless Juggernaut, of course, sort of the star of the show today. Tavastar, Iraq's flagship, always has a lot of potential to pop off. And another list running Glaive. I will say, Glaive not feeling that strong in Deception right now. Honestly, haven't seen it have any impact all tournament, even though it has been in a handful of lists. So, yeah, I honestly, the standout for me, aside from Ruthless Juggernaut, which is obviously performing very well, is Covert Prowler. I'm actually quite surprised just how much impact that card's having. But yeah, this looks like a fantastic Ogden list.
Definitely, like I have high hopes with Covert Prowler because of its cost and its ability to be battle ready. And yeah, there's a lot of things you can do with it, especially with that low cost and the upgrades that can be played. And let's look at the next deck of LazyGuru right now. And Okay, this is another Sipius deck, but how is it different from the other ones that have been comboed out? Let's listen to Ali.
Okay, well, definitely different from Zaratustra's list, but this is the combo wombo with Meritus that we've seen a lot throughout the tournament, and I don't know if he's. Oh, actually, okay, this might be the first list that has a sanctuary in there. That might be the only like spice of unique spice that I'm seeing here, but um, I guess just some extra value from the sanctuary, but. He does have the one of wannabe warlord in there, so that is an option. We saw that get utilized earlier in the tournament. Let's see, cunning diplomat for the card draw, one speculator for the relic removal. I think 3 copies of hammer, odious, 3 copies of the surge, of course. I think that this is. Oh, and then he's opting for swelling tide, like one option there. So yeah, it seems like the disparity amongst these lists is like, choosing what card draw options you want to do. But for the most part, this looks really consistent of the Meritus combo that we've seen throughout the tournament.
Yep, definitely going to be another combo OTK deck, and as we can see, it has not been easy for these players to pilot this, and can definitely be counterable. But of course, that is going to be the last deck that LazyGuru has brought out. What are their bans? Let's look at them. As we see, both of the Markolians have been banned, and these are all Lemieux. So, yeah, the one different decks had that between the two is the Earthen and the Shroud. What do you think about these bans, Qflux?
Well, if Guru struggles with Neve, that will really be a bad sign for Shroud. It does not seem like Shroud is doing super well in this set so far. And we saw Neve struggle once earlier in this tournament. Was it the first match of the day? It just really didn't work out super well. And so yeah, that's my big question here is like if Guru has a good game with Neve, then okay, cool. Maybe there's still something there. If he struggles to make that work, it's like, well, maybe Neve is in a bad place or it needs to be rethought. Also, I'm excited we get to see the cool Skippy list from Zara. That's going to be very fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the same here with Ali. Any thoughts regarding these bans?
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I think Lemieux looked pretty strong throughout this tournament, so I think getting it out of as an option is a good idea. But yeah, I think I'm quite excited to see the Neve at work. I don't know how different the lists were from this one to the one that we saw earlier this tournament, but like I said, I've been reviewing the decks. This Sipius list from Zaratustraa is really like swarm heavy. And so 3 copies of Bombardment, 3 copies of Dominion, like, this might be the matchup for Neve where it actually kind of works out. But yeah, I'm excited to see it all at play here.
Yeah, and guys, it has been played right now. It's gonna be the Sipius versus Nehemiah in this second match and the last one for the day. Guys, take it away.
All right.
Okay.
Woohoo. Let's see. I
So
want to see the Sipius list so bad. Like it's
the
definitely out there. It's different.
Zara's, you mean?
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, we'll have to
Yeah,
wait.
so
This is
Guru's got one that's a little more standard. Although it's still interesting. This matchup, I don't think we've seen yet today, have we? This like combo Skippy against Nehemiah. I think it's the first time we're seeing it.
you're right.
Zara has a really good first hand there, both Tanakh and Steward of the Garden as options. Let's see, Guru not looking bad either. The coin's a bit awkward, but I was gonna say Hammer is an easy bank, and Guru disagrees. I guess just Hydralist into Magna on 2. He's gonna hang on to the Hammer. What do you think about this for Zara here, getting started?
I think there is a Steward of the Garden in the hand, and we're playing green, so we're happy. I think that's it's off to a good start here.
I've
He's
seen
got
people.
a
Sorry,
relic
sorry
of
to interrupt.
purple.
I've seen some people play Tanakh over Steward on turn 1. He's going. See, look at this. The Steward on turn 1 is no longer guaranteed, which is still surprising to me. Sorry for interrupting, by the way.
Oh, no, you're good. You're good. Yeah, I guess it would be a situational thing. I mean, gosh, I'm almost always in the camp of like ramping is going to give you a lot more options for your next turn. But I think in this particular situation, getting rid of the chamber to, take away any powerful 3 makes sense. So I think that was smart.
Plus, it's like, okay, denying the opponent ramp is arguably equally good as setting up your own ramp. And if Zara feels like he's playing the slightly slower deck, or at the very least, if they're both kind of in a race where whoever gets ahead to the win condition first is just gonna, like, it feels like they're both racing to their own win conditions as opposed to like having a big board battle. Bottom line being, yeah, sometimes you just need to deny the ramp. Maybe he does get the Steward of the Garden down now. Some interesting cards in hand with Terraglider and with Paramech chillin'. Lazy is going to get to play his Magna here, clearing the ramp. So both players have successfully denied the other player's ramp. And now Zara has an interesting turn here. What do you think?
Let's see. I mean, he can just go for, a 3/3 conduit. What else do we like? He wants to no snitching the Magna. Okay.
Why does he do that? Am I crazy?
I'm waiting for you to chime in there. What is what was the purpose of that? I'm not quite sure.
Doesn't it just get reset to having its text again once it dies? Is it oh it's in case of Surge. It's in case of Surge. Duh.
Oh, okay.
Now he can't use
Yeah.
Cerulean Surge. Okay.
Yep. That's a great
So
point.
good play. Zara thinking one step ahead of the casters there, and Guru with the Meritus in hand and a coin also available. He can play Leviathan here, assuming he doesn't go for an early Skippy, which would be pretty crazy. Yeah, here's Leviathan.
so
3
good.
cards to draw. This is actually a really nice play. That coin gets some big value.
Honestly, drawing 3, like this card's kind of insane. Like I know, like I'm speaking obvious here. Like of course, Leviathan is nuts. But like if you really think about it, like 3 cards attached to a really good unit for 5. I mean, it's just bonkers. So yeah, getting that down on turn 4 was very, very good. Okay, let's see. Zaratustra's next turn here. What are we thinking?
Well, he definitely looks to be wanting to set up the Altar of Gaia. I mean, it's tempting to do an early tempo Terraglider in a spot like this, but I guess he's going to Rite of Redemption the Leviathan here. Just keep it simple. Not really in a rush to set up his board yet. As long as the relic sticks, this is a really nice play because that altar can get so much value over time. It's really been one of the cards that's been cooking from unpopular to super popular over the last year, let's say. And in this case, Lazy does not have relic removal in hand, so it's a gamble that's probably going to pay off, and he even draws another one, so that's super interesting. Lazy now has a lot of options. I'm going to throw this one to you. What do you think he should do here?
Well, let's see. Well, I guess. I mean, if he really wanted to get a synchronicity down and for another, like he's just probably prioritizing drawing cards. I think you can just like get Cytokinesis going, look for a key card. He decides to bank it instead, though. I guess there's the Scipius play if he just wants to draw another 3 cards, but would that burn him? I think it would, right? So not sure how in love I am with that play. I feel like with the synchronicity in the hand, though, I mean, if you already have Meritus there and the hammer, like you might just be able to like get the combo. So I would be a little bit, hesitant to just use it for tempo. So it looks like he is going to go for that draw 3 off of the Scipius here, which I like.
And he gets the Magna here, so he's going to clear that 3/3 defender. This is actually super clean. He is going to burn a few, but I guess once you have Meritus in hand, it's okay to start burning stuff. And he does find that Cerulean Surge. It's honestly very strong because Zara needs to set up a lot of stuff. It can happen fast with Earthen, but I don't know if it can happen that fast. And Lazy is absolutely speed running his way to the win condition with just an amazing draw here. It's actually really good for him.
Now, here's the thing, like, Zaratustra or Nehemiah has access to defenders, right? So unless he's going for the Warlord, technically speaking, the combo could be thwarted, right, by defenders, unless I'm missing something, right? So, a formidable presence to just, like, set them back a turn, but you'd have to, like, have a retaliation kill in order to, want to cast that. So, getting a Titan down with defender could be really nice. Looks like there's not that many options right now other than going for the Terraglider, which on 5 doesn't feel
Paraglider
amazing.
feels okay. He is banking presence. See, I'm surprised he holds the second altar, considering that Skippy is a 1-turn kill deck. Unless he just really wants to get flourishes, which is probably what he's thinking for Terra Mech and then potentially Terra later. But I don't know. I mean, it's just not going to help you survive the 1-turn kill. And he knows how many cards Lazy has. It's interesting for sure. He ends up playing the Nehemiah here and just chilling. You're super correct, by the way. It seems like what Zara needs to do is keep defenders on the board and just try to be a step ahead of Lazy's win condition. But we did see, if I'm not mistaken, that Lazy has one wannabe Warlord. So he has to find it and get it in the waste. But if he does, it's going to help him, especially along with the synchronicity. Like, Lazy definitely has the opportunity to set up a very, like, get through defenders and still hit face for lethal kind of situation. But it's not easy, but it is doable. And I mean, both these players are super good. It's actually going to be really interesting to see how the next few turns play out here.
I agree. I think that Warlord, like if Zaratustra can, build the wall, that Warlord might actually come in handy, but maybe Lazy has to forfeit some stats or something. And so maybe the Gaias, their altars, like staying at a pretty high health total. I mean, I think you want to be using them for Terra, like flourish triggers and stuff like that. But I don't know. It's possible. I want to say, like, this Zaratustra Nehemiah list is a little different. Like, there's 2 Shaymak Stone Eyes in it. There's also no allocated provision, so there's only like a couple of copies of Terraglider.
Bombardment.
Oh, there
Also,
we
I got to
go.
correct myself. Wannabe Warlord is in his hand right on the left side, so I misspoke there a moment ago. He actually is able to get that going. He doesn't have to draw it, so that is
Yep.
another point in Lazy's favor. But yeah, I agree. I mean, I feel like it's a very interesting. You were saying how interesting the Skippy deck is. Is that what you were saying?
Actually, I mean, well, both interesting, but Zaratustра's got like a couple of odd
Gotcha.
inclusions, like Shaymak Stone Eyes and no
Yeah.
allocated provision, so there's no like caretakers and that type of stuff. There are 2 Miasmancers also, and so that could maybe be crucial in stopping a key turn for the combo here. So I actually like from this perspective, I'd be a little scared, like of dying to the combo, but I feel like Zaratustra is always quite locked in. Like he might have a game plan of how to, get around it, honestly. So, decides to
Looking,
bank the Terraglider here. He knows he doesn't have a way to like conceal the cards, so
yeah.
yeah, he only needs one.
Looking at the God mode here, we can see both hands fully. It just feels like Zara really wants to. Oh, that'll help. I was gonna say he really wants to get a defender on a Terramech. Of course, an extra Terramech is also quite nice, and he's gonna heal his face there as well, like you were saying, just trying to stay out of lethal range as much as possible. There's a Miasmancer as well. Okay, Zara's really heating up here. Actually, Lazy could be in some trouble. Very
Yep.
interesting.
Needs to find a defender, right? You lost the Nehemiah. There's 3 copies of Moonlit Star of Alesha. There's more conduits. So, finding defenders is not out of the question. That's for sure. And
Yeah,
there is also Gafar the Vigilant. So if that comes down into play and they have to discard a key card, like that could maybe do something.
yeah, that should give him a lot of counterplay against Meritus. It's definitely a tricky decision exactly what to remove. But I mean, the Warlord's in the hand, so you can't get to that one. But you could remove all the hammers potentially, or just any of those big stat cards that Meritus wants to copy. It does give you some counterplay, and the stat line kind of makes it something that needs to be answered right away. That can definitely help if he finds it. Lazy's got a lot of options here, though. That coin extending his options a bit more. Just can't do too much yet. Is he going to bank this? Oh, never mind. He's playing the Warlord. He's already banked. So getting
Yeah.
that Warlord into the waste with the Hydralist. Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting here. Okay, there it is. He banks Synchronicity.
It's funny because
Interesting.
sometimes you forget that you can cast Synchronicity on your opponent's cards too.
Yeah,
Like,
it's such an interesting card. I mean, it's been in and out of the meta. There's been times where it's been like in every Cathari deck. There's times where you rarely see it, but I mean, I know Penzo, for example, has played that card in some lists over the course of the game's history that has been super strong among many other players. A very, very interesting card.
I think
Zara
we saw
looking
him
good.
miss an attack there. The hammer came down and he's still at 29 health and there's no defenders on the board, so
Yo, he
yeah,
didn't attack with the battle ready. Oh, that's a
yeah.
choke. That's tough. That is tough.
That rope will get you. I know the feel. And this Terramech's going to be able to take out that hammer. So
That's
he's got to be pretty sad to miss that damage actually, because with these altars, like you want to force him to, you know, use it on his face because he's scared or something. Not, you know, let him get out value off of flourishes and stuff like that. So
and he's getting the
um
defender on the board off of the Hoplite.
yeah, wow. Okay. Okay,
Wild.
okay.
And going straight for
Um
face. And then Lazy's
well,
going to lose his hammer at the start of turn.
yeah. That is so nice. He gets to, oh god, the Titan's so good. Like you get to clear the unit with the flourish, but you still get to push that 7 to the face. Love to see it. Oh my gosh, and you also picked up a formidable presence, so that's like another stall, also just extra push. I mean, I don't see how in what world Lazy, like he can't kill him this turn, right?
I think that's it. Yeah, I think
I
Zara just
think
won out of nowhere.
so. Well, the Warlord would be in the waist, the Hammer's in the waist, the Meritus is in the hand, same with the Surge. No, that's not gonna do it.
I'm being told I have to say Hoplite instead of Hoplite. I don't know who got me to pronounce it wrong, but it's deep in my brain. Hoplite. Hoplite. There you go, Excel.
What did you call it? Hop.
Hoplite. Like I see the E at the end and I pronounce it and it's not how you pronounce that. It's very embarrassing. I'm sensitive about it, okay? Y'all give me y'all be gentle with me on that one.
You know, Celso threw me under the bus at the beginning with adjutant, so you know what? It's or adjutant. I don't even know which one is. I've said it's both so many times now, so you're good.
That's the
All
problem.
right,
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen, Zaratustraa takes this. I'm pretty sure that's enough damage
Yeah.
there. We've got 11. Oh yeah, we got plenty of damage
Big
here.
lethal.
Okay.
And I will say, Guru looking pretty upset. I do feel like it might be very late for him, like just from the lighting in his room and my understanding of, I believe, what time zone is in. It might be like middle of the night for him, like AM, like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. kind of thing. I'm
Yeah.
not positive, but I think that could be a factor for sure. A little fatigue, but just honestly though, if he had hit face with a hammer, it wouldn't have mattered, right? So it's kind of a free blunder. It's like, okay, wake up call. Yo, like go do what you got, like splash some water on your face, whatever. So I think that was actually lucky for him to slap your own face. Like that's lucky time to make that mistake when it wasn't going to have an impact, and now he can kind of catch himself and go, okay, I got to do whatever I got to do to lock in. That was
Yeah, I
surprising.
mean, Nehemiah is still very strong. I mean, you said it like that. Yep, that's a Nehemiah. I mean, you don't have to switch the list that much. I think it's basically like just Gafar. I think that might be the only new card in this Nehemiah. Oh, and also Rite of Redemption. I
Yeah,
think
a couple of
right
those.
those two. And that's it, which is honestly not that usual for this set. I feel like a lot of these new decks, like we've seen a lot of variants, and you know, they maybe Neve not quite as much, but yeah, Nehemiah is just still very consistent. It's hard to get through those chunky minions sometimes, and yeah, that game was over a bit faster than expected, honestly.
It felt like it was building up, and then all of a sudden Zara found it. That's one of the things about Earthen is when it hits the right like turn 4 to turn 6 sequence, and the opponent like stumbles for a moment or just doesn't have a good like play. Those formidable, especially because Zara high rolled into a bonus Terramech. I mean,
Yeah, I was just about to say that too. I feel like, you know, that'll definitely help the game plan for sure.
and there's one other thing which
Yeah.
I think is a big factor here, which is the Nehemiah deck, as you've just said, it's only 3 cards off of the kind of list we saw pre-deception. In a new meta like this, it's much easier to pilot a deck that's basically the same as before, as opposed to piloting the brand new deck. And so, even though it might not be as exciting in terms of novelty, there is some advantage to if there's decks that don't need to be changed with the new set that can give you a real edge on piloting, which at this level in a game like Parallel is such a big advantage to have.
For sure. That being said, even though we're discussing that, Nehemiah, we're kind of used to seeing this, there's not that much switch up. There's still like there's no allocated provisions in this list, meaning the conceal option isn't there. So, the caretakers, the 3 copies of Terra Glider, that type of thing. Like there's still variants within the Nehemiah category, even though Deception hasn't added that much. And so we're sort of used to seeing this, but he added some flair to it with the Shea Mac and stuff like that. But no, it was a pretty quick game 1. I think that our players are just taking a quick break. So we will discuss some of their other decks here as we wait for our players to return. But yeah, I'm really interested to see how this Neve fares. And also just like Shroud in general, I would have hoped as a Shroudy defactor calls us that we would have seen a lot more Shroud this time around, but doesn't really seem like it's that popular. I don't know.
It feels like Core fans are the ones who are finally eating good. It has been
Yeah.
such a long time coming. Like, oh my god. And finally, it's really Core's day to shine. I mean, we're seeing it work both with the universal decks and blessedly what was your word? Galvanizingly with the real lists. And it's just honestly, it is bringing a smile to my face for sure. I'd love to see it.
Okay, question. What do you think is the best new Core card? Like, why? I mean, it's the collection, obviously, but if you had to pick one that's like making the biggest difference, what do you think that is?
Before the tournament, I would have probably said Spine or maybe Malinx, but now I'm going to say the Covert Prowler. Surprisingly, has just been making a big impact game after game, so that one's really rapidly rising on my tier list.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, I was a little surprised to see the Prowler because, coming from the Hearthstone world, they really decided to cut back on like charge units, right? Like the battle ready charge stuff sort of became an issue. And so now this 3/3 battle ready, like it's an option. And so it'll be interesting. I mean, Parallel's a very different game. So I don't know if it'll kind of follow the same suit of, being worried about it, but especially with a class like Core, where, leaving them with any units on the board, being able to buff them up with upgrades, the Prowler opens a lot of options. So it'll be curious to see how dominant like that card really winds up being.
Hearing you say that before we get into the action here, I just need to say Leroy Jenkins.
Yeah,
Okay.
Jenkins.
Breaking
Yeah,
the meta for the
Doomguard.
first year or two. All right.
Yep.
So we got Zara versus Lazy, Skippy versus Neve. This is exactly the matchup you wanted to see, Ali. We're going to see if Neve can deal with this Skippy. How you feeling about this?
Well, I heard you like ramping, so Zealous Requisitioner, I believe that's the new 3-drop. But it does require a card to be in the Singularity to take it out and put it in the bank, right? So it looks like there's one in there. But yeah, I mean, honestly, okay, with this particular matchup, I think that Neve can take it. With the combo list, that might be a little harder, but with things like Treacherous Scheming, you can totally disrupt, grab the Emeritus and things like that. But I'm gonna
remember, this is the one with the kill box and stuff. He's not doing this is the
exactly.
wacky. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Totally. So I think that I'm gonna say LazyGuru can take this. I mean, Zaratustraa is very scary, and I think that if he brought this, he's probably been practicing with it quite a bit. He's also got the Cyberdeck console, so maybe could counter a counter type of thing. But
or you could bank it.
I'm very curious.
Yeah, so the Cyber deck gets banked. Zara drops down the Hydralisk Chamber. Lazy has a good hand, although he only has 2 cards in his hand in a certain perspective. Like he's just got 2 different options out of his. Assuming he's about to bank the Harf, it looked like he was going to do. Maybe not. He's got 3 cards with 6 cards in his hand. I feel like you don't want to draw all 3 Zealous Requisitioners. 1 is really all you need in the early game. Nonetheless, scheming coming down, and it's not the best hand to scheme. I guess he takes the Diplo just to slow down Zara's turn. Like if Zara doesn't draw something playable, he has a blank turn. Unless, wait, 3 plus coin. No, he gets rid of the coin because I'm bad at math. He could have totally gotten to 5 next turn. Yeah, okay, so he has to take the coin. Can't add to 5. Card game problems. And we are back to Zara.
Oh.
No, that was a good steal though for Zaratustraa. That definitely like slows him down a little bit. But interesting. Decides to like throw down the cunning diplomat. At least that's what it looks like he's gonna do instead of getting the tinkerer going. One of the token generation options in there. I think he's got 3 copies of the tinkerer.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah.
I mean, in this position, it's not really time to set up kill box yet. There's no kill box in hand. There's not enough energy, so it makes total sense. And I just, man, like you said, if you like ramping, you're gonna like this deck. He hasn't even drawn Pulse Tap yet, which is the ultimate ramper. But it's with the coins and the Hydralisk and then potentially Pulse Tap. It really is wild how much ramp. And then there's also so much draw. I'm starting to feel what Zara's cooking here. Like, there's actually a lot going on in this list. He does bank the Cunning Diplo, gonna get the Tinkerer down, and gonna sack the token and then pass a turn. Yes, sir. Get another Ruin Tinkerer guy on the board here.
Got it. Yep. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Well, now would be the time. You had 3 copies of the Zealous Requisitioner in there, so I would think that he probably wants to get it going. I honestly, it looked like he was going to bank the other copy, but if you ramp with this one or one now, then you could technically ramp and then do a 2-drop next turn because you'd have 5 energy. So I almost like holding on to both copies. I think putting like some crazy pressure with a Neve early on would be nice. So I think I would have liked to have held on to it.
Yeah, it's definitely there's a challenge where if you ramp to Neve too fast, the Neve could not have enough value, maybe. Right? He's got to get the spells off to kind of make it count. Although not always an issue.
I
He has a
find
lot.
that like you don't need that much. I mean, it depends on the situation. But sometimes just like a few units and the 6/6, like it's enough pressure to like really make your opponent like not play normally. So
True.
yeah, I don't know. I might have just banked the heart for something, but I will see how this works out here. So he's gonna be able to get the Leviathan down. Looks
Yeah, it
like.
looks like he's banking one and then playing the other after sacrificing a token. Appears to be his line here. Let's see. Or sacrifice 2 tokens.
Sure.
Once you have 2 chambers on the board, it really just gives you so much, especially with Ruin Tinkerer. Like, you're resummoning. This is a big one where token permanence, an update that we all kind of forgot about, but it used to be not a thing. Like, tokens used to just disappear when they died. Now they go to the waste, which actually makes Hydralisk much stronger in that you can the Hydralisk Ruin Tinkerer combo specifically, because you can sacrifice your tokens and then destroy them from your waste to get another token on the board. Like, that used to not be a thing, so it actually makes this multiple Hydralisk situation much more viable, which is interesting.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Let's see. So he's gonna go with some Harf play here. I mean, I would love to cast those schemings. I'm sure we'll see it.
Yeah.
But I guess he's gotta, if he's looking at the list, he's gotta respect the 3 copies of Killbox, right? So just don't let Zaratustraa go too wide and like accidentally. I mean, and with the pulse tap too, at some point, like we'll have to, if it comes down, he could summon a wide board and then Killbox in one go. So he's really got to be careful, I think.
What's starting to feel like the dynamic here is that, yes, Guru has a ton of board clears in his deck, and he's likely to draw into some of them pretty soon. But Zara has so many chances to set up the kill box that, like, Lazy just needs to miss his defense one time, whereas Zara he can try to throw it at him over and over and over. Like, this deck doesn't really run out of sauce ever. There's so many ways to spam tokens. Guru is going to need to grab the bull by the horns, take control of the board, get the tempo on his side, get a big Neve. He needs to put Zara on the defensive Otherwise, he's just dodging bullets over and over like Houdini, and eventually one of them's going to just get him. He's going to get got.
Exactly. No, I completely agree. That's why I would have liked to have seen the other Zealous Requisitioner stay in the hand and just, it's another 3/3 on the board. It's getting you closer to the Neve. I think you're right. He cannot play the clear game this entire time. He's going to have to put his own pressure on.
Yeah, definitely true. That 3/3 was his best unit available. Now he has all spells. I mean, Dark Dealings can get something from the waste, but yeah, Lazy really just doesn't have access to the units that he kind of needs.
Ooh.
Miasmancer, as we've seen, can be very good against these Skippy decks, so that might help.
Let's see. Scheming. Well, I think Killbox would probably be the scariest thing to take from the hand. And then Outnumbered is the other new card. That is return a target unit to its owner's hand and then create a number of 1/1 iterants equal to the cost of the returned unit. So that's definitely scary as well.
Yeah, it's very interesting, and he does get rid of that. So the 2 schemings taking away. Wait, the kill box is still there. I thought I just assumed he was taking kill box. Okay, so he's getting rid of
that as well. I'm a little well, okay, let's actually dissect that. Is it better to like get rid of the token generation and leave them with the kill box because the kill box is kind of useless unless he manages to get a big board. So perhaps it does make sense to take the outnumbereds.
I think that might be correct. I think that's at least definitely Lazy's strategy there is like, okay, if I remove Killbox, he top decks another one at some point, and then, it's over. If I remove the token generators, make Killbox not even matter. But as I was saying before, Zara has a lot of ways to generate tokens. This is exactly what, it's just like, I feel like no matter how many board clears you have, the one-turn kill deck, when it's got, like Skippy here, I don't know. Zara might have built something really strong. Honestly, this list might just be a Zara special. We might see this gain popularity as an alternative to the other one. I mean, the other version is also so strong that it's just this is a very compelling list right now, especially with Zara piloting it like a pro. And poor Guru lost that first game so quickly, didn't really have a chance, and now it does feel. I mean, Neve has a chance. Like when he plays Neve, he could really pop off. But still, it does feel like Neve kind of struggling again. It does seem like that's what's happening here.
I think there's a couple of things. One, I don't know if we've actually seen any card draw yet from LazyGuru. Like, I don't know if he's got an brand's expertise or something along those lines, but also not a single AOE. Like, AOE off the top would be like really convenient for him right here. But in general, I still like kind of stand by what I said, that I think that maybe some of the choices early, I don't know if they're necessarily were perfect here, but let's see, what else could he draw? Okay, well, there's a Dominion.
There you go.
But
Finally,
it's
some
not
board
that
clear.
scary of a board, though. You don't really want to, like, you want to be applying your own pressure, I feel like, in this situation.
Yeah, definitely not the time to play Dominion, but he's got to be glad he has the option now with 6 board clears in his hand, not having any of, or in his deck, not having any of them in hand at this point feels pretty rough. Another thing, he has no idea. I mean, it's impossible for him to have a great idea of how to play against this deck from Zara because no one's seen this freaking deck before. I'm sure he wasn't like practicing against it too much. And it actually reminds me of a back in the day. I think it was Perp who queued into Quinto with his ADHQ deck when Quinto top 8'd with ADHQ back in the day. And Perp banned it because he was like, I don't understand it. I'm just going to ban it. And it's that
I remember
kind of thing.
this.
Yeah,
I
it's that kind
do,
of
I
thing with
do.
Lazy now, where it's like he's trying to play against a deck that he has no real way to understand the play. And the first time you try, you're generally not going to figure it out on the first. It's banking the right cards, holding the right card to the end. He's in a real fog of war, which does not help, considering Neve is already a very complicated deck to pilot,
Yeah. I will say for LazyGuru next turn, being able to play the Leviathan from the Singularity for 3 cards will be really nice.
Yeah.
But I mean, look, it's already like, it's not a big threatening board, but with the kill boxes in the hands, I mean, That's 4 units right there. I mean, it's a little scary.
What's also tough here is that Neve does damage herself when you play Dominion, which reduces the amount of damage Killbox even needs to pull off to get there. It's Zara has so many ways to make Lazy's life difficult, but it's still very plausible for Lazy to just draw some cards off of Leviathan, like you said, from the Singularity. Plus, he just draws that Brand's Expertise, and he can get a Neve going. He can take the board. Zara has not achieved his victory yet, but admittedly, these kill boxes are getting very scary with 5 units on the board. Lazy's got to do something. Is he going to play Dominion here to clear out the 1/1s? I'm thinking
think
that's what he needs to do.
I think he certainly knows that there's a kill box in the hand because of that
Yeah.
treacherous scheming early on. So I think absolutely.
Yeah, he's got to do it.
He's got to do it.
Yep. Yeah. Actually, a really fantastic turn from LazyGuru. Do not count this man out. He is incredibly skilled. He has been consistently grinding parallel ever since I started playing, and I know he was grinding other crypto TCGs before that, Gods Unchained and other ones. So, like, this man is a very talented, very dedicated player. He is certainly not gonna just give up because of a bad opening. And here we see him making some really nice plays. That was actually like perfect. Like Leviathan, big draw, exact correct amount of mana to get the big Dominion play. Still, Zara finally plays the Pulse Tap, and it is quite a card. Every time a unit enters the board, it gets a token. You can destroy it later on and generate energy, one per token on the relic, up to a max of 10. So that's a lot. The Raven Hydralist combo is also just so savage. Oh,
Yeah.
it's a powerful list, Ali. I am just really impressed with
So
this list.
it's whenever things are just like really synergistic, it's just such a satisfying deck to play. So yeah, this is really really nice. I will say that like LazyGuru's got he's got the bombardment now. He's got another Dominion. Um but it's a little scary, especially with that pulse tap being developed now. And even Zaratustraa got a Miasmancer, so we could like put that down to stop a Neve or something like that. So it's
Yeah. Ooh,
yeah.
that's actually so brutal, the timing. And on top of that, just I have to say, like, have you ever seen 5 relics on the board in a major tournament
I
before? Because that's a lot. That's crazy.
think you're right. I don't know if I've ever seen 5 like that. That is maybe, but it's very seldomly.
I
So
think that's a record. I think Uni will often get 3 or 4. I don't think I've personally ever seen 5. Chat, has anyone gotten 5 relics in a major before? If you remember it, call it out. I think this is actually the record. Zara is innovating here, fully innovating. Here comes
he could
Adira.
even put he could even put the drone printer down for 6 if the other ones if he wants to.
Please, I want to see it just for the memes now. I know it's a big tournament with big money, but think of the memes though.
Think
Let's
of
see what
the
this
me
Adira
think of
does.
the yeah,
Let's
for sure.
focus on this Adira. Lazy's not out of it yet. Let's see what he's got here. Oh, a big Wong. That's good. That's
Ooh,
real good.
I
Oh no,
like that.
Miasmancer blocks it. I got too excited.
Oh, true. True, true, true.
Sad.
Well, it's still a 4/4, I suppose. Um, but I do like the Adir there just because I think there's something to say about stealing the cards as well, like just getting like it thinned.
True.
I think there's probably one more copy of what's that new card called Outnumbered because we saw 2 get swiped. And actually Outnumbered is a little annoying because it kind of stops you from putting powerful stuff down, right? Because you
Is
return it
this
to the hand and then summon the 1/1s. So, that's a scary one. Okay. Oh, we went and actually used the
if
Dominion.
if he hadn't done that, Zara would have had lethal with pulse tap, I believe.
Ooh, with
I
a
think that's why he
double.
had to. Yeah, he would summon
Mhm.
2 more tokens, kill box, sacrifice, and then also summon a Skippy token. Maybe I think with 4 units, he would get 12. It was either lethal or very very close. And that Akara, it's just the inevitability. Okay, are we gonna see
7.
EMP go back into the meta? Because this is 6 freaking relics.
Okay, 7 relics if he develops the other one, that would be
Do it.
insane. Can the board
Do it.
even support 7 relics? We don't know. I don't know.
Game's gonna just break immediately. He's banking the. Oh no, maybe. Come on, come on, play it. I feel like he should bank it, but I want him to play it. He should probably do the make some tokens off of his drone printers. Realistically, much more reasonable.
Gosh. It's tough though because Zaratustraa putting him in a position where he like has to answer but also develop, which I guess LazyGuru is gonna have 10 energy next turn, so he is able to do like a bombardment maybe into a triumph type of situation.
Yeah.
Which isn't too bad, honestly. I mean, if he can find more bombardments too, I mean, that's what I'm saying. 3 dominions, 3 bombardments. He's gonna need all of them. That's all. You know.
Yeah,
Okay.
it really is I mean, it doesn't always have to play out this way, but the way it's played out this time, it just feels like no matter how many times Lazy clears the board, he can't keep up with these relics. Like the relic value is legitimately I mean, this is the whole point of relics. They don't stick that easily. They're kind of slow, but when they do stick, they win games. You see it in every single class, whether it's Earthen with Altar of Gaia, whether it's Marco running fleet supports, or even the tactical display or whatever it's called with the 1 damage to the opponent, heal for 1 that beginner decks like to use. Like relics are super strong, and
Ooh.
you actually need EMP here. EMP is the classic noob bait card. It's not actually good, but maybe now it finally starts to see play. Otherwise, I don't know. This is if we're just in unfamiliar territory right now. I'm just really enjoying seeing this. Guru does play Malia, and he's got double
Malia is a
coin. But yeah,
massive
this is
pickup
huge.
there.
Yeah, to clear these tokens. Okay, it's basically another board clear, a 7th board clear in the deck.
It needs to clear. Okay,
Really good.
all of them though. Oh my god. Okay.
It did it.
Okay. Good job,
Did
Malia.
it.
Not that I'm biased for the Neve here, okay? I just like to like my shroud. Okay, I actually think that LazyGuru's got a real opportunity to recover. I mean, the drone printers are insane. The pulse tap has now been removed from the board, so he's gonna have to develop another one. I guess Akara is an option too, but now Zaratustraa is at 18. The Neve could come down next turn. How much would that be? That would be
15, I
15
think. Yeah.
damage. So not quite enough, but getting close.
Yeah, Lazy has really turned it around. The whole time I'm talking like he's just, no way he can catch up, but here he is, fully establishing the tempo that he needed to establish. Zara running out of time to get this 1-turn kill off. It might turn out that in spite of having 6 relics on the board, it's just not able to, the gun is loaded, but he can't quite pull the trigger. He just can't quite get this kill off, potentially. Outnumbered on the Wong is very interesting, generating 5 more tokens. Oh, the Wong came from
Yeah.
from his deck from Adira. It goes back into his hand. Okay, so he has a Wong now. Might not really matter.
Outnumbered's pretty insane. Like you see that sap
Yeah.
into I mean that is really wild. Um does he have enough to play a Kara Rebel General here? With the chambers he does. So how much is he going to push there? Let's
True.
see, probably 8 or so.
He's gonna play Pulse Tap instead. Interesting. So he's just not respecting Guru's any kind of threat of lethal. He's not going to worry about that. And it looks like Guru can't really play Neve here. He's got to clear the board again, right? Otherwise,
Yeah,
Killbox.
he definitely cannot. I mean, he's got bombardments as an option. He would love to keep a corrupted unit, though. I don't know if that's going to be possible with needing to play bombardment here.
He could. There is a play where he Neves and then ends up dominioning for like 1 or 2 damage. Or
Yep,
yeah, Neve Dominion is 1 damage clear, so it actually would leave his units on the board. Isn't that the play? I think that's the
that's
play. He's
gotta
going
be.
for it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's gotta
okay.
be.
This could work. This is very, very cool. Let's see how this plays out.
Here's the thing, though. Doesn't Akara just, summon a? I mean, that Dominion's gonna do a decent amount of damage to his face,
If he
and
goes down
then
to 1, then Akara just gets a free kill, right? Yeah, because it's 1 damage from its
exactly.
own. Yeah. So that might be what happens here, actually, huh? If he goes down to 1 and Akara's in Zara's hand. What a interesting match. This is like out of all day, this has been the most like unexpected match. This is so I've never seen a game of Parallel that looked anything like this, which is saying something. I've seen a lot of weird decks. I've played a lot of weird decks in my meme deck days like this. I have never seen anything like this.
Man,
Absolutely wild.
this is really close. And I honestly like, it took a while for LazyGuru to find the AoEs. So he
Yeah.
might have been able to have a little bit of pressure earlier, but yeah, I think this is probably just going to come down to Akara for lethal here. I mean,
Unless he clears some tokens with his Neve and his Sabo, then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He'd only take 10 damage from the Dominion. He has to like Galaxy Brain play around outs, but I guess
yeah.
playing around Akara isn't too crazy. It just kind of depends if he's thinking about playing around that. Zara's out of cards in his deck, by the way. So,
Mhm.
oh man, he's going face though. He's going face. I think that's it then. I think
Yeah.
7 tokens. He's taking exactly 14 damage after he dominions. Oh, he could have prevented it, but he would have had to play around Akara, which is a pretty tough line to see.
Are any of these units corrupted? Oh, the Sabo's still corrupted,
Oh, he's
so
going to heal too then.
he's gonna heal
Okay.
too. Yep. But I think with the
Okay.
drone printers, there's a good chance that Zaratustraa
He
can
can still
still
get
get
there.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, drone printer still gets him there. Yep, he can do 2 tokens plus Akara. GG, I believe that's correct.
Wow.
He's playing the Speculator though, which is not what I overdraw lethal from drone printer.
Oh,
Okay, he can't play drone because of he would draw. Oh man, this is such an interesting spot. Yeah,
that's
he's
a
in fatigue.
great point.
He
Yeah.
still gets there with the Kara though here, right?
Yeah,
This is
yeah, yeah,
GG.
yeah.
Yep. Okay, but yeah, true that drone printer wasn't possible because the fatigue damage in parallel is so aggressive. But that's it, lethal right there. Oh
Oh,
man, what a game! What a
wow.
game! Wow.
That was a really, really, really good game. Man, and it's so close too, because it probably would have been. He was at 3, right? If he couldn't summon the tokens with the drone printer, like it was exact. Like I don't know if he could have gotten there without like it kind of shaping up exactly like that. Oh my god. Well, game 1. Chat. That was a really good way to start this final
Game
match
2.
of the day.
First one was so
Oh,
fast, I forgot
sorry, was
about it.
that Oh, you're right. Gosh, the
And
first one ended
Nehemiah.
so quickly. I thought this
No,
was
but I was gonna say we were both kind of tired. I think that one just woke us up like hard.
yeah,
Like
for
I'm
sure.
wide awake now. I feel like the thing to review there is if Guru had cleared the tokens, considering Zara is at 0 cards in the deck, considering um he knows it's hard because it's such a weird deck, but in theory he knows that Killbox and Akara are the threats. I believe if he clears all the tokens he can, which is 3 tokens between Malia, Sabo, Neve, something like that,
Mhm.
then he only takes 8 damage from the Dominion, keeping him around 7 health. Then because Zara, I feel like Charlie in the meme with the pager, but like
Yeah,
because
Pepe
Zara
Sylvia.
because Zara can't use the drone printers because he takes lethal damage from overdrawing and
Yeah.
being in fatigue, he wouldn't be able to get Akara, wouldn't be able to get lethal, and then Guru would have had lethal next turn. I do actually think it was a challenging spot. I'm not saying it was easy, but I do think that Lazy missed a chance to win that game right there.
I think you're absolutely right. Even if it was just clearing 2, like going taking the knee face and using the Molly and the Sabo to clear there. Actually, I guess if he had poked
Oh,
into the
true.
Sabo wound up living, right? So if he had poked into a 1/1, the Sabo would have died. So maybe it did need to be a full clear. But no,
The
you're
problem
absolutely right. And you would have
there
had to know that he like the 0 cards left in the deck to anticipate the fatigue. Like there were a lot of layers there. It was not easy, as you said.
also if he didn't go face, then the drone printers might not have caused the overdraw
Oh,
to
that's a
be
good point
lethal.
too.
So I'd have to check.
Oh
I'd have to
man.
check how it all adds up. It's such a complicated spot.
Oh my gosh, that's a great point. Yeah. Okay. Well, then maybe gosh, was there a magical line that got LazyGuru the game there? I mean, it's possible, but considering every element there needing to do the damage to take away the drone printers, but
It's possible he missed a chance to get the win there, or it's possible he was just a tiny bit off on every single line. That's definitely worth reviewing. Chat, you let us know if anybody's feeling super, photographic memory mode. But yeah, that was a very deep end game. That's like one of those chess end games with like 7 pieces where Magnus Carlsen like finds a win out of nowhere kind of spots. All right, we're back.
We're
So
back.
Lazy
On to the
is
next.
fighting for his tournament life here, down 0-2, and it's gonna be Ogden versus Neve. How you feel about this matchup?
Wow. I mean, I could see it being maybe a little difficult for the Neve just because there's shielded units, right? Like with the pilot can have shielded, or the what else is in there? Like the banishes might not be quite as effective, but again with the bombardments and the dominions, I mean sometimes the units are getting out of range for those cards, but yeah, I haven't really seen this matchup a lot, so I'm actually not sure how this is going to go down. But I think that you want to be keeping the Core units off the board if you can, but also similar to the last game, you can't just play the like answer game as Neve. Like you need to retaliate and put the pressure on, so it's thwarts their game plan. So maybe with the Requisitioner in the hand, he can ramp into some powerful stuff here for LazyGuru.
So Zara's got an interesting hand with 2 coins, a Reclamator, and a Repeater Cannon. He doesn't look super happy, but with the right draw, I mean, it'd be a lot better going second. The next turn's going to be awkward. Yeah, definitely a tricky spot for Zara. And he draws Ruthless Juggernaut. It's just not the right time to have these cards. But turn 3, Ruthless Juggernaut with a double coin could be. And that actually might not be. I guess it just gets banished really easily. But we can see that Lazy doesn't have a banish yet. So it's super risky, but that might be what he has to do. Zara can't be excited about this. Yeah, he draws. Is that another
Yeah.
Repeater Cannon? Jeez, that is not
No,
great.
this is a really not the hand that you want to see from Zaratustraa. And Lazy gets to scheming here, take the Juggernaut. I mean, yikes. This is bad news bears for
Oh,
okay.
just in time. Just in time. What a draw. What a draw. Wow. Okay, we
Wow.
have a game now. All right.
Yeah, we've said this before where it's like, man, the Core like whiffs the early game, but then the mechanic shows up just in time and totally gets him back into the game. So that was a really good draw for Zaratustraa here.
This is about to one-shot Lazy's mental. Like, he's got good mental game, but scheming and then Zara top decks the freaking forward mechanic while you're
Yeah.
already down 0-2. This is if Guru can like find a win from here, it's gonna say a lot about his mental, because that is just
I agree.
frustrating. He's not even reacting though. Maybe a little movement of his face, like his mouth, kind of the corner of his mouth at most. He barely reacted, so maybe he's not sweating it.
Well, his camera
And
keeps
that
going in and out, so it's kind of hard to tell. So,
that too. I think he's just fading into the abyss, like slowly disappearing. If it goes 0-3, he's just like dissolving into the atmosphere. He's gonna disappear for a day. He's like, I'm already, I don't know. Anyway, all right. Zara gets the 3 tokens, right? The energy bay, I believe he picked there, unless I was too distracted from Guru's camera, but I believe that's what he picked. And he's gonna get a token as well. How is Guru gonna answer this? I mean, next turn, like the Zealous Requisitioner is gonna be pretty slow here. Man, I really don't feel like Lazy has any great answers now. It's looking tough for Lazy, man. This whole set is tough.
I still think you want to go with the ramp. I mean, the rest of your match just gets a lot better if you go for the ramp now. You can play a Wong next turn. I mean, I think this is okay. Ooh, okay, critical fusion pickup.
With the coin, he has banked a couple upgrades already from that opening hand, but no, not gonna worry about it yet. Ready to slam down a Repeater Cannon on 4-7. Pretty good, to put it mildly. And he's gonna get to hit face as well as clearing this relic. Lazy just needs to draw, bro. It's Shroud. Where is Erasure? Like, where is Right of Redemption or the Shroud equivalent? Like, where is your banish, bro? Your Shroud. Where is it? Oh man.
Is it just, let's see. So there's 3 erasures, there's Eclipsed Fate. Yeah, I think those are probably the best targets right now. Or Yeah. Oh man, this is rough for Lazy, but it's not over yet. Like he's got some options here. Oh, there's the
Yeah,
Prowler.
I'm rooting for Lazy here. I'm just gonna call it. Lazy still has a solid chance. Prowler go into the bank. Miasmancer, assuming he banks. The thing is, like, banking Prowler, playing Miasmancer to block all the musters when you're already this far ahead feels really strong to me.
I'm really scared of
Like,
this 8 to 10 damage a turn here. This is very
yeah.
scary.
Honestly, it's. We'll see. I feel like Miasmancer is the play here, but Zara is definitely contemplating either option. Oh,
Uh,
I feel like Miasmancer is so good. Like we've seen it throughout the tournament. The early to mid game Miasmancer just is an amazing way to shut down the opponent's tempo. There it is. I knew it.
I like it because you have to think that you're gonna, if you shut him down enough, you're pushing another 10 damage. You're putting him to 6. Just like take away all options. You don't really need the Prowler. I mean, granted, he's really getting low. But oh, is he gonna just bank and
Gonna withdraw it.
I kind of like that. But
That
oh man, I hear what you're saying about the Miasmancer. It just would really take away some power.
I feel like that's a fancy play. Like, oh, look at me do a cool line. But wouldn't Miasmancer be better? Listen, Zara's a better player than me, so we'll trust him. It feels a little bit like a doing it just because you can kind of play. I'm not convinced it's optimal, but yeah, what can Lazy do anything here? How does he survive? This is looking
I
rough.
get it. Like he needed to bank, and maybe he wants to hold the Miasmancer back, and this is the best of both worlds. He gets to actually still play the 3/3. So I
Yeah.
get it. But
It was a cool play. I'm just
it was
coping. I
pretty
wanted to be
cool.
right.
Flux is like, damn, that was cool. I got it.
Yep. Yeah, I'm just like, no,
Um,
stop being so smart. Stop being so good at the game. Nah,
yep.
I mean, Zara's a
Gosh.
beast. It's just these are the kinds of plays. I mean, the decks he brought today, and then those kinds of lines. He's one step ahead of the meta right now. I feel like we're and we're really seeing it. Here comes a Dominion. Okay,
Yeah.
so still Relentless Cannon. Zara has 8 damage on board right now, and that's lethal. GG.
And that's lethal. Wow.
That's a sad round for Lazy, but top 8, he's still getting a good payday. Definitely not going home empty-handed. And he went up against Zara, and Zara was utterly locked in today. Like that was an incredible performance from Zara. Plus some good RNG in game 1 in particular, with the Terramech showing up for Terraglider. Game 2, Lazy not finding his AoE spells and
Oh,
stuff.
there we go.
Like that. Anyway, XL, take it away, brother.
Guys, that was a really fast match. It's the fastest match that we've seen over this tournament. Zaratustraa just set a world record right there, guys. He just made history. Yeah, like I was telling the guys right here, Zaratustraa was like Goku finding the 7 Dragon Balls and just finishing off the opponent
Yes.
with Shenron, right? Like seven Dragon relics, so to speak. Man, amazing setup right there. It was always keeping LazyGuru on his toes, man, even up to the last moment. And man, top deck lethal. That's classic, man. He deserves it. And I believe Zaratustraa can go far, and he has gone far. Even going into top spots right here over at this tournament. And man, round three for Zaratustraa. So, guys, we've seen our players right here, LazyGuru and Zaratustraa, with their deck list. Of course, we've had some kind of new decks that have been shown. So how does this tell you, right, that about the meta? You've already known that the meta is still being developed. We've seen the OTK decks, we've seen crazy decks from Zaratustraa. How far do you think are we for establishing like a stabilized meta? Let's start with Ali.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think there's some core or, consistent themes that we've seen so far, like the Scipius OTK deck, Lemmy, the Ogden core, and then Nehemiah seems to be kind of similar to its old list. So Look, things develop so much as the meta goes on. Deception hasn't been out for that long, and I want to use Zaratustraa as an example here. Like, I said this a little bit earlier, but you can really tell that like he's locked in, and like because his decks are a little different than I think everybody else's, you can tell he's been really practicing. He knows exactly what he's doing. So like this Scipius list that he's running, maybe that winds up being more popular than the OTK deck because it's like, more consistent or more scary, depending on the tournament meta. But yeah, we're definitely seeing like, these archetypes shaping up that I think we're going to see a lot in future tournaments. But, there's always room for variance in the deck building.
Yeah, a lot of variants already being developed, but still some are undiscovered. Like, how about you, Qflux? What's your thought on it?
Zara brought some great decks. He was very locked in. I do want to give Guru credit, though. The RNG ran Zara's way the whole time. He played well, and he capitalized on it. But game 1, free Terramech. Game 2, Lazy doesn't draw any of his AoEs. And that last turn is really interesting to review. Game 3, the workshop right on turn 3, post-scheming. Like, his hand being bad at the start actually was in his favor because it denied the scheming from denying him. So everything went his way on top of having great lists and great piloting, which it's a card game. It's going to happen that way for sure. All I'll say on this before we move on is seeing all those relics on the board makes me really curious if EMP actually gets played, if that deck gets popular. And also makes me want a deck. I want Exodia where it's like 5 different relics, and if they're all on the board, you activate them and win. Like, can we have parallel Exodia? Because just it almost felt like that kind of thing. Really, really fun match. I thoroughly enjoyed that.
Very enjoyable, right? Like, I haven't seen that kind of enjoyment from a deck of relics, and this makes sense. Like, does this mean that stabilized shard can actually have an activated relic option because it has there it has it there in the options, units, effects, relics. Like,
Oh
why
yeah.
are there relics here? It's like it doesn't make sense, right? Like, man.
You
Okay,
could have
so
a relic
yeah.
that's like a legendary. I'm so sorry, but legendary, and then if you have 2 of them on the board, you win immediately, and the only way to do it is through shard. I'm sure there's some way that would end up being broken, but something like that would be hilarious. But I'm sorry, please continue.
Yeah, bro. Like, it's definitely possible. Maybe in the future. But you were going to say something, Ali?
No. I was just reacting, but
Oh,
yeah, no,
yeah.
you guys are absolutely right. That'd be super, super cool.
Yeah, super sick indeed. And of course, we're gonna have a short review of the brackets and how it went today. And as we look at the brackets right now, the recent match that we've actually concluded was Zaratustraa beating LazyGuru with a 3-0 after beating, of course, Zaratustraa. Will be moving forward to the semi-finals. And let's look at the top 4 and who they beat to get there. imcute defeated Dmoney with 3-1. imcute then also defeated Perp with a 3-1 and moves on. And all over at his opponent's side, HyllusDiardi was able to defeat Meat Valley with a 3-2. He was also able to defeat Bullbence with a 3-1. And over at the opponent of Zaratustraa, which is Pandapple was able to defeat Ahil with a 3-0 and was able to defeat Manos with a 3-1. Therefore, we have our 4 finalists: imcute, HyllusDiardi, Zaratustraa, and Pandapple for day 2. And that is our recap for today's happenings. And let's bring back our casters, Ali and Qflux. Guys, before we close on our day 1 session, any last words for our audience? Let's start with Ali.
Thank you to the chat that has been watching the tournament and supporting Parallel and the Esports League. I'll just speak for myself that it's been really exciting to have some new Deception cards, some new decks. It's a breath of fresh air for the Parallel League. So, thank you for day 1, and we'll catch you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you for that, Ali. How about you, Flux?
Same super fun day. I want to give a shout out as well to Pandapple, who stealthily made it to top 4, right? We didn't get to see him on any of the broadcasts. It just happened to work out that way. So it'd be super fun to see him tomorrow. It's going to be a hell of a day tomorrow. We're going to see some of the best high skill play you can imagine. And man, what a fresh set. It's a good time. So just thanks for having me. Always a great time commentating with all y'all legends, and looking forward to tomorrow.
Thank you for that, Flux. And again, thank you to our sponsors, Echelon Prime Foundation. It would not be possible without Echelon Prime Foundation's support, AVAX, OpenSea, and Wolves now. And with that, guys, that wraps up our day 1 of the Parallel Prime League Major 2. We've seen new Deception decks rise, bold plays unfold, and a few surprises shake up the standings of the Parallel Competitive League. But this is just the beginning. Day 2 is where it all comes down to the wire with our top 4 semi-finalists who will adapt, outsmart, and secure their path to glory. Join us tomorrow as the Deception era continues and we crown the Parallel Prime League Major 2 champion. Stay tuned. You don't want to miss it. See you tomorrow. Stay competitive, stay kind, and stay in Prime. See you guys.
Wow.
Zelly winning game 1. Is that lethal?
Is that lethal? Yarla is your first Parallel Prime champion, ladies and gentlemen.